Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Proposals are shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Minister Gallagher.
President, do I need leave? No. I table documents relating to an order for the production of documents concerning algal blooms in South Australia and 12 government responses as listed on the order of business. Additionally, as the Australian Government announced last month, Australia has notified the United Nations Security Council of relevant actions Australia is taking under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter in the collective self-defence of countries in the Middle East, and I table a copy of that notification, and I move that consideration of the documents be listed on the notice paper as orders of the day.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Kovacic.
Board of the Education and Employment References Committee on Australia's Early Childhood Education and Care System, and I move that consideration of the report be listed on the notice paper as an order of the day, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Kovacic, and I think Senator... Okay. Thank you. I call the clerk.
And business order of the day number 1, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Rustin.
Thank you very much. I rise to speak on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safety Bill 2025. For Australians with significant and permanent disability, the NDIS is more than a program. It's a pathway to independence, dignity and opportunity. That's why the Coalition's support for the NDIS remains unwavering. But it is also why we must be honest about the challenges the scheme now faces. The NDIS is at a critical juncture. It was designed to support around 410,000 Australians. Today, it supports more than 760,000 Australians. That growth underscores the importance of ensuring the scheme is sustainable. Because sustainability is not an abstract concept, it is what guarantees the NDIS will be there for those who rely on it, not just now, but for future generations. The government must bring the escalating costs of the NDIS under control before the scheme becomes unsustainable. And while the need for reform is clear, the government's progress against its own targets remains uncertain. The Coalition supports the intent of this bill. We support stronger protections for NDIS participants. We support tougher civil and criminal penalties for providers who are doing the wrong thing, because any provider who exploits a person with disability or misuses taxpayer funds must face serious consequences. There is no excuse for that kind of behaviour, and there is no place for it in the NDIS. We also support the introduction of anti-promotion orders. Providers must not be advertising or selling services outside the purpose of the scheme. We support giving the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission stronger powers, including banning powers to act against providers delivering poor quality or unsafe supports. And while we support the introduction of a 90-day cooling-off period, We have circulated an amendment to close an unintended loophole with this measure. A loophole that would allow a correspondence nominee to withdraw a participant from the scheme or cancel a withdrawal, even against the participant's wishes. A correspondence nominee is there to assist, not to make decisions against the wishes of the participant. If that line is blurred, it risks removing agency from the people the NDIS is meant to empower. The Coalition's amendment makes it clear that these decisions must remain with the participant. In working with the government, we are pleased it has agreed to support our amendment. This is a sensible and practical change that will close the loophole to protect participant choice. In relation to the anti-promotion orders, a report by the ACCC earlier this year found providers are advertising services clearly not covered by the NDIS. These services include all-inclusive holidays, flights, cruises, dining out, and even the cost of ingredients for meals. We are seeing participants being sold equipment that does not match what they were promised. With around 94% of providers operating unregistered, there remains a massive regulatory blind spot. The bill fails to establish direct fraud controls for the majority of the market. Some bad actors within the system are exploiting vulnerable participants and the taxpayers who fund this support. And they're getting away with it because weak checks and inconsistent oversight have opened the door. It is essential the NDIS has greater controls to detect fraud early and to stop exploitation before it harms participants. The Australian National Audit Office estimates that 6 to 10% of payments could be non-compliant, incorrect or fraudulent. In 2025, $48.83 billion was spent on the NDIS. If 10% of these claims are fraudulent, we are looking at a staggering loss of $4.8 billion every single year. These losses are driven by systematic misconduct, fraud, false claims or claims for services never delivered. Law enforcement has also warned that organised crime is now targeting the scheme. In March this year, Federal Police raided a Sydney home linked to a suspected $3.5 million NDIS fraud syndicate. In February, a Darwin NDIA employee was charged over an alleged $5 million fraud. And in my home state of South Australia, a provider overclaimed and charged for services never provided. Another 2 men defrauded the system of over $465,000. This is systemic exploitation. This bill is a step in the right direction, but tougher penalties alone will not fix the problem. If the system itself is weak, bad behaviour will continue. The Coalition's goal is to deliver a stronger NDIS which delivers better outcomes for participants, providers and the taxpayers who fund it.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak also on this NDIS Integrity and Safeguards Bill 2025. I first want to start by acknowledging the work of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee and thank the Secretariat and my fellow senators for their considered engagement. The committee's report makes it clear that these reforms are not just necessary but also overdue. It highlights persistent gaps in safeguarding and enforcement within the scheme and the need for stronger regulatory tools to protect participants and absolutely uphold the integrity of the NDIS. At its core, this bill is something very simple but also something very important. Respect, dignity and safety for people with disabilities. The NDIS is one of the most significant social reforms in this country's history and it represents a promise that people with disability will be supported to live full, independent and dignified lives. But a promise is only as good as strong as the system that it upholds. What we know from the Royal Commission, the independent review and from lived experiences of participants that the system has not always been safe. We've seen abuse, we have seen neglect and we've seen exploitation. And when that happens, it's not just a failure of compliance, it's also a failure of justice. This bill responds directly to those failures. And when Labor came to government, the NDIS lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. Our government acted. We invested over $550 million, established the Fraud Fusion Task Force and began the work of putting the scheme back on a sustainable footing. But there is more to do. The committee heard clearly that regulatory gaps remain and in too many cases the system has not been able to prevent harm or respond effectively when it occurs. There was also strong support across the sector for reforms that strengthen accountability and safeguard participants. And absolutely, this is what this bill delivers. It strengthens the powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission. It enables earlier intervention, stronger enforcement and real accountability. Most providers are doing the right thing. They are committed, professional and working every day to support people with disabilities. But unfortunately, some are not. Some exploit a system designed for care. Where there is fraud, there is too often harm, violence, abuse and neglect. And this is why this legislation matters. This bill introduces a stronger and more proportionate penalty framework. It includes higher civil penalties for serious breaches, new criminal offences and the most egregious conduct and real consequences for those who deliberately put participants at risk. Penalties should not be seen as a cost of doing business. They should send a clear message that harm to people with disabilities will not be tolerated. And this bill expands on banning order powers. It closes loopholes that have allowed individuals to move across roles to continue operating despite unacceptable conduct. If someone is not fit to work in this space, they should not be able to re-enter through another pathway. It also introduces anti-promotional orders to address predatory and misleading marketing practices. Choice and control must be grounded in honesty and transparency. This bill further strengthens information gathering powers. This allows the Commission to act more quickly and address risks before they escalate into harm. Importantly, this legislation also includes participant safeguards. The 90-day calling-off period for participants seeking an exit to the scheme is a practical protection. It ensures decisions are informed and are not made under pressure. This bill is not about punishing providers. It is about protecting people, it is about restoring confidence in the NDIS, and it's also about sustainability. A system that tolerates exploitation is not sustainable. It is not financial, and it certainly is not moral. The NDIS must have a stronger regulatory backbone. It must be proactive, consistent, and centred on participants' safety. The Albanese Labor government has been very clear. We will protect the integrity of the NDIS. We will support providers who are doing the right thing. We will act against those who are not. And people with disabilities deserve nothing less.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Today I speak to the changes to our NDIS and focus on integrity and on safeguarding. Day after day, disabled people experience violence, abuse, exploitation and neglect. These injustices must be eliminated. This bill moves us steps in the right direction, and for that reason the Greens will be supporting it. That said, there is still much work to be done to ensure that disabled people are free from abuse, from neglect and from violence. We must continue to strengthen our laws, and the NDIS must evolve so that participants and their individual needs are truly at the centre of the scheme. Today I am putting forward amendments to address key gaps in the NDIS, backed by disabled people, advocates and service providers. One of the key ways that we can strengthen our NDIS is by making it easier for people to speak up when something is going wrong. A critical reform is strengthening whistleblower protections. Right now, support workers who speak up about neglect or fraud risk discrimination or punishment or losing their livelihoods. That is unacceptable. Stronger protections exist in aged care, and the disability sector should be no different. People who come forward to expose wrongdoing deserve protection, not punishment. Our amendments will allow anonymous disclosures and expand protections to more people, including former workers and participants, so that fear of retaliation does not silence them. I understand the government will be supporting our Greens amendment. That is a positive step, one that will help more people come forward and expose wrongdoing within our National Disability Insurance Scheme, and I am proud that it will improve the safety and well-being of people. We must be clear, there is still more to do. Even with these amendments, whistleblowers in the NDIS are not yet fully protected. While we have not secured every single change today, I welcome the government's commitment to further consultation. In this bill, the NDIA will get new power to request information from a participant or from a provider. There aren't a lot of guardrails around this change, and that's why I'm proposing that the NDIA must consider privacy when it is requesting information. This will mean better protection for participants and those providing a service. It'll mean that participants won't have to choose between exposing their personal information and paying a bill. Now, I must take this opportunity to raise the deep challenges that disabled people and our families are experiencing because of the significant changes to the NDIS as a result of Labor and Liberal teaming up in this place. What I am hearing from the community is consistent. Cuts, concern, uncertainty. One of the big stinkers that the Liberal and Labor governments teamed up to do was to remove the reasonable and necessary supports definition. This definition guaranteed that each NDIS participant would be able to argue for the individual support that they need. In its place, we now have a yes-no list, and that yes-no list is too restrictive, leaving disabled people across the country without the support that they have relied on for years. We need to return to reasonable and necessary, and my amendment today would make that happen. Sadly, I do not expect the government or the opposition to support this. I nevertheless commend these amendments to the Senate. Each disabled person is different. The supports we need are different and unique, and that should be reflected in our NDIS.
Senator Liddle.
Today to speak on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025. The Coalition will be supporting this legislation while also flagging important amendments. We will be moving and registering some significant concerns about how far this bill falls short of what is truly needed. The NDIS currently supports more than 760,000 Australians with disability, including over 65,000 participants in my home state of South Australia. Given the scale of the scheme and the public investment involved, it is essential that Parliament continues to carefully scrutinise its performance to ensure it is operating effectively, remains sustainable and delivers safe, effective and appropriate services for participants. The Coalition reaffirms our strong and unequivocal bipartisan support for the NDIS and the role the scheme plays in enabling Australians with significant and permanent disability to live with greater control and choice. This legislation is the second in a series of changes the government has made in response to both the 2023 independent review into the NDIS and the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. One of the most significant and welcome measures in this bill is the introduction of anti-promotion orders, giving the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission new powers to address providers who advertise or sell products that are clearly inconsistent with the purpose of the scheme. We must be clear-eyed about what this bill does not do. These changes provide no direct regulation of fraud controls for the 94% of NDIS providers who are unregistered, and that's not a minor gap. In my office and that of colleagues, we receive a steady stream of reports from NDIS participants who sought quotes for basic supports like gardening, cleaning, household assistance, only to find the moment they mention NDIS, the price quadruples. This bill does not fix that. The ANAO has reported that the NDIA estimates that between 6 and 10% of claim outliers could be non-compliant, fraudulent or incorrect. Law enforcement agencies have warned that organised crime is increasingly targeting the scheme, exploiting weak entry controls and fragmented oversight. This is not a peripheral concern. This is an existential threat to the NDIS if it is not confronted directly and decisively by this government. The government cannot claim to be protecting the NDIS while billions of taxpayers' dollars are potentially leaking through fraud and exploitation. Before Labor cuts support to participants, it should start by cutting fraud. The Coalition supports the introduction of a 90-day cooling-off period for participants who wish to withdraw from the scheme. As currently drafted, a participant's correspondence nominee, a person appointed simply to receive copies of correspondence, would be able to make or cancel a request to withdraw from the scheme on behalf of the participant. That's inconsistent with section 79(1)(a) of the Act, which makes clear that a correspondence nominee cannot act in relation to the preparation, review or replacement of a participant's plan. The Coalition will be moving an amendment to ensure that only the individual participant or their plan nominee can make or withdraw a request to exit the scheme. That's really important. That's about choice and control by the participant or their nominee. No one else. It's critical. We urge the government to support this amendment. It is straightforward in the fix to an unintended consequence that, if left uncorrected, could expose some of our most vulnerable participants to significant risk. The broader picture is that the NDIS is at a crossroads. The scheme has grown rapidly. Originally expected to support around 41,000 Australians, it now supports over 760,000 participants. While it's true this bill is a step in the right direction, the government must not make the mistake of thinking that it is a step for a destination. The destination has not been reached by this bill. I move the second reading amendment in the Coalition's name.
Thank you, Senator Liddle. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. In this country, we apparently have a principle in the law that no one should be tried or punished more than once for the same crime. But in 2024, this place passed an amendment to the NDIS, the Getting the NDIS Back on Track #1, that effectively ripped that principle to shreds. The 2024 amendment has meant that anyone convicted of a crime punishable by imprisonment for 2 or more years, or crimes involving fraud or dishonesty, can no longer manage their own NDIS plan or the plans of their children and family members, even after they've served the time. As we all know, and I keep talking about to educate you fellas, cultural awareness, to know the situation of the nation, Aboriginal women are disproportionately represented in the criminal legal system as a direct consequence of the racial and gendered violence entrenched in colonial history in this country. A lot of minor offences carry maximum penalties of 2 years for so-called crimes like failing to follow the direction of the police or stealing food. What's more, 95% of First Nations people appearing in court charged with a criminal offence have an intellectual disability, cognitive impairment or mental illness. This means First Peoples and First Nations women, especially those with disabilities, are criminalised. But instead of giving people control and autonomy to manage their own lives and their own affairs, which is the intention of the NDIS, the amendment that passed in 2024 strips criminalised people of their agency and forces them to relinquish control over their lives and those of their families. The 2024 amendment directly contradicts the push towards self-management and self-direction of disabilities and basically says to criminalised people and their families, we don't trust you. Because the 2024 amendment applies to carers and parents not being able to manage plans for their kids, Aboriginal mothers are further punished and Aboriginal children are further institutionalised. This is a return to the old mission era, giving us rations, rounding us up and giving us our little rations, flour and sugar. The 2024 amendment has meant that family members who serve as critical safeguards and supporters for disabled people and ensure their needs are met in a culturally safe and respectful manner are stopped from managing the care of their loved ones. I urge the Senate to pass my current amendment to repeal the changes made to NDIS in 2024, because it's not just blackfellas that are affected, it's everybody who's affected, who may have made a mistake, got a 2-year term and completely lose control of their own lives. If my amendment is not passed, the idea that Australia does not believe in second chances for criminalised people is further entrenched. I mean, even senators who've been to prison, you know, second chance. If my amendment is not passed, well, we entrench the idea that we must punish and punish again and offer no pathway to freedom, especially for criminalised First Peoples with a disability.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today in support of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025. At the outset, I reaffirm the Coalition's enduring and unequivocal support for the NDIS. It is one of Australia's most significant social reforms, reflecting our commitment to ensuring Australians with permanent and significant disability can live with dignity, independence, safety and choice. The Coalition helped build the scheme and we remain committed to protecting it for participants today and for future generations. The NDIS now supports more than 760,000 participants, far exceeding the original forecast of around 410,000. Growth itself is not the issue. It reflects unmet need and the vital role the scheme plays. However, the pace and scale of growth, combined with weak integrity settings, pose serious risks to participants, taxpayers and the long-term sustainability of the NDIS. As the scheme has expanded, so too have non-compliance, unsafe practices, predatory behaviour and outright fraud, often targeting the most vulnerable Australians. In April 2023, the government committed to limiting annual growth to 8%, later reducing this to 5 to 6% in August 2025. Yet these targets were announced without a credible plan, and a growth continues at close to 10% per annum. That trajectory is clearly unsustainable. Integrity must sit at the centre of decision-making. Participants must be protected from harm, and taxpayers must be able to trust that public funds are being used appropriately. This bill seeks to strengthen safeguards, and in many respects, it moves in the right direction. It increases civil and criminal penalties, up to 10,000 penalty units, and expands the powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commissioner, including banning and anti-promotion orders. The Coalition supports strong penalties for wrongdoing. Providers who defraud participants or deliver unsafe services must face serious consequences. But penalties alone are not enough. Without effective detection, enforcement and timely action, even the strongest penalties risk being meaningless. The ACCC's February 2026 report found widespread misleading advertising and unethical conduct, providers falsely promoting holidays or dining as NDIS supports, selling faulty equipment, refusing refunds and imposing unfair contract terms. The harm to participants and families is significant and trust in the scheme is eroding. The new anti-promotion powers are therefore justified. However, serious gaps remain. 94% of NDIS providers are unregistered, yet this bill introduces no regulatory framework for the vast majority of the market. These gaps are being exploited. Coalition officers hear frequent reports of inflated prices for basic services once providers learn costs will be charged to the NDIS. That is exploitation, and weak verification allows it to continue. Banning powers will only be effective if the Quality and Safeguards Commission is properly resourced and able to act quickly. Delay too often means harm has already occurred. We also support expanded electronic claims provided non-digital options remain available, particularly for regional areas such as Tasmania where connectivity is unreliable. The Coalition supports the 90-day cooling-off period for participants seeking to withdraw from the scheme. However, concerns remain about proposed Section 29A, which could allow a correspondence nominee to request or cancel a withdrawal, undermining participant autonomy. This must be corrected, and the Coalition has moved an amendment to ensure only the participant or an appropriate plan nominee can make such a request. Finally, public confidence is essential. The government cannot clearly quantify fraud, yet the ANAO estimates 6 to 10% of NDIS outlays may be non-compliant, billions of dollars each year. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar denied to Australians with disability. The NDIS is one of Australia's greatest reforms. This bill is a start, but much more must be done. Thank you.
I call Senator Mulholland, and then I believe it's you, Senator Hanson. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, Australians are rightly proud of the life-changing support the NDIS provides to people with a disability. It is vital that we protect it for the long term by making sure the NDIS is sustainable, it is effective, it is safe, but most importantly, that it operates with integrity. We know that the NDIS wasn't just drifting under the Liberal Party, it was being driven into the ground. The Coalition left Labor with a mess that we must clean up, brick by brick. When Labor came to office in 2022, spending on the National Disability Insurance Scheme was growing by 22% a year. The ANAO found that the system set up by the previous government lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and compliance. So it is this government that is restoring integrity to the scheme. We are cracking down on fraudulent behaviour and dodgy providers. And we know that every single dollar that is taken away from a participant by fraud is a dollar they are denied in the care and services they so deeply and desperately need. That is why our government has acted quickly, investing over $550 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance, including setting up the Fraud Fusion Task Force and amending the NDIS Act. Now, more claims are being reviewed every single day than were reviewed in a year under the previous government. More scrutiny, more integrity under this government. Under the Coalition, the NDIA required no substantiation for any claim. No substantiation for any claim. Under this government, we have the capability to screen every single claim for basic levels of compliance. And to go to some of that compliance, let's talk about the warrants. Under the Coalition, 30 warrants were issued across 4 years from 2018 to 2021. Under this government, 77 warrants were executed in just 2025 alone. That is more than double the number of warrants under this government, showing the level of integrity and compliance and cracking down on dodgy behaviour that we are tackling. Under the Coalition, the then CEO of the ACIC, Mike Phelan, said leakage could be as high as 15 to 20%. Under this government, in 2024, when he was head of the NDIS Commission, he said that the estimate was conservation, but that it was 2022, not now. And now, of course, the government has put in place a lot of mitigation strategies. Unfortunately, where we see fraud in the system, we too often see violence, abuse and neglect of participants. We as a government are determined to clean up the sector and protect people with a disability. This bill will introduce a stronger penalty framework for breaches, including failures to comply with registration conditions, banning orders and a code of conduct. It will mean that banning orders can be issued to auditors and consultants. It will give the NDIS Commission the power to issue anti-promotion orders to restrict unscrupulous providers from promoting products or services that undermine the integrity of the NDIS. These are common measures, they're common sense measures, and they are ready to go. We know that there is still more work to be done. As a member of the Joint Standing Committee on NDIS, I know the Minister has referred our committee an inquiry into fraud to recommend future measures. And this is something that I know the committee is already looking at, public hearings around the country to hear from participants firsthand about their experience to make sure that we can continue to increase integrity, to crack down on fraud, to increase compliance. Because our goal over time is to create an integrated system where compliance is easy and non-compliance is hard, because it's what participants deserve and it's what they'll get from us.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you. Well, the reforms in this bill are long overdue. The National Disability Insurance Scheme has been rife with fraud and corruption since it began. This is always what happens when the government creates a new scheme with a new pot of taxpayers' money. Governments always fail to put in place effective integrity standards and quality safeguards at the beginning. Criminals and grifters exploit the scheme, preying on the taxpayer, and the government only then realise the safeguards are necessary. One Nation supports the NDIS to provide reasonable and necessary support for Australians with significant disability. We strongly believe most Australians support it too. However, that support will evaporate unless fraud and corruption are stopped. That support will disappear unless the scheme is returned to its original purpose. One Nation welcomes new requirements imposed on NDIS providers, although we consider these should have been in place from the start. This is a classic case of shutting the stable door long after the horse is bolted. In this particular case, billions of taxpayers' dollars have gone down the drain without providing any help to any Australian with a disability. We'll never get any of it back. The Coalition turned a blind eye to it for years. At least Labor has tried to implement reforms to make the NDIS less corrupt and more sustainable, and One Nation has supported these moves. We'll work with anyone provided it's in Australia's best interest. However, One Nation understands that much more has to be done to ensure the survival of the NDIS. I've been out and about in South Australia and the federal seat of Farrer these past couple of weeks. Members of the community have approached me with amazing stories about the NDIS. These stories reinforce the need to overhaul the entire scheme. One of these stories involves the NDIS wanting to give a family $80,000 from the NDIS they did not ask for and do not need, just because their son is on the autism spectrum. I am pleased the family saw this as a rort and declined. I've heard similar stories from others, while also hearing that participants with significant or severe disabilities are not having their more urgent needs met. The NDIS was not originally intended for people with mild autism, but now more than $10 billion per year goes to participants with autism. There's now evidence that some parents go shopping for doctors and looking for an autism diagnosis for their children just to get onto the NDIS. This is plain and simple corruption, and it needs to stop if the NDIS is going to be sustainable. We must further limit eligibility for the NDIS to Australians with significant disability. We must also limit eligibility of certain treatments and therapies. An obvious example is the NDIS payment for sex worker services, which remains illegal in some jurisdictions. Another big factor in the budget blowout of the NDIS is pay rates. Specialists like psychiatrists and registered nurses are paid up to 3 times more under the NDIS than in any other health sectors. Not only is this unsustainable and unjustified, but it is causing a critical shortage of these specialists in other health sectors, like aged care, disability care, veteran care and overwhelmed public hospitals. Unskilled workers under the NDIS are being paid obscene amounts of money to do things like fold laundry or drive participants to medical appointments. The basic rate on a working day in a major city is $67 per hour, rising to more than $200 per hour in regional areas and even more on weekends and public holidays. It's no wonder that a third of the new jobs created by the Albanese government are in the NDIS itself. It's no wonder that NDIS spending will reach $52 billion this financial year, almost as much as an entire defence budget. These are the factors One Nation demands be addressed so the NDIS can survive on the continued goodwill of the Australian taxpayers to fund it. And to listen to Senator Mulholland, who just spoke before me, said Labor are the ones calling for accountability and stop fraud. Well, if that's the case, why didn't they support my inquiry last week into fraud that's happening? No, they don't want to, and they won't go far enough to shut this fraud down that's happening here. We're talking about 300,000 service providers out there, only around about 20,000 are registered. People are joining the scam because it is an absolute scam, ripping off the taxpayer, which will cost the taxpayer estimated $100 billion by 2032.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And at the commencement of my remarks, can I table an addendum to the explanatory memorandum and a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendment to be moved to this bill? The NDIS has been transformational for the lives of people with disability and for their families, and I am determined to see it take its rightful place amongst the pillars of our uniquely Australian social safety net. This bill is a significant step in the right direction. I want to thank the thousands of people with disability, their families, support workers and providers, as well as the broader community for coming forward and sharing your stories in consultations on this bill, in consultations on scheme reform and in the Disability Royal Commission. We have heard these stories, and for many it has not been an easy story to tell. You have made a difference. We've heard your stories and we've heard the need for change. We heard that when things go wrong, far too often vulnerable people do not get the support they need, and that safeguards around fraud and integrity in the NDIS desperately need strengthening. Under the former coalition government, the NDIS was rendered a soft target. Less than 30 staff in the NDIA worked on fraud. Under this government, there are hundreds. Under the coalition, just 30 warrants were issued across 4 years, from 2018 to 2021. Under this government, 77 warrants were executed in just 2025. Under the coalition, there were just 5 prosecutions in their last year in office. Under this government, 21 prosecutions have commenced already in this financial year. We are making progress against those who prey on people with a disability and the NDIS. But cracking down on bad actors trying to take advantage of the scheme also requires further legislative change. This bill aims to address that. It will give the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission additional powers to be the regulator that participants in the scheme need and deserve. It will help the Commission step out onto the front foot by giving them strengthened regulatory powers and a long overdue opportunity to be proactive instead of reactive. It will increase deterrence factors with penalties consistent with our work health and safety laws, recognising the lives of people with disability are valued as much by this Parliament as the lives of any other Australians. And providers who intentionally or negligently harm participants in their care will be held accountable and feel the full force of the law. Some senators have suggested that this bill does not tackle unregistered providers. This is false. Many of the penalties in this bill apply both to registered and unregistered providers. Banning orders apply to both registered and unregistered providers. All providers are required to adhere to the NDIS Code of Conduct. And our message to fraudsters is a simple one. If you are banned from the NDIS but choose to contravene that banning order, you do not belong in the disability sector, you belong in prison. If you think you can get rich and cut corners by operating without registration when it is required, you also belong in prison. And if you think you can get away with shonky marketing which tricks NDIS participants into misusing their funding, then we will fine you as much as $400,000. We want the scheme to work for participants, not for people looking to make a buck off the back of exploiting people with disability. We know that there is more to do, and I look forward to the work over the coming months of the Joint Standing Committee on the NDIS, led by the formidable member for Corangamite, to consider further measures the government can take to safeguard the integrity of the scheme. I thank the many sincere contributions made to this debate by senators over the last hour. Many have indicated support for the bill, which I appreciate. I thank the Liberal and Greens representatives who have worked with my office on amendments. I've written to Senator Steele-John confirming the government's intention to consult further on whistleblower protections and can confirm our support for the amendments you intend to move in relation to whistleblowers. There are a number of other amendments that will be moved, including, I understand, by the opposition, which the government will also support. There are others we cannot support, and I will explain that in the committee stage. Lastly, I want to thank again the disability community for their advocacy on these reforms. I am confident they will make a difference, and I commend the bill to the chamber.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by the opposition on sheet 3718 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required? Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. forgot you
So
did
what
this.
is this, second?
Yeah, so this.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved on behalf of Senator Rustin be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. I'll come to you in a minute, Senator McKim. Those with that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator McKim.
President, I would like to record Senator Payman's
Senator
position.
McKim, you need to seek leave.
I seek leave to do that.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. On the Coalition's second reader amendment on sheet 3718, could I please have recorded that Senator Payman supports parts A and F and opposes parts B, C, D and E?
Thank you, Senator McKim. I believe we're now in committee. Thank you. I'll call the clerk first.
A bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Sorry, I go through. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed, and I call Senator Rustin.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move the amendment on sheet 3719, circulated in my name. And as mentioned in my speech, we've circulated this amendment to close off an unintended loophole with the introduction of the 90-day cooling off period. This loophole would allow a correspondence nominee to withdraw a participant from the scheme or cancel a withdrawal, even against the participant's wishes. If the correspondence nominee is there to assist, not to make decisions against the participant's wishes. If that line is blurred, it risks removing agency from the people the NDIS is meant to empower. The Coalition Amendment makes it clear these decisions must remain with the participant. In working with the government, we're pleased that the government has indicated that it will agree with our amendment and support this. We believe this is a sensible and practical change that will close the loophole to protect participant choice.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. I can indicate, as I did in my second reading contribution, that the government supports the amendment moved by the Coalition. We thank the Coalition for reaching out to us and working with us to draft an appropriate response to the issue that was identified during the committee stage. The committee identified that an unintended consequence of the way the provisions had been drawn in the bill would be to allow a correspondence nominee to withdraw a participant from the scheme, and that is beyond the scope of what was intended as the role of the correspondence nominee, and the government supports clarifying that the plan nominee is best placed to exercise this function.
I seem to attract. The question is that amendments 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Sheet number 3719. So those in favour say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Do you need the call, Senator Waters?
3719.
3719, that's correct.
And it was a stand as printed?
With amendments 1 and 2 be agreed to.
And we oppose? Yes, I'm...
Would you like your opposition?
Hang on, 1 and 2, 3719, 1 and 2? Or
Correct.
sub 3, 1 and 2. Okay, no, we're fine to support. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is that item 3 of Schedule 2, sheet 3719, stand as printed. Those in favour say aye. No? Okay. No? The noes have it. Okay. Senator Sharma, are you seeking the call? No? Okay. Sorry. Senator Steele-John, are you seeking the call?
Sorry, Chair.
Are you seeking the call?
For the committee stage?
Yes.
Yes, moving amendment number 3689. 87.
87?
87.
Thank you. 3687. Speaking to it, Senator Steele-John?
No, to facilitate the quick passage of the legislation, I'm happy not to speak to it.
Okay. Then the question is that Part 3 of Schedule 2, Sheet 3687, stand as printed. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Is a division required? Was that yes? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. when we get to this bit. Lock the doors. Okay. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes, and I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes.
I've added a teller.
Noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Chair. I seek leave to record Senator Payment's position on that amendment.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. If I could record Senator Payment's support for that amendment, please.
Thank you. Pursuant to the order agreed to earlier today, the time allotted for debate on this bill has now expired. I will now put the question before the Chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bills. I'll first deal with the amendments circulated by the government. The question is that the amendment on sheet JQ106 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Greens, beginning with the amendment on sheet 3687. We've done that. Yep. So I will now deal with the remaining Australian Greens amendments, and I note that there is a request to have those read separately. So the first question is, yes.
We wish for 3651 to be dealt with separately, and we're happy for 3751 and 3758 to be taken together.
Okay, thank you. The question is that the amendment 3651... Oh, Senator Pocock.
Chair, please can I be a pain and ask that 3758 be put separately?
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Okay, we'll do them each separately. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3651 be agreed to. All those in favour? Those against? No. The noes have it. Is a division required? ring the bells for 4 minutes. And then we do one after that. That's what we will from after that. Lock the doors. Just a note to senators that subsequent divisions will be 1 minute divisions. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3651 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes.
Rustin? Sheldon? Grogan? Hi, Senator.
There being 12 ayes and 32 noes, the question is resolved in the negative, and a further reminder that subsequent divisions will be 1-minute divisions. I will now deal with sheet 3751. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to have Senator Payman's position on that amendment reported.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Could I please have Senator Payman's support for that vote recorded?
Thank you. So I'll now deal with amendments on sheet 3751. The question is that amendments on sheet 3751 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. There's only one voice. The ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendments on sheet 3758. The question is that the amendments on... yes, Senator McKim.
Sorry, I seek leave to have Senator Payman's position recorded.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Senator Payman opposes that amendment.
Thank you. I'll now deal with the amendments on sheet 3758. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3758 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Is a division required? Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Yes, Senator Bell.
Well, I misread the... can we please just... we would like to cancel that division and not call for a division.
Okay. Is leave... Do I still get leave? Yes. The division is cancelled. Okay. I will now... McKim.
Thank you. If I could have Senator seek leave to have Senator Payman's position recorded.
Is leave granted?
Senator Payman supports that question.
Thank you. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3647 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Those against? No. The noes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3647 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. There being 13 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, apologies, Senator McKim.
Seek leave to record Senator Payman's position.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Senator Payman opposes that question.
Thank you. Pursuant to order, I will report the bill. The committee has agreed to the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025 and agreed to it with amendments. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill now be passed. All those in favour? All those against? The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. I call the clerk. Oh, apologies. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to present a report on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee.
Is leave granted? Yep, leave is granted. Yes.
Thank you. I present the report on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on Democracy and Human Rights in Myanmar, and I move that consideration of the report be listed on the notice paper as an order of the day.
Thank you. Do you seek leave to continue your remarks?
Leave to continue my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I rise to speak on the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026. And this is legislation that reflects the increasing pressure on our legal frameworks to keep pace with rapid technological change. The bill has been worked through with a number of stakeholders over a very long period of time, and in the position of the coalition, it strikes the appropriate balance between ensuring that copyright laws keep up with technology. The coalition recognises the importance of maintaining a strong, modern and balanced copyright system, one that protects creators, whilst at the same time enabling access and knowledge access to knowledge and innovation. Copyright law underpins Australia's creative industry, supports jobs, but more than that ensures that those who produce original work are fairly treated. At the same time, though, we do acknowledge that the way Australians engage with content through digital platforms, online education and emerging technologies has evolved significantly. It is appropriate that Parliament considers reforms to ensure that the copyright system in Australia remains fit for purpose. One of the key features of this bill is the introduction of an orphan works scheme. In principle, this reform seeks to unlock material where copyright owners cannot be identified or located, allowing it to be used under a regulated framework. The Coalition sees merit in reducing unnecessary barriers to accessing historical and cultural works. There is value in enabling researchers, educators and institutions to make use of materials that would otherwise remain inaccessible. However, we must be clear, any such scheme must be implemented with care. Safeguards are essential to ensure that the rights of creators are not inadvertently undermined. Where ownership can be established, those creators must continue to receive appropriate recognition and protection. The bill that we have before the Senate also addresses online learning, clarifying that copyright rules extend into digital classrooms. This reflects the reality of the modern education system, particularly following the expansion of remote learning in recent years. We support efforts to provide clarity for teachers, students and families. Access to education, regardless of where a person lives, is critical, and the law should not create unnecessary uncertainty in delivering that access. That said, we must ensure that these changes do not shift the balance too far. Educational access must be supported, but not at the expense of industries that produce the very content that is actually being used. We believe that this bill strikes an appropriate balance between ensuring that artists and content creators are paid appropriately for their work, but ensuring at the same time that educational institutions still have appropriate access to that content. More broadly, this bill sits within a wider conversation about how copyright interacts with emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence. These are complex and evolving issues. Whilst this legislation does take some steps forward, and that is why we are supporting it, it is unlikely to be the final word. And for that reason, the Coalition emphasises the importance of ongoing scrutiny and accountability. We will be closely monitoring the implementation of this legislation, and we want to ensure that the Orphan Works Scheme operates as intended without disadvantaging the rights of holders. Educational provisions are applied fairly and responsively. Creators and industries continue to receive strong protection under Australian law. If unintended consequences arise, the Coalition will not hesitate to advocate for adjustments. As I said, the Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, it does take a step forward and represent a step forward in terms of modernising our copyright framework. It reflects changing technologies, and we know that's occurring, and certainly the new ways of learning and creating. But reform must always be accompanied by vigilance. The Coalition will support a system that is balanced, fair and sustainable, and as Senator Duniam knows full well, we will continue to hold the government accountable to that standard.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of my party, the Greens, to indicate we are supporting this legislation. And I note that one of the key benefits of this legislation is it provides for an orphan works scheme. But in the short time available to me, I just would wish to read onto the record our concerns about the operation of the proposed Section 28. There are competing interests at play in the debate over the proposed Section 28. The interests of copyright holders, creatives and others, to ensure that they are adequately remunerated for their creativity and their work. But also the interests, particularly of public education, to have clear and ready access to copyright materials for the purposes of teaching and particularly for the purposes of giving access to online education. There was much ongoing debate, there is much ongoing debate about the intent and the purposes of Section 28 of the bill. the Schools Copyright Advisory Group, or what I'll call CAG schools going forward, made it clear in comments that the Greens support that remote learning reforms are vital to ensure Australian schools can fully realise contemporary teaching methods. And
Order, Senator Shoebridge. It being 1:30, we have a hard marker. We'll now go to 2-minute statements. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, last week marked a significant moment for women's sport, both in Australia and internationally. The International Olympic Committee has confirmed that eligibility for female categories at the Olympic Games will be restricted to biological females. This decision reinforces the fundamental principles of fairness, safety and integrity that underpin competitive sport. While this outcome will be welcomed by many female athletes, it raises a deeper question. Should recognising biological reality really be considered a victory, or simply the restoration of common sense? It is concerning that it has taken years of debate of governing bodies to acknowledge what has long been understood. This decision has not been solely driven by activism, but by medical and scientific expertise. It reflects a growing recognition that biological differences between males and females have a direct and material impact on performance, safety and competitive fairness. As Australia prepares to host the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games, this ruling provides clear guidance. However, there remains inconsistencies at a national level. Australia's Sex Discrimination Commissioner Dr Anna Cody has publicly stated that she does not understand the term biological sex and cannot define what it constitutes to be a biological male. Now, that position is deeply concerning on its own. It is a clear conflict to have someone in such a position who cannot recognise the very distinction that underpins female sport. If Australia is to maintain credibility as a host nation, our leadership must align with international standards and provide clarity. Dr Cody's position as it stands is untenable. We tell young girls that hard work and dedication will lead to opportunity. Maintaining female-only categories is how we protect fairness, safety and equal opportunity for women.
Blythe, your time has expired. Senator Green.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, our government knows that families are under pressure, and that's why our number one focus remains the here and now for every single Australian. The conflict in the Middle East is pushing up fuel prices here at home and putting pressure on families, farmers and small businesses. That's why our government is taking every practical measure required to shield our nation and household budgets from the very worst of this global uncertainty. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced that our government is halving the fuel excise on petrol and diesel for 3 months to make fuel cheaper for Australians who are under pressure. And we're cutting the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months to help truckies continue their vital work of keeping Australia moving. And despite what those opposite have said, our government has been acting before this conflict broke out and during the conflict to ensure that we have action on fuel. We passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies for price gouging. We have appointed a new National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator and Task Force. We released 20% of Australia's petrol and diesel reserves and targeted those reserves to our regional areas. We've changed fuel standards, changed diesel standards, tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring, engaged the international partners to keep supply flowing, including securing a supply agreement with Singapore. We've introduced laws to make companies pay truckies fairly, and we've introduced legislation to underwrite the purchase of fuel by the private sector. We want Australians to have the strongest possible plan, so we're ready for what may come. And we're responding in the Australian way, by looking after people. We want to keep our people, our economy and our nation moving.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator McKim.
The Israeli government overnight has just locked in an apartheid death penalty for Palestinians, paving the way for summary executions through a rigged system of military tribunals completely outside the rule of law. It is a disgraceful and profound escalation of the genocide against Palestinians, and it is spearheaded by the war criminals Netanyahu and Ben Gvir. And yet today, the National Press Club here in Canberra is going to hand the Israeli ambassador a microphone, give him a cup of tea and a platform to advocate for genocide. He should not be platformed in this way, but considering he is being handed this platform, the question has become, will the Australian media hold him to account? And I say it is very unlikely that they will, because many Australian journalists and media outlets have been disgraceful and have discredited themselves in the way they have covered this genocide. They use passive language, they avoid holding Israel responsible, and they deliberately strip Palestinian people of their humanity. They take free junkets to Israel, trips by their silence, their complicity and their defence of a genocide. And meanwhile, journalists who speak out are pushed out or punished, and accusations of anti-Semitism are deployed to shut down criticism. For the way this has unfolded, many Australian journalists and many Australian media outlets stand condemned, and the Greens are here to stand up for natural justice, to stand up against apartheid, to stand up against genocide and say free Palestine.
Your time has expired. Senator Sharma.
Thank you. Well, this coming weekend is Easter, when Christians across Australia will commemorate the crucifixion of Jesus Christ on Good Friday and his resurrection on Easter Sunday. And I know for many millions of Australians this is an important spiritual occasion. It's also an important family occasion and an important festive occasion. And even if you do not believe strictly in the story of Jesus or his resurrection, I think his life, and there's no doubt that he lived and preached and was crucified and died, his life continues to shape the society we live in today and his moral lessons. The things he taught, the values he taught about the inherent dignity and rights and freedoms of each individual, no matter how humble their background, the equal accountability of the powerful and the powerless, our duty towards our neighbours and our fellow citizens are values that have shaped Australia and should continue to shape Australia. And so I say to those who are passionate believers and those who are just Australians, I hope you have a happy and safe and blessed Easter. I also wanted to extend my Passover greetings to Australia's Jewish community because as with this calendar, because Jesus went to Jerusalem at Passover, the calendars coincide, Passover and Easter. Passover, of course, commemorates the liberation of Israelites from ancient Egyptian slavery, and it's also a story of redemption and freedom and defiance against the powerful and survival against the odds. Now, many Jews celebrating Passover this year will be doing so in sad and tragic circumstances after the events of Bondi last year. They should never have to fear for their safety when celebrating and commemorating their religion. Hag Pesach Sameach.
Senator Sharma and Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On Sunday in Boorloo, Perth, on Wajak Noongar Budja, my community came together in Forest Place to reclaim the space that was shaken by hate. For tens of thousands of years, this place was part of a living system of wetlands, a place of meeting and belonging. Today, it remains Boorloo's civic heart. What occurred on January 26 not only was an attack on First Nations people, but also on a right to gather, safe and belong. The racially motivated act intended to spread fear and division, and when bigotry tries to silence, we speak louder. When fear takes hold, we reclaim the space through courage and solidarity. The harm was real. People were afraid to wear their colours. Elders felt safer to hide who they were. Some still replay that moment that the IED landed at their feet and that the weight our mob carry is still real. Coming together does not erase that hurt, but it restores something vital in our community. Families, elders, young people gathered in culture and reflection to say clearly, this space belongs to our community, not to hate. They stood along allies such as the Premier of Western Australia, Roger Cook, Federal Minister for Indigenous Australians Malarndirri McCarthy and Assistant Minister Patrick Gorman, united in support. We know there is no simple fix to racism or extremism. Not a framework, not emotion, not words alone. Real change demands more, and our government takes that responsibility seriously. Leadership was shown by our community on Sunday. In a place where fear was planted, people returned with culture, pride and unity. Forest Place will not be remembered for the cowardice of the attacker, but for how our community responded, stood strong and will continue to.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. One message coming through loud and clear from people here in Canberra that I represent, communities across the country and stakeholders representing them, is that there's an expectation that our governments do far more in the face of the current crisis. Yes, at 26 cents a litre cut to fuel excise makes a great headline, but are we going to actually see that flow through to people at the Bowser? We've got politicians who get a car from the Commonwealth, get a fuel card, telling people that on Wednesday they're going to see a reduction in fuel prices. And that's not what the fuel retailers are saying. They're saying it'll take quite a while for that to flow through. So a good headline, yes, every cent counts, but I don't think this really cuts it in terms of our response. And people were expecting far more out of yesterday's National Cabinet. If we're going to spend $2.5 billion, surely it should be more targeted. And we need to be looking at all options. We need measures that are targeted to people who need it the most in our communities. Every time you talk about this thing, people talk about the cost. We could implement a 25% tax on gas exports tomorrow and start to bring in funds for things like immediate funding for food banks nationwide. They're asking for $5 million in surge funding, free public transport for pensioners and those on fixed incomes, discounted public transport so we can actually save fuel where we can in the cities for regional areas. We could see immediate increases in the base rate of safety net payments and things like Commonwealth rent assistance. We could be doing more when it comes to price gouging, simply doubling the fines on something that's very hard to actually get petrol stations on. Just people know that this is just signalling. We can actually address the root cause of the challenges we're facing.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, 937 fuel stations. That's the number of petrol stations, fuel stations across Australia that have no fuel right now. That's 50 more than last week. And yet what does the government keep telling us? There's not a problem. There's not a problem. In fact, we have more fuel than we had before the crisis began. Well, try telling that to farmers who can't get fuel or fertiliser to harvest or plant. Try telling that to small mining companies who can't operate their mine. Try telling that to local governments who don't have fuel to pick up rubbish. This is not a problem of supply, this is a problem of distribution, and we have been raising it for 5 weeks since this began. It seems unbelievable to me that the government continues to gaslight Australians, saying there's no problem. It must be your problem. Maybe you've bought too much fuel. How ridiculous is that when Australia's cost of living is already going through the roof thanks to out-of-control spending under this government? This only makes it worse when farmers are talking about is it worth harvesting their crop, much less sending it to the supermarkets. This is a fuel crisis that the government is not managing. The fuels are, who also manages water. We all know that oil and water don't mix, tells us she'll have the report back in a month. Cold comfort to most of us. The Prime Minister told the Australian people that he would turn up when things got tough, but now that things have got tough, the system started to crack, Labor's not showing up. They choose to gaslight the Australian people instead. The Coalition believes in Australia. We will drill more, we will mine more, and we'll have more domestic gas production.
Senator McDonald. Senator Darman.
Thank you. 1 in 75 Australians carry a DNA variant, but many don't know it.
I want to talk briefly about one of those Australians whom I had the pleasure of recently meeting. Cara grew up knowing that breast cancer ran in her family. Her mum and both grandmothers had breast cancer. Despite that history, Cara was told again and again by doctors that she was too young to be tested, that she might consider it later in life, perhaps when she was 50. Then Cara's dad saw a story on the project about a world-first pilot study led by Dr. Jane Tiller, who's here in the gallery, alongside Dr. Paul Lacaze, and at Monash University, the DNA screen program. Cara applied, was accepted, and consequently learnt that she carries a BRCA2 variant. That information changed her life. It meant access to the right specialists, a clear understanding of her risk, early detection through annual MRIs, and real options for prevention. Genetic testing has extraordinary value when it is used for prevention, not punishment. It saves lives. And I'm proud that the Albanese government is banning life insurers from using adverse genetic test results to discriminate against Australians for being proactive about their own healthcare. The Senate will consider that legislation here tomorrow. No one should be discouraged from undertaking genetic testing because they fear that the results will be used to exclude them from being able to get affordable life insurance. That means better prevention, earlier treatment, stronger public health outcomes, and advances in scientific knowledge that will benefit every single Australian. When variants are detected early, prevention and intervention become possible. Thank you very much, Dr. Jane Tiller, Professor Paul Lacaze, and all involved in your team for your leadership, your advocacy, and your research.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. Last night, the Four Corners expose revealed that in just 1 year, universities spent $1.8 billion of public money on consultants. And what did this $1.8 billion achieve for universities? Governance failure after governance failure, thousands of job cuts, and gutting of hundreds of courses across universities. When university councils are stacked with corporate appointees and conflict of interests are rife, it's really no wonder that billions of dollars of public funds are lining the pockets of private consultants. So this is not surprising, but it is actually shocking that so much public money is splashed on consultants while staff and students suffer under unfair conditions, under heavy workloads, and under higher and higher fees. University VCs, who are paid obese and obscene salaries, have been all too willing to sign the check and implement the neoliberal corporate agenda of their consultant buddies. The corporate university model has resulted in $50,000 arts degrees, courtesy of the disastrous JRG scheme. It is a model that has turned higher education, a public good, into a market for profit-seeking firms and austerity-obsessed executives, even though they are very happy to walk away with bloated pay packets. The Labor government is tinkering around the edges, and that's not going to cut it. The system's decay of consultant capture and a ruthless corporate culture needs complete overhaul of governance, of accountability, transparency, of funding and fees. And the evidence provided by NTEU staff and students, very bravely, again and again, has been damning. So a shout out to all of them. University staff and students should be running.
Your time has expired. Senator Thorpe. Resume your seat.
Thank you. Just turning down the temperature, Chair. With Palestinian Prisoners' Day coming up on the 17th of April, I want to speak the truth this Parliament too often avoids. Since 1967, over 1 million Palestinians have been detained under Israel's military system. Today, nearly more than 9,500, including children, are imprisoned. Many are held indefinitely, without charge, under so-called administrative detention, based on secret evidence. Often their crime is nothing more than throwing stones or sharing a social media post criticising the genocide. And yesterday, Israel passed a new law to sentence Palestinian prisoners to death by hanging without clemency. This is not justice, but oppression and apartheid. If these practices were undertaken by any other country, we would condemn them. Last week, the UN Special Rapporteur, Francesca Albanese, the real good Albanese, released a report finding that Israel's use of torture is systematic, forming part of what she identifies as a genocidal project. Palestinians are beaten, subjected to sexual violence, starvation and psychological terror, both inside prisons and across the occupied territories. This system of organised cruelty and collective punishment is designed to crush dignity and resistance and break a people. Australia claims to support human rights while turning a blind eye. Foreign Minister Wong must impose targeted sanctions on Israeli officials and entities responsible for this system, support international criminal court investigations and urgently investigate Australians serving in the Israel military. Silence is complicity. We must stand for justice, accountability and the fundamental right of Palestinians to live free from occupation, apartheid and genocide. Free Palestine!
Senator Thorpe, your time has expired. Senator Rustin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to call out the Albanese Labor government for its deeply flawed rollout of its aged care reforms. This week I joined with colleagues from across the parliament to demand urgent action to protect older Australians from the consequences of these failures. This is a damning indictment on the government that is causing real harm. Labor promised no older Australian would be worse off under its reforms. That promise has been broken, and broken in so many ways. Costs for essential home care services have exploded, driven by additional red tape and rigid rules that are choking providers and denying older Australians the care that they need. The government is essentially letting a robot decide the care needs of older Australians without any human override. Home care funding is being rationed through the introduction of interim packages where they are only delivering 60% of the care that is needed. And the wait lists continue to grow, with more than 234,000 older Australians now waiting for support, including more than 131,000 who are waiting an average of 10 months for a home care package that they have been assessed as needing. This is Labor's aged care crisis, and it is only getting worse. This failed rollout of its aged care reforms is hurting older Australians and putting more pressure on our broader health system. Minister Ray has been completely missing in action, and it is clear he and the government have no plan to fix these issues. Instead, he is deflecting responsibility to the regulator. The Albanese Labor government must take responsibility for its own crisis, starting by immediately introducing human override to its harmful new assessment algorithm.
Senator Rustin. Senator Whitted.
Thank you. I would like to wish a happy Easter to all Australians. This holiday is a time for family and friends to gather and reflect on their faith. In particular, I want to shine a light on the good men in Australia that will be away from their families this Easter. Here in Parliament, we'll take a break for Easter. We get to go home and spend time with our loved ones. But in my home state of Western Australia, where 80% of our 60,000 FIFO workers are men, many will not have the chance to see their families. They're keeping the lights on for the rest of us, keeping the Australian economy strong and sacrificing their time for their family's sake. I want to say thank you to all of you, to all hard-working Aussies, our frontline workers and people in uniform. I also want to speak to those good men that have been separated from their children and families at this time. There are many men, good men, that have been treated unfairly by the family law system in Australia. I receive countless messages from men that are desperate after being separated from their family, their children and their support networks by family courts. We have a crisis in this country. We lose too many boys and men, one every 3 hours, who have become hopeless, who can't see another way out. As a country, we've forgotten how to encourage and support our men. We want men that are brave and bold, men who are willing to step up and help those that need protection. We need to fix our courts to make sure that good fathers have the same rights as mothers. My message to all good men out there that are missing out this Easter is, hang in there. I will continue to fight for you, and if you know someone in this situation, reach out to them. Help me support good men.
Thanks, Senator Whitten. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Right now, Israel's ambassador to Australia, Hillel Newman, is addressing the National Press Club. This is a man who just 3 weeks ago questioned on live television whether the 165 girls killed in the first strike on Iran were even in the school. This is a representative of a country that has perpetrated a genocide in Gaza that continues to this day. A country that is expanding northwards, bombing the people of Lebanon and stealing their land. Israel bombs hospitals and schools, treats non-Jewish citizens as second class and commits murder and ethnic cleansing with impunity. Overnight, Israel's parliament passed legislation allowing them to impose the death penalty on Palestinian prisoners. When it passed, Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who wore a golden lapel pin in the shape of a noose, popped a bottle of champagne to celebrate. This is the kind of racist dehumanisation that is embedded in the very fabric of our so-called ally. It is shocking and bizarre that the National Press Club, a champion of media freedom according to its website, would invite the ambassador of a country that has murdered 300 journalists since the beginning of the genocide in Gaza. And 2 days ago, they murdered another 3 journalists in Lebanon, dropping 4 precision missiles on a clearly marked press car. Meanwhile, Australia is increasingly cracking down on free speech in support of Palestinians and criminalising critique of the State of Israel. It is a disgrace that the Israeli ambassador is addressing our National Press Club, and it is a disgrace that Labor has not expelled the Israeli ambassador from this country.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. You know, the GST is one of the most important pillars of our national economy. In 2025-26, it will inject more than $96 billion into the economy. This funds our hospitals, our schools, our essentials. For Tasmania, it is absolutely critical. With GST budget decisions ahead, I must stress that the only real option for Tasmania is full horizontal fiscal equalisation. Tasmania is an island with a small and ageing population. We face unique structural challenges, and right now Tasmanians are being handed a poorly managed state budget heading in the wrong direction. That is not a burden Tasmanians should have to carry alone. That is why I'm advocating for a return to full HFE as a long-term sustainable policy. HFE helps save the Tasmanian economy, but since the 2018 reforms, Western Australia, as Senator Steele knows, has received $22.4 billion more in GST than under full HFE. The only thing that has minimised the effect on Tasmania is no worse off payments, but the necessity shows that the system is not fit for purpose. WA makes a significant contribution, and we acknowledge that, but this is a federation. Strength and responsibility should be shared. Smaller states should not be left behind because of geography or circumstance. We are one country. With the right support behind it, Tasmania's economy can grow, creating opportunity and reducing inequality over time. GST makes up more than 40% of Tasmania's budget. Without it, a state budget already under strain, with debt projected to reach $13 billion by 2028, would reduce Tasmania's quality of life. The consequences would be real: weaker health services, stretched education, struggling families. I will not stand by and watch that happen. Full HFE is fair, it is responsible, and it is necessary for Tasmania and for the nation.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Murray-Elsmith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. March is Endometriosis Awareness Month. Endometriosis is a chronic condition that can cause pain, impact fertility, and too often prevents women and girls from participating fully in their everyday lives. And as is so common when it comes to women's health, those living with endo are too often left without the support they need, have had their symptoms dismissed, and had to search tirelessly for answers, for empathy, and for solutions. This was certainly the case for an amazing, resilient young woman I met recently on a visit to Adelaide's Thrive Endo Clinic. She had for years been living with debilitating pain that was simply dismissed by those she sought help from. It wasn't until she found the right care at Thrive, one of the 33 endo clinics funded by our government, that she was able to access the quality of care and the expertise that she needed. Her pain had previously been so unbearable that it caused her to withdraw from school. Now she is returning to school and planning her bright future. The treatment this young woman relies on is one of the options added to the PBS by our government, which meant a great deal to her and her family. When it comes to endometriosis, just as with the broader spectrum of women's health issues, too often women are going unheard, too often their pain is dismissed, too often they aren't getting the care they need, and our government is fighting every day to change that. Since our women's health package was introduced last year, Australian women have saved more than $23 million on contraception, 6,000 women and girls have accessed endo treatment at PBS prices, and they've saved almost $5 million on thousands of scripts in the past year alone.
Thank you, Senator Smith. We'll move to question time. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australians are paying record prices for energy, for fuel, for groceries. Everywhere they turn, they are paying more. And in the middle of all of this, the government is proposing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars creating over 40 new politicians and increasing the size of Parliament. Minister, who is asking for this, the Australian people or the Australian Labor Party?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Order, order, order. Senator Wong.
Well, can I say as a general proposition that the Australian Labor Party is pretty happy with the size and composition of the current parliament, and I think that would be the approach we would take. But I am aware. I think it's Senator Senator Canavan who was keen, or the National Party who was keen on increasing the size of the parliament. But I think that's a matter for them.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McGrath, first supplementary.
PBO costings show that expanding Parliament by over 40 politicians will cost taxpayers more than $600 million. Minister, how can the government justify spending more than $600 million on more politicians when Australians cannot afford to fill their cars?
Minister Wong.
Again, I would say that we on this side are happy with the current size and composition of the parliament. It is. I would just.
Pulling up the drawbridge.
Order.
If I may.
See you, Matt. See you, Matt. Lots of diversity on that Senate ticket, James.
Order across the chamber. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Farrell. Senator Farrell, come to order. So I think that's the first time I've ever called you to order. Order. Minister Wong.
Thank you. It is, of course, standing practice for the... Oh, boy. I'll just wait.
Order across the chamber. Order across the chamber. Order. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Order. Order. Minister Wong.
It is, of course, standard practice that the multi-party JSCEM undertake a review until after every election to consider the what we can learn from those elections and the matters that affect our democracy. It's a routine process that is still underway. I don't believe it's even tabled an interim report, so I think you're jumping the gun a bit. And if I may, while I'm on my feet, congratulate you for taking the top of the Senate ticket, Senator McGrath. But I do think, saying to people, we would say to you that you probably have some self-interest, in not wanting the Parliament changed.
Order! Order! This is question time, not yelling across the chamber time. Senator McGrath, second supplementary.
Minister, no party took this to the last election, no voter was consulted, no Australian asked for this. Will the government rule out expanding the size of Parliament, yes or no?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Well, again, we are happy on this side of the chamber with the size and the composition of the Parliament. I would say to you, Senator, though, it does seem slightly odd that I have had lectures from you about being out of touch. But in the middle of a fuel crisis, a conflict in the Middle East and the largest global shock to energy markets in Australian history, you want to talk about yourself.
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senators on my right. Senator McGrath.
Point of order. I seek to table the costings from the PBO showing it's going to cost
Senator
$600 million of taxpayers.
Senator McGrath, resume your seat. Senator McGrath. Senator McGrath. Order. Minister Wong, had you concluded your answer?
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The conflict in the Middle East is disrupting global supply chains, impacting the ability to purchase fuel on the global market. This is driving up fuel prices and compounding cost of living pressures. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering timely and meaningful relief to households and businesses, and how will the government's decision to temporarily lower the fuel excise deliver further relief?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for that question. And it is the question, I think, on the topic that is attracting a lot of attention from households right across Australia as they deal with the impacts, as Senator Dowling said, from the conflicts in the Middle East and the consequences they're having on the fuel markets. The Middle East conflict has caused real disruption, and Australians are feeling it at the Bowser and beyond. But we have worked hard, the Albanese government, to make sure that we are responding in a timely and coordinated way to deal with the consequences of that conflict. We have passed new laws to double the penalty for petrol companies that engage in price gouging, misleading conduct or cartel behaviour. We've released 20% of Australia's fuel reserves, targeted to ease pressure in regional markets and protect supply for critical users. We've temporarily adjusted petrol and diesel standards. We've engaged with international partners and suppliers to support continued shipments. And of course, we've established the Fuel Supply Task Force to drive whole-of-government coordination and provided some financial counselling support for impacted farmers, because we know that pressure is hitting there hard. Yesterday, the government took further action, including cutting the fuel excise by half and reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months. We've also introduced bills to ensure the government can respond quickly to any urgent and unforeseen fuel supply challenges that may arise. The National Cabinet yesterday agreed to the National Fuel Security Plan, which has 4 clear areas. The first, plan and prepare. The second, keep Australia moving, which is the stage we're currently at. The third stage, taking targeted action, and the fourth, protecting critical services for all Australians. So we are looking at how we can support industry, business, households, and make sure there's a continued coordinated response across all governments across Australia as we deal with the impacts of the conflict from the Middle East.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, first supplementary.
The government is clear that fuel retailers must not use global uncertainty to increase their margins at Australians' expense. How is the government protecting consumers and motorists and ensuring fair pricing at the Bowser?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for that question. It's an important one. The Treasurer has tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring, reporting weekly with a focus on unusual price spikes. We've also empowered the ACCC by doubling penalties for false and misleading conduct and cartel behaviour, with legislation that passed last week. The ACCC itself has been very clear about targeting misconduct in the fuel sector, and they've also announced they're investigating major fuel companies over allegations of market misconduct. And indeed, last month, before the crisis began, they secured a $16 million fine against Mobil for making false or misleading representations around fuel. And the ACCC also brought in the fuel companies into an urgent meeting to explain their pricing conduct. Now, this focus is really important and will continue to make sure that the decisions we've taken will flow on to motorists when they go and fill up their car once that excise comes off.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
In a volatile global environment, Australians need confidence in the security and reliability of our fuel supply. What is the government doing to secure Australia's fuel supply and strengthen reliability amid ongoing global uncertainty?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I also thank Senator Dowling for that question, because supply has been a priority, and focusing on supply has been a priority for the Albanese government since this conflict began. And indeed, there's legislation that will come to this place later today to ensure that Export Finance Australia can help industry source additional cargoes overseas, and it will do that by making sure there are new powers to keep fuel flowing for Australians by underwriting the purchase of fuel by the private sector. Already there are discussions with local and international fuel suppliers to help firm up and source new cargoes to ensure we're getting the fuel we need when it's needed and where it's needed. And it will mean, in cases where it would be cost prohibitive for private suppliers to source on commercial terms, the government will provide that additional support. It won't subsidise fuel that importers have already contracted to supply, but it will give suppliers confidence to secure additional and discretionary cargoes which will be used to service uncontracted demand, including in regional and independent fuel suppliers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yesterday, the Prime Minister followed the Coalition's lead and announced a temporary cut to the fuel excise. You're welcome. But unlike the Coalition, he couldn't point to a single dollar in savings to pay for it. The Reserve Bank has been very clear. Australia's inflation problem is homegrown. Inflation is well above the target band, and increasing fuel costs will push it higher still. Minister, how much will this unfunded decision add to inflation? Or has the Prime Minister not even bothered to ask?
Just a moment, Senator Wong. Senator Mackenzie, you interjected the whole time that Senator Hume was on her feet, and I found it very hard to hear her question. Questions need to be asked in silence, as do answers. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Hume for her question. And I can advise that the estimate, I was asked about inflation, that the Treasury estimates indicate that the excise cut could directly reduce headline inflation by around 0.5 percentage point through the year to the June quarter 2026. And I would just emphasise, obviously, that the reduction in the fuel excise that is being brought forward is temporary. In relation to how this is to be funded, I would note the boasting from the Shadow Finance Minister, who looked to increase debt and to increase deficits and to increase taxes, that theirs was a more responsible policy. I would make the point that the position of the Coalition in relation to what they proposed on excise was to make electricity bills more expensive, because in an ideological approach to energy policy, their proposal was to cut the home battery program. There are around 300,000 Australians, including households and small business, who have installed a cheaper home battery. This permanently reduces power bills. It delivers real and lasting cost of living relief for families, businesses, and benefits everyone by taking pressure off the electricity grid. So I'd make the point, Senator, through you, President, that the so-called offsets or savings that you describe, in fact, would ensure that more Australian households would have higher energy prices.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, economists today have warned that the government's $2.6 billion fuel excise cuts will add to inflation by putting further pressure on interest rates, and will put further pressure on interest rates, I should say, because there's not a single dollar of savings that go alongside it. Is the Prime Minister aware that his version of this policy risks forcing the RBA to raise interest rates and keep them higher for longer? And if he is aware, why is he happy to let Australian mortgage holders pay the price for his failure to find savings in the budget?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
Well, first, cost of living pressures have been a priority for this government since coming into government. And of course, I don't need to remind the former Shadow Finance Minister that, in fact, the inflation challenge under the government of which she was a part was much, much higher. It is the case that that Australians are having to deal with higher inflation and interest rates, and we are very conscious of that, which is one of the reasons why cost of living measures have been such a priority for our government. And I would make the point that the former Shadow Finance Minister was part of a party that voted against a great many of the cost of living measures that the government put forward, including tax cuts. And it is quite remarkable, isn't it, to record for history
thank you,
a Liberal
Minister.
Party
The time for
opposing
answering
tax
has
cuts.
expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Minister, Australians are being forced to make difficult choices every single day, including whether they can afford to take their Easter holiday to be with family and friends. Why is it always the case that Australians are being forced to make tough choices, but the Prime Minister refuses to make any, and only ever seems to make the inflation problem worse?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
And why is it always the case that you oppose relief for Australian families? I mean, that's really the question that Australians were asking after the last election, when the economic team that now runs the Liberal Party, Mr Taylor and Senator Hume, went to an election with bigger deficits, more debt and higher taxes. And now have the temerity to come in and say, oh, by the way, you need some savings. I mean, it's quite well. This is just less than a year ago, Senator Cash, so you can't run away from the legacy of higher taxes, higher deficits and more debt as quickly as you. I know you want to put it into the rear vision mirror, but we all remember that this is the economic dream team that went to an election with higher taxes for the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Senator Wong. April 1st marks 2 years since the slaughter of Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham and her 6 colleagues by Israel. This was no tragic mistake. Their clearly marked aid convoy was struck 3 separate times until they were all killed. 2 years on, no one has been held accountable. Instead of justice, your government has offered platitudes and the inadequate Binskin report. Minister, you could have referred the matter to the ICC, pushed for an international investigation, demanded the release of evidence, imposed consequences, or insisted that those responsible be charged. At the very least, you could have honoured Zomi's family's wishes and demanded Israel give a public apology and compensation to recognise her life and support other aid workers. Beyond quietly raising the issue, what concrete action have you taken to secure justice for Zomi Frankham?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. The death of Zomi Frankham and her 6 WCK World Central Kitchen colleagues should not have occurred. I've said that many times on behalf of our country, clearly to Israel and to the international community. Her tireless work to improve the lives of others should never have cost Zomi Frankham her life. We have made clear on more than one occasion, Senator, that our expectation that there should be transparency about Israel's ongoing investigation. We continue to press for full accountability, including any appropriate criminal charges. Most recently, the Prime Minister and I personally raised this matter with President Herzog, and we will continue to advocate on the family's behalf. At the UN General Assembly last year, in 2025, we honoured the life of Zomi Frankham by launching the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, and I thank her brother for being with us on that day. Australia brought together more than 100 countries to commit to real protections for the people risking their lives to save others. This is about bringing the world together to protect people who risk everything to save innocent lives in war zones. I might make a comment, I don't know if I'm going to be asked this, but I saw some comments in relation to the audio recording. I want to make very clear with the chamber, we have made representations during and since the Binskin report to Israel on this matter on behalf of the family. We will continue to engage and consult Ms Frankham's family on their requests.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Before I ask my next question, I want to give a shout-out to the brave humans, Jaden, Ethan, Zach and Annie, who are soon going to be joining the Global Samud Flotilla. Minister, when an Australian aid worker is murdered, and it is murder, it's not just death in a vacuum by a genocidal state, and your government refuses to take any meaningful action beyond representations, isn't your rhetoric about protecting aid workers completely hollow?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
No.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Minister, aid workers put their lives on the line in the world's most dangerous places. They represent the very best in Australia. Why should any Australian aid worker trust that this government will protect them when after 2 years you have failed to deliver even the most basic accountability for the killing of one of our own?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
The phrase, the aid workers are the best of us, is one I have used on a number of occasions, and it's one that I used when we, with 100 other countries, and I know you seek to dismiss that, but this is how you work for change. You build coalitions across countries. I know that's not your style, but that's not how you like to just yell at people. But we actually engage with other countries on this, and with the ICRC. And I again say that the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law remain central to how Australia seeks to engage with the world, and central to the world that Australia advocates for. In the shadow of the worst war the world has known, the international community came together to establish principles of humanitarian law, and we will always seek to defend them.
The time for answering has expired. Order! 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 Senator Faruqi, you were heard in complete silence, and that respect needs to be shown to any minister that's answering question. Senator Orman-Payne, not only are you out of order, I believe you're completely out of order because that is not your seat according to my seating plan. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, President. My question today is to my good friend and Minister for Trade and Tourism, Senator Farrell. That's right, colleagues. Now, the Albanese government, President, is acting now to prepare and shield Australians from global fuel supply shocks. Now, last Saturday, the Prime Minister announced new fuel security powers to help keep fuel flowing into Australia. Minister, how do these new powers help secure fuel and keep our people, our economy and our nation moving forward?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. And I do have some friends in this place. And I thank Senator Ciccone from the great state of Victoria for his question. The conflict on the other side of the world is having a real impact on Australians here at home. And the Albanese Labor government is acting now to shield Australians from the worst of it. Fuel is available on the international market, but it's becoming more expensive and riskier to secure commercially. That's why the government is stepping in to secure the additional fuel vital to the Australian economy. We're giving Export Finance Australia the financial tools that they need to support companies to get additional fuel shipments. They can provide insurance, derivatives, loans and other arrangements to make sure that those companies can go out and get the fuel cargoes for Australia and for Australians. This fuel security support from the government will not be business as usual. It will be for additional supplies, and this will ensure that we will have a wider range of tools available to respond to Australia's everyday needs. We will not wait for a crisis to deepen before we act. We will prepare for what may come, and we will act ahead of the curve. What we do today will shield Australians from the challenges of tomorrow. And the government is going further than fuel. Our strategic reserve will secure the the supply of strategic materials that are absolutely vital to our growing economy. These include fuel, critical minerals and other goods that may be impacted by the current conflict in the Middle East.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Before I come to you, Senator Ciccone, I draw to the attention of senators the presence in the gallery of former Senator Mark Uppy. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Minister, for that answer. As we know, no country is immune from the impacts of this conflict, but the government is acting decisively to ensure that Australia remains prepared and resilient. Minister, can you please outline on how the government's announcements on fuel security and fuel excise are helping to keep Australians on the road, supporting tourism that are reliant on businesses across our nation?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Ciccone for his first supplementary question. The Albanese Labor government recognises that global uncertainty is placing pressure on households and businesses, but we're taking practical steps to ease that burden. Our measures on fuel security and temporary fuel excise relief will help families and ensure Australians can stay on the road. Importantly, as the Prime Minister has said, Australians should continue with their Easter plans. By having the fuel excise, we are lowering costs, we are strengthening supply, and we are supporting tourism operators, small businesses and regional communities that very much rely on holiday travel. These actions are about protecting jobs and ensuring Australians can continue to travel, connect and support local economies.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Thanks again, President. Thank you, Minister. I'm sure many regional communities at the moment will be welcoming those people visiting over the Easter period. Australians have seen many petrol stations experiencing temporary shortages due to increased demand, and some businesses are struggling to get their products out of our country. What support is the government providing to these businesses, and what actions is the government taking to diversify trade and build supply chain resilience?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ciccone, for your second supplementary question. And I can imagine there will be a lot of people wanting to travel to the Clare Valley over this long Easter weekend. In early March, with the Trade Diversification Network established under our $50 million Accessing New Markets initiative, the network comprises 40 peak bodies from across Australian industry. Finding options for businesses relying on the Gulf is a priority for the network. In addition to whole-of-government efforts, the government, through Austrade, is providing market and logistical support and briefings for thousands of businesses, including on freight and shipping. Austrade is connecting exporters with importers, distributors and logistics providers, and providing advice on alternative markets for diversification. We're talking to Australian...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. I inform the chamber that Senator Lambie has given her question to Senator David Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water, Senator Watt. Minister, the government has made some very welcome commitments to zero new extinctions and protecting 30% of land and seas by 2030. Yet, according to the Biodiversity Council, just 0.1% of our federal budget, or $474 million, was spent on nature protection in 2025. At the same time, on the most recent figures, $26 billion in subsidies are flowing to activities that actually harm biodiversity. Can the government meet its environmental commitments without a substantial increase in funding for nature, including the Saving Native Species program?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Pocock. It's nice to get a question about the environment, so thank you for asking the question. The Albanese government has committed substantial funding over the last 4 years towards the preservation of our native species. When we think about how Australia is thought about internationally, of course, very often when people think of Australia, they think of those unique native species that we have here, whether it be kangaroos, koalas, a range of reptiles, mammals, fish, etc. It's not only for that reason, of course, that we believe in supporting the preservation and recovery of these species, and it's exactly why we went to the 2022 election with a new funding program around saving native species. I've actually had the privilege of meeting some of the people who've played a really big role in captive breeding programs and other programs that we've been funding to aid the recovery of critically endangered species. It wasn't that long ago I was at Melbourne Zoo, for example, seeing the good work around the recovery of the Lord Howe Island stick insect and the Victorian grassland earless dragon, just to name a couple of species whose recovery is being supported through the funding provided by our government. Now, we are, of course, at that point in the budget cycle where a range of groups are making a range of asks regarding funding for existing and new programs. I think this week alone I've had about 7 different groups in my office asking for different funding for different kind of programs, and we'll weigh all of those requests up as we can make these sorts of considerations during the budget. But whether it be through that program or, of course, the historic environmental law reforms that this parliament passed last year, the Albanese government's record in protecting our native species is second to none.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
And, thank you, Minister. Minister, we're hearing that the Saving Native Species program faces a funding cliff. I've been hearing from on-the-ground conservation organisations saying that they're already letting go staff because their funding comes to an end. Given how critical this on-the-ground work is to the government's goals when it comes to biodiversity, can the government provide these organisations with some certainty that the Saving Native Species program will continue to be funded?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock, and I suspect the very same groups who are speaking to you about this program are the same groups who've spoken to me about it, and indeed to the Minister for Finance as well, and the Treasurer about the importance of this program. So, as I say, we are at that point in the budget cycle where all of these things are being considered. It is the case that the Saving Native Species program was funded for 4 years after our election 2022. That means that the funding for the current program expires on the 30th of June this year, and of course that, along with a range of other measures, will be considered by the government as we finalise this year's budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, as I said, organisations are having to let go staff because of that funding cliff. Does the government believe that 0.1% of the federal budget is enough, given we're a mega-diverse country and a world leader in extinction?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, I haven't verified that figure, and I'd want to make sure that it does truly reflect the broad range of funding programs that exist, not just in my department, but a range of other departments of this government that go towards protecting biodiversity. In addition to those funding programs, as I've mentioned, we've reformed our environmental laws. We've put in place targets around protecting 30% of, I'm not sure I'd be talking about.
Order.
Well, I'm not sure, Senator Henderson, if you really want to talk about extinct species, this government has laws, has policies, has funding programs in place towards the preservation and restoration of biodiversity, and I'm sure that a range of those programs will exist post-budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, next question.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation and the Minister for Science, Senator Ayres. Minister, I'm keen to understand how the voluntary national expectations that you released last week around data centres will be enforced and big multinational tech companies held to account for complying with them, given that when it came to the under-16 ban on social media, the Parliament had to pass legislation. It seems to me that when it comes to data centres, we have some expectations on a website. How will this be enforced?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President, and thanks, Senator Pocock, for that question, which really goes to not just the announcement that I and the Assistant Minister, Dr Charlton, made the other day, but to the regulatory framework and investment from large proponents for data centres in Australia. My starting proposition and the government's starting proposition on this is that we want to see not just investment here in Australia, but investment that delivers for Australia. That does mean engaging with and making sure that we capture the opportunities of artificial intelligence for the Australian economy, not just in terms of data centres and digital infrastructure, but also the rest of the technological stack and the opportunities for Australian businesses and households. We released the National Artificial Intelligence Plan some months ago, and we indicated to the community that we would announce the investment principles, which we called the expectations, a few weeks ago. We did that. They go to prioritising our national interest, supporting energy investment, water sustainability, investing in skills and jobs, and strengthening research, innovation and local capability. Of course, the compliance rubber hits the road in the states. So the engagement with the states on their planning approvals is fundamental to us achieving our objectives here, particularly in terms of electricity. What this plan sets out very clearly is additional net electricity investment in terms of power purchasing agreements that provide for additional electricity in the system.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
So, Minister, just to clarify, you're saying that the states will enforce your expectations, that there is no federal mechanism to enforce the expectations? I'm concerned about that because Aussies also expect things like a return on our gas, but don't get it. How are you actually going to enforce them?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Thanks, President. The enforcement proposal is simple. These companies are seeking the federal government's support. Proposals that align with those expectations will receive the support of the federal government. Proposals that don't align will not receive the support of the federal government. The expectations will work alongside existing state and territory legislation where the majority, as I started to say in the response to the first question, the majority of planning approvals. And so that will require the states and territories meeting with the plan and adopting those principles themselves. And the discussions that we've had with the states and territories as we consulted with them about this and what they've had to say publicly about this gives me a lot of confidence that the states, there will not be a race to the bottom amongst the states and territories, that they are backing those principles and backing those expectations.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Well, Minister, I think Australians don't have much faith in big tech companies at all. These are companies that are happy to screw people for profits. So I'm interested, if a proposal aligns, how do you ensure that the proposal then meets its commitments around water, around energy, around jobs? It's all well and good to say, yeah, we'll do that, but how are you actually going to ensure that these companies are actually meeting what they say they're going to do?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, we'll work with states and territories and market bodies to embed those expectations into, in particular, planning approval frameworks so that Australians can have confidence that a data centre that consumes a certain amount of electricity will underwrite power purchasing agreements that deliver additional electricity to what they consume, that there will be real and practical benefits for Australian companies, particularly in terms of research and development, building our own tech sector. This technology is important for Australia's competitiveness. It is important for the health of Australians. It's important for our strategic position in the region. And I accept absolutely, the reason that the government has introduced the Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute, the reason that we have announced these expectations and will embed them with the states is to make sure that artificial intelligence investments deliver for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Senator Watt. Minister, last November I asked you about the country of origin of refugees in your government's refugee visa program. Your response on notice stated, quote, There were no visas granted to citizens of Nigeria or South Africa through the offshore refugee program. In my question, I pointed out the reason why we're not taking in Christian refugees is because your government is taking refugees almost exclusively from Muslim countries or communities. Minister, why is your government not offering refugee status to Christians currently being subject to persecution, violence and murder in Nigeria and South Africa, rather than taking the people who are propagating the culture of violence?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, I'm always careful, Senator Roberts, to not concede that what you put forward as facts are actually facts. In particular, on matters relating to migration, because we know that you and your party seek to divide Australians based on the issue of migration. And in particular, if any evidence of that is needed, it's the conclusion of your question, which yet again seeks to tar all Muslim Australians and Muslim migrants with the actions of a small minority who do the wrong thing. You know, we know it wasn't that long ago that your party leader, Senator Hanson, effectively said that there was no such thing as a good Muslim, a statement that we utterly reject, and in fact
Watt?
Senator Whitten rejected, to his credit.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Roberts.
Point of order, that's not accurate. She did not say that. That was
Senator
a media
Roberts,
beat-up.
Senator Roberts. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Roberts, for sitting down when I requested it. Minister Watt, please continue.
Well, Senator Hanson's comments on Muslims were so outrageous that Barnaby Joyce distanced himself from them, that Senator Whitten distanced himself from them. I don't recall you distancing yourself from those comments, Senator Roberts. And that's a matter for you to determine how you feel about those statements.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Point of order, I just did distance myself because the comments weren't accurate.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. It's not a point of order, it's a debating point. Minister Watt, have you concluded your answer?
So what I've said repeatedly in answer to questions from One Nation on the issue of migration in this chamber is that the Albanese government proudly has a policy of not discriminating against migrants based on their religion or other personal attributes. We will always consider the merits of every migration application. Each and every day we reject applicants who are seeking to move to Australia and migrate to Australia on the basis of character checks and other reasons, but we don't have a blanket rule of stopping all people from a certain faith in the way that One Nation seeks us to do.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, the Syrian Islamic regime of President Abu Muhammad al-Jalani is conducting a slaughter of Christians and Alawites in Syria to turn Syria into a caliphate. The videos are all over social media, and yes, we have checked them and they've been authenticated. Minister, will you reduce...
Order. Order.
Will you reduce your Islamic refugee intake and at least balance it with Nigerian and Syrian Christian and Syrian Alawite refugees before they too are killed at the hands of Islamists?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. The time for asking has expired. Minister Watt.
Well, again, Senator Roberts, to your deep shame, you are equating every Muslim who seeks to move to Australia with the actions of what sounds like a reprehensible organisation, and that is not a position that we accept. Well, our position is that anyone who seeks to get a visa to migrate to Australia should be assessed to ensure their character, that they are of good character, that they don't present a security risk to Australians wherever they're from and whatever their faith is. Now, Senator Roberts, I might need to remind you that the comments of your leader, Senator Hanson, were that, well, there's good Muslims out, or she was asked whether there's good Muslims out there, and she said, how can you tell me there are good Muslims? So if that's the kind of language and rhetoric that you think is going to help bring this country together, then that's on you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Minister, in your written reply dated 4th of November, you twice refer to the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees and admit that it informs and manages, quote, your resettlement intake. Why is your immigration program risking the safety and security of everyday Australians?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Watt.
Well, it's not. And Senator Roberts, I know you and your party have sought to profit politically from the awful tragedy we saw at Bondi just before Christmas. And it's worth remembering that one of the people involved in those attacks migrated to Australia during the Howard government's period in office and the other of those people was born in Australia. But let's just ignore the facts for a minute, Senator Roberts. That's the way you operate. The way this government operates is that we make decisions about individual applicants based on their character, based on whether they're going to make a positive contribution to Australia and whether they represent a security risk to Australia. We do not have the kind of approach that you are encouraging us to take, and we will always proudly stand up for Australian values in terms of who is admitted to this country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. The price of fuel and fertiliser for regional communities and farmers is rising due to the conflict in the Middle East, and in some areas there are shortages. In response, a key focus for the Albanese Labor government is ensuring Australia's supply of fuel and fertiliser is secure and that supplies get to where they are needed. What is the government doing to protect regional communities and businesses from energy and supply chain shocks?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Ayres.
President, and thank you to Senator Whittaker for that question. The first thing I should say, particularly for regional communities, is that yesterday, on top of a series of other measures that have been undertaken over the last 3 or 4 weeks, the Albanese government halved fuel excise. In terms of regional communities, where more fuel is used, obviously, but also households have disproportionately lower incomes than in the big cities. This has a disproportionately positive effect, and we are, on this side, very proud of that decision. Secondly, we've cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to 0 for 3 months, and will delay the planned increase in that charge by an additional 6 months. Logistics for regional communities make up a larger proportion of goods prices. So that will have a downward effect on what's happening in terms of goods prices in country communities where they are facing, because of increases in the cost of fuel, sharper increases than city communities are facing. On fertilisers, our new EFA powers will enable suppliers to meet uncontracted demand, keeping the domestic fertiliser market well supplied and flexible and well supplied as we can make it to meet farmers' changing needs. These are challenging times for Australian agriculture. On the back of a series of record years in terms of production broadly in Australian agriculture, we are determined to do what we can as a government, working with the states and territories, to support our farming communities, particularly as we approach.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker first, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. The new underwriting powers for Export Finance Australia will enable suppliers to secure additional shipments of fuel and fertiliser. Why are the new powers for Export Finance Australia particularly important for protecting regional communities?
Great. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you very much. In particular in relation to fertiliser, but also more broadly in relation to fuels, this is a very important set of actions for regional communities. We are not here undercutting the domestic market. What the government is doing is de-risking additional fertiliser shipments for private suppliers that are otherwise, in their judgment, and the feedback we've got from industry very clearly, is in their judgment, it is sometimes too risky to order without firm contracts, and it will keep the fertiliser market more flexible and mean that Australian procurers overseas are in the front of the queue instead of the back of the queue, because they have that support from Export Finance Australia and from the Australian government. It puts Australian suppliers and Australian farmers in a stronger competitive position.
Has expired. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government has prioritised strengthening Australia's sovereign capability. What has the government done to make sure Australian supply chains are more resilient?
Minister.
Well, if I can take one example, the intervention by the Albanese government jointly with the Crisafulli government in Queensland to support the copper smelter operations in Mount Isa means that Australia's only domestic manufacturer of monoammonium phosphate and diammonium phosphate is open today. And despite those opposite saying they would not have done that intervention and criticising it uphill and down dale, the reason that we have domestic fertiliser production in Australia is for two reasons. One, our Future Made in Australia agenda is making Australia stronger and supporting businesses like that specific business. And number two, the decision by the government to announce a gas reservation strategy supported the ongoing operations of that business.
Expired. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. On Saturday at a press conference in Sydney, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I was with the head of Bunnings just last weekend, had a discussion with him. They've run out of jerry cans. That's not sensible. People need to act responsibly at this time." Is the Prime Minister correct that Bunnings has run out of jerry cans?
Minister Wong.
Oh, that's the big... Well, this is... Okay, the question on the economy. I am not across Bunnings inventory, but I can say to you... But I can say to you that...
Order.
Please approach the issue seriously.
Order.
But I am across why...
Order. I do need to hear the Minister's response. Minister Wong, please continue. Minister Wong.
But I am across the circumstances which led Australians, a number of Australians, to buy jerry cans and to fuel up, and that is, of course, the conflict in the Middle East. And I know the opposition appear to not want to treat this today seriously, but there is a serious question about how we deal with the largest global shock to energy markets since the 1970s, and that is a serious economic and policy question, and it is an important issue for public figures to manage responsibly.
Order.
And what I'd say to the opposition is we laid out yesterday a very clear plan that responded to the growing challenges in global energy markets. We have obviously been acting prior to this. You've seen the release of 20% of the minimum stockholding obligations. You've seen changes to the fuel regulations to enable more fuel produced in Australia to be used here. You've seen the way in which the government has sought to deal with this issue. And then on Saturday you saw the Prime Minister and Minister Bowen make a very important announcement, which Senator Farrell was also engaged in, which is about more supply, and that is to use Export Finance Australia to de-risk some of the purchases on the private market to increase supply. Now, these are serious matters.
Thank you, Minister. The time
involving
for
serious
answering has
consideration.
expired. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that entirely non-responsive answer. A spokesman for Bunnings told Samantha Maiden from news.com.au yesterday, and I quote, "Bunnings has not run out of jerry cans." As the Prime Minister said himself, people need to act responsibly at this time. How is it responsible to add to Australians' anxiety with baseless misinformation like this?
Order. I'm waiting for order. Order. Minister Wong.
Conflict in the Middle East involving, I think it's around 12 countries. Iran holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. 20% of the global supply of oil affected. 70% of the oil coming to our region. The largest shock in energy markets since the 1970s, and they won an inventory question. I mean, this says something about you are not serious You are not a serious opposition. You start this question time with a question about the Parliament because you can't think of something to ask about fuel, and now you are asking about inventory, not about the global energy problems, not about the Iran war, but now about inventory. It says something about your lack of standing,
thank you,
Senator
Minister.
Patterson.
Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. That was a truly disgraceful response. When the minister was on her feet, no, on my left. They're interjections. They're interjections. Order. Order. You may joke to and from and across the chamber. You don't joke with me. That was a disorderly conduct by those on my left when the minister was responding, and you will come to order. I'm not in a yelling competition with the whole of the opposition. Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. How can the Australian people trust anything the Prime Minister says about the fuel crisis when the government first denied there was a crisis, then dragged their feet to act, and now can't even get basic facts right?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong. Minister Wong.
How can
order? Senator Watt, come to order. Minister Wong, please continue.
So, how can the Australian people trust an opposition who so clearly is not up to the job? Who so clearly is not up to the job? How can the Australian people trust an opposition when you've got the leader and Mr Hastie? I'm sorry, what is his portfolio? Prime Minister. Industry, defence, contradicting each other on policy quite openly. And leading to Mr Tully saying, I'm going to counsel him, and then Mr Hastie saying, well, actually, it was more like a chat between
Minister
mates.
Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
President, on direct relevance, I'm not sure what the minister's observations
Senator
about people in the
Patterson.
other House have to do with the Prime Minister getting basic facts wrong.
I have reminded the chamber over and over there is no need to have an explanation. You've called a point of order. I'll remind the minister of the question. Minister Wong.
Well, I'm asked about what the Australian people can trust, and I am simply saying, President, that those opposite have demonstrated both recently but also in the election, as I said, the party of higher taxes, higher deficits and more debt, that they are not to be trusted. So if we want to talk about trust, I think we know which party is serious.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker.
My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water, Minister Watt. Since 2022, the Albanese Labor government has been focused on fixing the decade of coalition neglect, dealing with the challenges of the present and delivering on our promises to build Australia's future. Increasing the supply of new homes is a challenge the government is tackling head-on through the establishment of a housing strike team to speed up project approvals. Can the minister update the Senate on the progress of the strike team, including how many new homes have been approved since its establishment?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Walker, who I know is a fierce advocate of the needs of younger Australians when it comes to housing. The Albanese Labor government is taking decisive action to cut through the red tape and delays in approvals that have held up the construction of more homes. After a decade of delay under the coalition where we saw no investment in social affordable housing, we're speeding up approvals to build homes more quickly. For too many builders in Australia, it takes longer to get approval for a home than it does to build one, and this has held back housing supply and made it harder for ordinary Australians to get into a home of their own. Our reforms to the EPBC Act will speed up environmental assessments and approvals while strengthening environmental protections. But we're not waiting for those reforms to commence, we're taking action now. Last year, we established a new housing strike team within my department to accelerate assessment of the more than 26,000 homes that were with the department for assessment. Since the announcement of the housing strike team in late August 2025, tens of thousands of new homes have been approved by the Albanese government. Senator Bragg, we're always happy to answer a question about housing and the environment, but you just don't seem to make the cut. So we'll take the questions and let you know. In total, the government has given 26 housing projects the green light since that time, supporting 19,889 new homes. The projects include 15 metropolitan developments, supporting 16,210 new homes, and 11 regional developments supporting 3,679 new homes. Most recently, approval was given to our new housing development in Thurgoona, in an electorate that we know quite a few people over there have got an interest in. It's the electorate of Farrer, and that development will include 425 homes, roads and infrastructure and a school. We're on track to deliver on our goal from the Economic Roundtable of assessing 26,000 new homes by July this year.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walker, first supplementary.
The Albanese government's housing strike team is paving the way for the development of thousands of new homes for Australian families. How is the government ensuring the environment is being protected while still approving the homes Australians need?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Walker. Well, in delivering new homes, the Albanese government is getting the balance right by also ensuring that Australia's spectacular natural environment is protected. The approval for the development I mentioned in the electorate of Farrer earlier includes targeted conditions to protect listed threatened species. The conditions include strict clearance limits and a management plan to create, enhance and protect habitat for the endangered Sloane's froglet and critically endangered regent honeyeater.
Order.
The poor old gnats who've already conceded defeat in the electorate of Farrer because they didn't deliver any new homes, unlike the Albanese government. Our approach to speeding up environmental approvals stands to contrast to what we saw in the Coalition's decade of housing roadblocks. At one point during the Coalition's term of government, they provided no funding whatsoever for housing approvals in the Environment Department, and their neglect meant that not a single approval was made on time. So dire was the situation when we came to government. There were nearly 100 housing projects sitting unapproved by the Coalition.
Senator Walker, second supplementary.
Last year, the Albanese Labor government passed once-in-a-generation reforms to Australia's environmental laws. How will these changes smooth the approval pathways so that housing projects can be approved even faster than is currently occurring, while still ensuring strong environmental protections?
Thank you, Senator Walker. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Walker. And I understand why the Nationals get a bit toey when we talk about electorates like Farrer, because their new position in Australian politics has to become a preference distributor. A preference distributor either to the Liberal Party or the One Nation Party. That's how irrelevant the National Party has become.
Please resume your seat. Order! Senator Watt does not need the yelling that's going on. You are to listen in silence. Minister Watt, please continue.
Thank you for your protection, President. The housing approvals process is only going to get faster under the Albanese government, as well as getting simpler and more reliable from here, with the rollout of our landmark national environmental laws well underway. We'll see faster approvals via new streamlined approval pathways, better and more enduring bilateral agreements between federal and state governments, and improved strategic assessments and bioregional planning. What a far cry from the situation we inherited from the Coalition when we came to office, when there were nearly 100 housing projects sitting unapproved, not a single dollar provided to the Environment Department for environmental approvals for housing. Since then, we've approved 79 housing projects totalling 62,000 homes, and there are more to come under the Albanese Labor government.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the deployment of the Australian Defence Force as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Shoebridge.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the deployment of the Australian Defence Force. President, on the 10th of March 2026, the Labor government, the Albanese government, made a decision to deploy the Australian Defence Force into the United Arab Emirates in a military operation as part of an armed conflict. The Memorandum on Government Conventions relating to overseas armed conflict decision-making which was adopted by the Albanese government in November of 2024 in order to avoid supporting Greens legislation requiring parliamentary approval. That memorandum, adopted by the Albanese government, requires the government to take a number of actions within 30 days when deploying the ADF overseas, including the Prime Minister and the Leader of the government in the Senate delivering ministerial statement, providing an unclassified written statement to both houses of Parliament outlining the objectives of the deployment, the orders made and the legal basis, and requiring the first appropriate day within those 30 days be set aside for the consideration of the ministerial statement, and that debate take precedence, and requires the Leader of the government in the Senate and the government and the Prime Minister downstairs to keep the Parliament regularly apprised of military deployments. And what has this government done? Well, the first time they confront this very modest requirement for transparency, they trip over it and land flat on their face. Why hasn't the government complied with their own rules? Why is the government breaching it? Well, no doubt it's because if the government had to table their legal advice on being part of Donald Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war, it would look bad for them. Or they would admit that they have no legal advice setting out any lawful basis upon which to comply with this illegal war. The government has been avoiding any kind of debate on the war in this place. And what is the legal basis for the deployment? What are the goals for the 85 Australians, the Australian military aircraft, the air-to-air missiles that have been deployed into the war zone under the control of the US Central Command? Will that aircraft be withdrawn? Will those troops be withdrawn if Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu launch a land invasion of Iran? What are the plans to ensure that the Australian deployment isn't destroyed on the ground like we've seen happening to US aircraft in the region? And as this long weekend, Australians across the country are worried about whether or not they'll be able to afford or find fuel to go and visit family and friends, to go on the Easter break, we have this government not even having the courage to explain why they supported and why they continue to support Donald Trump's illegal war. It is amazing, isn't it, that the Labor government was the first government on the planet to come out of the blocks 4 weeks ago and support this illegal war, cheered in by the coalition who continue to want to congratulate Donald Trump on his reckless war and Benjamin Netanyahu, and then the now silent One Nation who cheered in the war in the first 24 hours, saying how much they love Donald Trump, and the leader of One Nation wanting to go and visit Trump again, be flown over in a corporate jet from Gina Reinhardt. Where's One Nation now? Where's One Nation? In hiding, trying to pretend to the Australian people that they care about the impacts of this conflict while they've cheered it on the whole way through. So that's the three war parties in here. Labor hiding from accountability, not even meeting their own requirements of accountability, too frightened to even have a debate on why they're contributing to Donald Trump's illegal war, why they cheered it in the first place. Now, no doubt embarrassed because they've probably got a focus group going around, and they ask the Australian people, what do you think of Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, being the first leader in the planet to support Donald Trump's war? I can imagine what the focus group says to that. You have got to be effing kidding. How could this possibly be? How could this possibly be what our Prime Minister did? Does he not care about Australians? Why is this government putting Donald Trump first every single time? Come and explain yourself. Meet your even low bar. Don't hide. Come and table the documents. That's what this motion calls
Senator Shoebridge, your time has expired. I will put the question. Senator Gallagher?
Well, I was going to move that the question be put. Yes.
Well, I'll put that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I'm sure you all like being in here. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin, teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim, teller for the noes. Result of the division is ayes 23, noes 10. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will give you a moment to resume your seat Senator McKim.
Seek leave to recall Senator Payman's record Senator Payman's position.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Senator Payman supported that question.
Thank you. The question is now that the suspension motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the suspension motion be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim. Teller for the ayes, Senator Darman, and teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 23. The question is resolved in the negative. Senator McKim, I believe you are seeking the call.
I am,
Senator
President. Thank you. Seek leave to record Senator Payman's position.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thanks, President. Firstly, to clarify, her position on the previous question was to oppose, and her position on the question that's just been resolved is to support.
Happy to record that. I would just note that, generally speaking, we record votes on substantive issues rather than on procedural motions. So I think in future it would probably be better if we just recorded substantive positions as opposed to procedural votes. It would help the clerks. All righty then. I'm in the hands of the chamber. I might give senators a few seconds to resume their seats. I will just clarify, and I'll seek correction from the clerk if I'm incorrect, that item number 8 has lapsed due to an explanation. The provision of an explanation. Does anyone wish to raise anything on that matter? That's the ruling. So we'll now move on to item 9, which is I shall proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions? Senator Cadell.
I seek note to take note of all questions to all coalition questions.
You have the call. Senator Cadell.
Well, here we have the government today, again, more of the same. What we're talking about is their response to fuel. Don't go out and get fuel. We're out of jerry cans all across Australia, apparently, but we're not. It's any answer will do on this matter. Any answer will do. We'll just chuck it out because we want to be seen to be doing something. This is what we're going to get out there. And I must say, Deputy President, I do want to congratulate the government on fixing the longevity of the particle board and kitchens I raised earlier, because we're going to run out of polypipe well before we will ever run out of kitchen stuff. We have a business in Newcastle today, I was out there, I was talking, they have 20 electricians on site and they are cleaning the yard and their equipment because there is no polypipe to go out and do jobs, no construction work getting done. What we have is slabs not getting laid because the plumbers can't put the underground infrastructure to build this. So the other question I note from another senator today was a question about housing approvals. It wasn't housing completions or housing starts, it was about approvals, because we can't get the polypipe, we can't get the equipment, we can't get the particle board, we can't get anything that is petroleum-based in the construction industry to actually build the homes. So that's why there was a question about approvals today. But here we are, we're out there talking about everything else in this place, and what we're really talking about is this government making Australia weaker by poor decisions. We're talking about the things that they do to look good out there in the public, but not actually improve Australia when we get there. So what a great way we have to solve the glue issue on policy, by not even getting a house far enough along, by building a slab, by building this stuff to get it better. And we deserve better. We've got prices going up all over the place. We have all these sorts of stuff, but what we had a discussion that they ran away with at a million miles an hour about sizing the parliament. Sure, we may have briefed people, we may have briefed the press, a minister may have gone to the press club and talked about all great Labor senators have increased the size of parliament, or Prime Minister have increased the parliament, but we'll run away from that today. We'll just run away. We are gaslighting people like no tomorrow, because that is what this government does. We aren't talking about increasing the size of Parliament. $600 million worth of expense. We're pretending that never happened. We're pretending that Prime Minister didn't say we're running out of fuel out of jerry cans, because apparently we're not running out of jerry cans, and that's been backed up by everything else. But all we go through is deflect. You know, it's like dodgeball. What's that, like duck, dive, dodge, weave and duck is the things to get through dodgeball, and that's what we're doing on this issue. We are avoiding the substantive things of this issue because we know the real consequences are out there in the public. We see the issues going on, but we talk about these side matters because they are. And when you get caught talking on a side matter, like the increasing the size of Parliament, $600 million more for us, for this class to continue over the futures, we pretend we run away when we get caught deflecting. It is time for real answers. It is time for real solutions. Australia is a strong energy company, a strong energy country, but we have made decisions over years and years, going back 20 years, to make us weak. And all we do in this parliament, so many people have sat in the corner like a cuck as we've made decisions to make this a weak country. And it is no longer. Australians cannot get screwed over by sitting back and doing nothing. It is time to harness what we have. It is time to free what we can be and be strong. To do anything more than make decisions as we go forward that makes Australia strong, so we can make decisions in our best interest, not anyone else's, Australia's best interest, we are weak. So let's get back to that sovereignty position. Let's make decisions to make Australia a stronger and better country, so we can help those that need our help, so we can help those in Australia that need our help, and make decisions based on making Australia a better country.
Senator Cadell, your time has expired. Senator Sheldon.
Thank you very much. Well, wow. You know, here's an opportunity to talk about the most important period this country is facing at the moment, the world is facing with the Middle East crisis. And they want to talk about Jerrygate. They want to talk about Bunningsgate. The most ridiculous questions about what is actually going on right now, and trying to actually unleash some good, credible answers that this government has been putting forward in the area of dealing with the fuel challenges that we have at the moment. And of course, then they start raising some questions about what's happening regards excise and the excise cut. Now, there's some problem with it. Well, actually, what you want to start looking at in the case of inflation, where the advantages are of this decision that we've made, not only will it help mums and dads and make their fuel cheaper, not only will it decrease petrol and diesel prices, but it'll also turn around and decrease by a 0.5 percentage point through the year of June 2026 on Treasury estimates on inflation. It will reduce inflation. So if you want to start coming here and asking serious questions about what's going on, then you'll get some serious answers, because you start talking about what are we doing about cost of living. Well, when we start asking ourselves questions about cost of living, you have to ask what the alternatives are, because what we've been doing on cost of living is not only making sure that we put the correct policies in place to deal with the fuel challenges that the world is facing and this country is facing as a result of the Middle East war, but also we've brought a whole series of critically important strategies in to deal with cost of living. Those strategies have gone to Medicare, urgent care clinics, women's health, minimum wage increases, and the list goes on and on and on about the things that we've brought to the table to make sure that Australians that are doing it tough have an opportunity to make sure they get a fair response from this government and from policy. But we can't hear anything sensible for those across the way. We hear, as we say, like the inventory gate. Now, when we start looking at the sorts of issues that the opposition have put forward about when they say this is all costing too much to turn around and reduce fuel excise, let's look at some of the ideas that they've had. Because in the past, this is some of the things that they've had. For example, the then Shadow Treasurer, now Opposition Leader, Angus Taylor, had a view that as the key architect to hike up income taxes for over 14 million taxpayers. That's his answer about how you do cost relief when you're not giving people cost relief. He also went on to say that the key architects of their $10 billion taxpayer-funded long lunches policy. Now, this is another cost relief. I don't know how that's a cost relief, but you know what? They've worked out somehow that's going to help productivity and cost of living. Well, certainly for well-paid, well-heeled bosses, it'll help. It won't help every ordinary Australian, every middle Australian, a low-income earner. And of course, they tried to sack, in their past, when they think about cost relief, they think of things like sacking 41,000 frontline workers and gut essential services like Medicare to pay, in that case, $600 billion worth of nuclear fantasy. I guess this case, they want to turn around and give it on one hand and then take it on another. Because what we're facing with those on the opposite side is no coherent strategy about how to deal with either the fuel crisis or to deal with cost of living challenges. Because every proposition they put up means there's more costs. Every proposition they put up means there's more costs for the Australian public. The government has put forward a critical strategy for fuel, a critical strategy for cost of living.
Sheldon,
it's about time you got on board.
Has expired. Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, Australia is already in a cost of living crisis, and that's before this Middle East energy shock fully hits us. Since the Labor government came to office, we've seen electricity rise by 38%, we've seen gas up by 42%, food up by 16%, health by 15%, education by 17%, childcare by 14%, insurance a massive 39%, and rents 22%. Cumulatively, the average prices in the Australian economy, that is measured by the Consumer Price Index, has gone up by 12% over the past 4 years, and that is significantly higher than any long-term inflationary increase in the Australian economy. And we are not on top of inflation. The February figures showed annualised inflation running at 3.7% here in Australia. It's slightly better than the January figure of 3.8%. But if you compare that to the rest of the world, to other advanced economies who have also been through the COVID pandemic, who've also been hit by the Ukraine war, it's 1 to 2 percentage points higher. So right now, inflation in the United States is 2.4%. In the UK, it's 3%. The Eurozone, 1.9%. Canada, 1.8%. Japan, 1.3%. So we're already, before this crisis fully hits us, a full 2 or so percentage points higher in terms of the inflation we're running in Australia. And that is why, when our Reserve Bank met a few weeks ago, it made the second increase in rates in as many months. That's 2 rises in 2 months. When other central banks around the world who met the same week as our Reserve Bank met kept their rates on pause because they have inflation under control. Australia, as the Reserve Bank Governor said, inflation in Australia was or is already out of control, and that is before this shock hits us now. Now, the government's response to the Middle East oil shock, parts of which we support in the coalition, is to reduce the fuel excise. Now, I think that is a good and a worthwhile measure because it does recognise the unique circumstances we are facing and the massive one-off hit that this is, massive one-off pressure that this is putting on household budgets. But where we differ is how you pay for this. The government's cuts to fuel excise are going to cost $2.6 billion, but they're not going to be offset by cuts in government spending elsewhere, which means all they're going to do is to add to aggregate demand. Now, the Reserve Bank has already been quite clear that why inflation is continuing to rise, why the Reserve Bank is tightening monetary policy, is because the aggregate demand, public and private demand, is growing faster than aggregate supply. And in that situation, you're going to have prices rising. The Reserve Bank has been raising interest rates to try and rein in private demand because they don't have any say in public demand. Public demand is the government's choice. Now, we already have government spending here at a 40-year high outside the pandemic. The last budget papers showed government spending growing at 4 times the rate of the economy. We've got debt growing significantly and now close to $1 trillion. Senator Sheldon, speaking before, made the point that this intervention will reduce inflation. Well, no, all it will do is mask inflation. It is adding to inflationary pressures in the economy because this $2.6 billion is not fully offset. And they will be felt, and the Reserve Bank, as it always does, just as it did with the electricity rebates, will look through the one-off effects of this rebate and look through the change it masks in, the change it delivers in headline inflation to look at what long-term price pressures are. And it will see that demand is still growing faster than supply. That is why the Coalition's proposal was to fully offset this so that we sanitise the impact on aggregate demand whilst providing households budget relief.
Senator Sharma, your time has expired. Senator Murray-Smith.
Thank you. We'll try again. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I hope there weren't too many people watching at home this question time because it was pretty extraordinary that in the midst of conflict in the Middle East, in the midst of the extraordinary pressures facing Australians, the first order question from the opposition, the biggest concern on their minds was the composition of this place and what it means for the Liberal Party, followed by a question on the inflationary impact of a policy that the Liberal Party apparently supports and claims to own, and that's from the same Liberal Party that took to the election higher debts, bigger deficits and greater taxes. And then they finished it off with a question about the number of jerry cans at Bunnings. To be clear, if there are people who watch Question Time at home, this is the largest global shock to energy markets since the 1970s. It could not be more serious. 20% of the global supply of oil has been affected and 70% of oil coming to our region. The fact is, these are uncertain times. They are difficult times for many Australians. And I've spoken to many people in my community over the past days who have shared their anxiety with me, who are thinking about changing plans or cancelling holidays, they're readjusting family budgets, and they're feeling very uncertain about what lies ahead. And you can show those people respect by showing up here seriously, not coming to Question Time with a first-order question concerned about the future of your place here and the composition of Liberal seats in this parliament, by showing up here and putting your first question on the economy and on the very distressing times our country and indeed the globe is facing in this fuel security challenge. We know the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is causing petrol prices to rise, which is being felt by many, many people, including families, farmers and small businesses, and it is impossible to predict what will happen next. But our government is taking responsible action. We are coordinating nationally with the states and territories, and we're doing what we can to ensure that Australians are getting a fair go. We're doing what we can to get more fuel here and to get fuel to those who need it. Of course, the Prime Minister convened the Second National Cabinet since the conflict began just this week, and we've taken swift action on fuel across the board, including, as we've heard today, halving the fuel excise for diesel and petrol for 3 months. We've announced cut to the heavy vehicle road user charge to 0 for 3 months. We've passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies' price gouging. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator. We've released 20% of Australia's fuel reserves targeted at regional areas. We've temporarily changed petrol and diesel standards to get more fuel flowing. We've changed diesel standards so Australia's refineries can supply more diesel. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and issue on-the-spot fines. We've made it easier for Australia's refineries to access government funding when they run at a loss. We've engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing. We've engaged with the states and territories on supply and distribution, including holding a special energy ministers meeting and activating the National Coordination Mechanism, which has met twice. And we've unlocked $2 million in financial counselling funding for impacted farmers. Not to mention the legislation that we've seen come through this chamber this week, the legislation we've seen come through the House of Representatives as well. That's what's showing up seriously for our communities who are concerned in the midst of the challenge we're facing in light of this Middle Eastern conflict looks like. Not coming in here with questions about your own future and the composition of this place, showing up seriously, serious questions and serious action which takes these concerns seriously.
Senator Liddle.
Was a government that has mastered the art of blaming others, even though it's been in government for 4 years. The actual issue is not the inventory of Bunnings, but it's what the Prime Minister said and why. On Saturday at a press conference in Sydney, the Prime Minister told Australians that Bunnings had run out of jerry cans. Not had a lot of them, not was low, but had run out. A spokeswoman for Bunnings then told news.com.au just yesterday, plainly and unambiguously, Bunnings has not run out of jerry cans. In fact, worse. Bunnings said that telling people that you're likely to that they've run out of jerry cans was actually more likely to trigger behaviour that triggers panic buying. When Senator Wong was asked about this today, what did we get? Well, we get from a government that promised Australians it would all be about our accountability and transparency, blaming consumers again. First, consumers in Australia bought too much fuel. This was all about them, there was not a supply issue. Then it's now about jerry cans. Australians are buying too many jerry cans. Again, it's all about someone else. If the government cannot get the facts right on jerry cans, how on earth can Australians have any confidence that they get the facts right on fuel supply, on pricing, on what is actually happening in servos around the country? Today, the number of fuel stations out of one type of fuel was actually up, not down. In South Australia, well, right now, in my home state, we're paying between $3.19 and $3.26 for diesel. In Port Augusta, that's around $3.30. $2.59 for unleaded petrol. And people are driving around to make sure they can find the fuel they need. In the APY lands, fuel costs are approaching $4 a litre for diesel. They are looking soon at shutting off Bowsers within a week to preserve what little fuel remains for diesel generators and essential transport. Not for cars, for generators, for their very survival. These are people in remote areas that actually do need and often travel with jerry cans. So don't tell them there are none. While the Prime Minister is making inaccurate claims about jerry cans at Bunnings in Sydney, communities in remote South Australia are days away from losing fuel. I want to talk more about them in this place. The forgotten people, the people out in the regions. They are worried about how to get from A to B. They are worried this Easter holidays about where they get fuel when they're at their destination. Can they even get back? That's the reality when you actually talk to people on the ground, and they've had not a single assurance from this government that the fuel will be there. That's if they can already afford to get to where they wanted to go. How out of touch can you possibly be? On the move to expand Parliament, can you believe that there's even a conversation other than security of Australians in this country than about fuel? We don't need to be talking at this time about more parliamentarians in this place, particularly at a cost of around $600 million. Australians, you better believe it, this government's priorities are wrong.
Senator Liddle, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate takes note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the government's responses to my questions. 2 years ago, on April 1st, Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham was killed by Israel. She was not caught in a crossfire. She was not lost in the fog of war. It was not a tragic mistake. She and her 6 colleagues were hunted and murdered. 2 years on, there has been no justice. There has been no accountability. The Labour government has failed Zomi, and it has failed all the brave Australians who put their lives on the line to provide humanitarian aid in war zones. The government says it has raised concerns. It has made representations. It has pressed for accountability. How? Words without action are meaningless. It has outsourced responsibility to a deeply flawed process, the Binskin Review, which failed to secure even the most basic evidence, including the drone strike audio. This was a review that asked the accused murderers to investigate themselves. Israel has lied consistently to justify its genocide of the Palestinian people. Why would we expect them not to lie about the murder of Zomi, one of more than 500 aid workers now killed by Israel in Gaza? Let's be clear, this government had options. They could have pushed for an independent international investigation, or referred the matter to the International Criminal Court, or imposed consequences, like recalling our ambassador or expelling Israel's. They could have demanded charges. They did none of that. We all know the pattern. When Gaza was systematically starved, Minister Wong raised concerns. When civilians were bombed, Minister Wong raised concerns. When Israel invaded Lebanon, displacing hundreds of thousands, Minister Wong raised concerns. Now, as the war against Iran ricochets out of control, killing thousands and throwing the world economy into crisis, what does the Prime Minister do? Raises concerns. But we all know what those concerns are worth. Nothing. They are worth nothing. They disappear into the rubble along with all the bodies. Meanwhile, aid workers, journalists, and healthcare workers, the very people who carry humanity through the darkest moments, have been systematically targeted. Hundreds of aid workers, journalists, and health workers have been slaughtered. That is not collateral damage. It is a campaign to extinguish truth and survival itself. Consider the difference between the concerns expressed by the government and its actions. They roll out the red carpet for those responsible, feting the Israeli president. They ship weapons components that will be used to kill civilians. They sign up to yet another war. They pass laws to criminalize criticism of Israel. They have turned their backs on Zomi, whose life represented the very best of us: courage, compassion, and a commitment to humanity in the face of unimaginable suffering. And this government has repaid that courage with cowardice. It has failed her family. It has failed every aid worker who puts their life on the line. And it has failed the basic test of whether it will stand up for justice when it counts. Because justice is not something you quietly raise in meetings or memos. Justice is something you fight for. But Zomi's memory will not be in vain. Every day, aid workers and humanitarians continue her mission, showing a courage this government could never even dream of. At the moment, 17 brave Australians are preparing to join the next global Sumud flotilla, to deliver food, medicine, and critical supplies to Gaza. While ministers tremble at the thought of being called a bad friend by Israel, ordinary people are putting their bodies on the line for humanity. And as long as that courage endures, as long as there are those who refuse to look away, who refuse to be silent, the fight for justice, for Zomi, and for so many others will never be extinguished.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of government responses to my questions today. I had the rare opportunity to ask the government 2 questions today, and my thanks to Senator Lambie for allowing me to ask a question in her absence. And I want to acknowledge all the young people in the Senate today watching us through question time and as we discuss these matters. I asked Minister Ayres about how government expectations around data centres will actually be enforced. It seems like these expectations are, at the moment, nothing more than something on a website. And the answer was as clear as mud. It seems like we're simply shifting this onto the states somehow, and they're going to deal with this. People are concerned about the huge energy and water use that come from the development of data centres. In the next decade alone, data centres in Sydney are expected to use more drinking water than Canberra currently uses. This is something we actually need to be planning for. We need to be thinking very clearly about it, because for very good reason, there is very little trust in big tech. We've seen what they've done with surveillance capitalism. We've seen how they've profited off our data, how at every turn they've minimised their tax and they have not protected Australians. So I think these questions need to be answered by the government. How are you actually going to put Australians first? To my question to Minister Watt, our investment in biodiversity in this country is tragically low, any way you look at it. Figures are from every 6 cents in $100 in the federal budget to 0.1% of the federal budget. It's not good enough. We live in such an incredible place, and we're not making decisions like we plan to be here for a long time. And obviously money is not everything, but it is incredibly important when it comes to boots on the ground and it comes to our scientists that are working at solving the huge problems on everything from invasive species to the changes in our alpine areas and the dieback of snow gums due to climate change. We need to be backing them in and actually funding nature in this country.
Question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Roberts.
Thank you.
For 1 minute, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I take note of Minister Watt's answer. His government is pursuing a strategy of importing radical Islam into our country, Australia, under the guise of the UN refugee visa program. 25,000 migrants arrived in Australia under this program last year, almost exclusively from Muslim countries. No places were provided for refugees from Islamic terror in Nigeria and Syria, or for victims of black-on-white violence in South Africa, because those refugees are Christians and Syrian Alawites and not Islamists. Where is this UN policy taking Australia? Shadi Al-Suleiman is president of the Australian National Imams Council and mentor to Wasim Haddad, the ISIS cell leader who radicalised the Bondi terrorist Naveed Akram. Al-Suleiman has released a video in which he promises, quote, Islam will enter every home in Australia. And he doesn't mean to do your dishes. He means to convert you to Islam or else. Australians have every right to feel afraid of people this government is bringing in.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. I will now move to the consideration of a disallowance motion. Senator Cash. Oh, sorry, the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 7, Competition and Consumer Industry Codes Cash Acceptance Regulations, resumption of debate on the motion of Senator Roberts to disallow the regulations.
Senator Cash, sorry about that.
Thank you, Deputy President. And the obvious question that is before the Senate in relation to the disallowance motion is, why does One Nation want to ban cash because that is exactly what this disallowance motion does. Right now, today, if any Australian walks into a Coles or a Woolworths, anywhere in our country, that store, because of the regulations that One Nation is seeking to disallow, they are legally required to accept your cash. So, Mum and Dad, if you go down to your local Woolies or to your local Coles today and you want to hand over a $50 note, you are entitled to. The same with a fuel station. If you fill up your car at a BP or an Ampol or a Shell, because of this regulation, you can actually walk into one of those servos, you can hand over your $50 note, your $20 note, and they are legally required to accept your cash. That is what this mandate does. That legal obligation exists because of the regulations that Senator Roberts and One Nation, for some very strange reason, now seek to disallow. So if this motion passes the Senate, when you walk into Coles and Woolies, when you walk into Ampol, to Shell, to BP, because of the actions of One Nation, when you pull out your wallet, you pull out your $50, you pull out your $20, and you seek to provide that as legal tender, they can look at you and say, thanks to One Nation, the bad news is we no longer have to accept that. I honestly do not understand why, when cash is still so important to so many people in Australia, a political party, in this case One Nation, would seek to disallow a regulation that does what we all want to do: ensure that there is as much cash as possible that is required to be accepted by legal tender in Australia. If this motion passes, as I said, the obligation disappears immediately. Don't try and walk into Coles or Woolies with money in your wallet, because you will not be legally allowed to use it. They do not have to take that money. And what replaces it? What is One Nation's big plan here to replace the fact now that the obligation on these big companies to take your money, well, what replaces it? Well, nothing. So the bad news is, for those people who still like to use cash, filling up your tank, nipping into your local Coles or Woolies, you will not be able to, because they do not have to legally accept it. No alternative regulation has been put forward. There's no bill on the notice paper. The Coalition, the Liberals and the Nationals, however, we will be seeking to address that. But there's no framework suddenly sitting in the top drawer of Treasury. The effect of this disallowance is we go back to the position that existed before the 1st of January this year, which is this: no company in Australia has any legal obligation to accept cash for anything. And quite frankly, that is unacceptable. So if the Senate supports One Nation's disallowance motion today, Woolworths and Coles can literally turn around tomorrow and say they are 100% cashless. That is what they can do. So can the fuel companies. They can turn around and say, we are 100% cashless. You cannot use that $50 note or that $20 note here as legal tender, because for some strange reason, One Nation wants to ban cash. So I'm going to ask again, why would any senator who says that they actually care about the fact that there are people who use cash in the economy would actually want to remove the only cash acceptance obligation that has ever existed in Australian law? The tactic, quite frankly, of One Nation is bizarre. It's a bit like a politician complaining about only getting $15 million in funding to fix roads in their electorate when $50 million is needed. And so they say, well, I'm not going to take any of the money. Well, guess what? You now have zero. So let's be very clear about the Coalition's position. Is the cash mandate adequate? No, it is not. And we have been very, very clear on this. It does not go nearly far enough. And we actually agree with Senator Roberts on that point. The government themselves, they failed when it comes to bringing in a regulation that actually aligned with the promise that they'd made to the Australian people, which was a broad mandate covering essential goods and services. In fact, the Treasurer himself said in 2024 that pharmacies should be covered. The original consultation paper included medicines, utilities and children's clothing. And for some reason, and we would like to get to the bottom of this, all of that was quietly dropped. That is, quite frankly, unacceptable. What we did end up with was a mandate covering supermarkets and fuel retailers, and nothing else. That is plainly too narrow, and the Coalition has said so, and we will continue to do so. And we will be bringing in a private senator's bill to address this issue. But where we have to part company with Senator Roberts is on what you do about it. You do not fix a mandate that is too narrow, that actually says Coles, Woolies and the servos have to accept cash, by actually abolishing that mandate. So quite literally, you are now at the whim of the Australian government. Australians have no protection at all. And I have to say, I think Senator Roberts and One Nation, great that you live in hope, but hope is not going to be good enough for these people who are going to turn up to a supermarket, Coles or Woolies, and they are going to be told because of your actions, that $50 note, that $20 note, that $10 note, you cannot use it here. Because that is exactly what the law will entitle them to do. If you actually go back and review the submissions that were presented when this was looked into, let's have a look at what those organisations that actually represent some of the greatest cash users in society themselves actually have said. National Seniors Australia, they are the peak body for nearly 9 million Australians over 50. They actually described the cash mandate as a step forward. They're actually happy with the cash mandate because, as they pointed out, there is currently no obligation at law on any retailer to accept cash. In fact, National Seniors Australia, their recommendation to the inquiry was to actually expand the mandate, not to scrap it. Choice, together with Financial Counselling Australia, the Indigenous Consumer Assistance Network and 3 other community organisations, they all admitted, just as the Coalition does, that the government has watered down its original proposal. As I said, shame on the government for doing that. But they did say that the mandate itself at least does cover supermarkets, petrol stations. They did underline how limited it is, but again, their recommendation was not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It was to support the mandate, even though, yes, it is in a limited form, but to restore the original scope and strengthen it. COTA Australia, they are actually the leading advocacy body for all of Australians. Do you know what they called the mandate? They actually called it sensible reform. But yes, they did say it needs to go further, and we agree with them. Even the business groups, COSBOA, MGA, ACA, PMA, none of them called for the mandate to be removed, not one of them. So I have to say to One Nation, which consumer groups support what you are proposing? Which senior organisations, which disability groups have called for the answer to a mandate that does not go far enough to be no mandate at all? The answer is none of them, not one. There are currently 1.5 million Australians who use cash for more than 80% of their in-person transactions. 1 in 2 Australians over the age of 65 use cash regularly. In regional and remote communities, as we all know, cash is not a convenience. It is the payment method that works when the power goes out, the internet drops, or the card terminal fails. These Australians, they absolutely deserve better than what the Albanese Labor government has given them. And the Coalition will continue to press for the mandate to be extended. But I have to say, I'm surprised that anybody in this chamber would actually support the disallowance of a regulation that will make Australians immeasurably worse off if that was the will of the Senate today, to take it away. You are taking away the one legal protection that Australians currently have. That one legal protection. It may not go far enough, but at least tomorrow, when they front at Woolies and Coles in the servos, they are still able to use cash. And it won't be because of One Nation, and it won't be because of the Australian Greens. A vote for this disallowance, it doesn't send a message to the government, for goodness sake, seriously. It doesn't pressure the government to do any better. All it actually will do is remove the right, the legal right of Australians to pay for their groceries with cash at Woolworths and Coles. It'll remove the legal right of Australians to pay for their fuel at the servos, at BP, at Ampol, at Shell and at others. The reality is it doesn't matter how you argue for this disallowance. The reality of what happens, you can live in hope that the government will do something, but you will then need to go and answer to Choice, Financial Counselling Australia, National Seniors Australia, COTA, and all of the others who have said the mandate doesn't go far enough, but please, for the sake of our members, the people who do use cash each and every day, do not get rid of it. Do not take away the ability for them to pay for their groceries. Do not take away that legal right that they have when they walk into Coles, when they walk into Woolies, when they walk into their servos to pay that bill. Please, when they open up that wallet, please ensure that there is a legal mandate on these companies to say to them, yes, that is legal tender and we have to accept it. As I said, Madam President, we will oppose the disallowance. Why? Because we actually believe in the right of all Australians to use cash. It is legal tender in this country. We do not agree with the Australian Greens, this is going to be very ironic because I'm saying it in the same sentence, and One Nation, who want to take away the one protection that these people have. And in particular, again, when I look at the statistics, 1 in 2 Australians over 65 uses cash regularly. Well, guess what? The Coalition today is going to stand with the 1.5 million Australians who use cash for more than 80% of their in-person transactions. We are going to stand with the 1 in 2 Australians over the age of 65 who use cash regularly. We are going to stand with National Seniors Australia, the peak body for nearly 9 million Australians over 50. We are going to stand with Choice, together with Financial Counselling Australia, the Indigenous Consumer Assistance Network and other community groups who have said, please, we are with you that the cash mandate does not go far enough. We absolutely agree with you there. But please, you are the Australian Parliament, do not take away from us when we so desperately need it, that one legal right that we have, and that is the ability to walk into Coles, to walk into Woolies, to walk into the servos and to actually use cash. And to the Greens and to One Nation who mock me and laugh at what I say, shame on you, because the outcome is you don't support cash and you don't support the right of those Australians.
Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, President. Look, firstly, I want to be very clear that the Australian Greens will be supporting this disallowance moved by One Nation, and fair to say we don't often agree with One Nation, but on this very narrow circumstance. We absolutely agree with One Nation, and we agree on this because cash is absolutely critical in our society and in our economy. Cash matters, and it matters because so many different people rely on cash for inclusion, they rely on cash for choice, they rely on cash to purchase the essentials of life, and cash is necessary to ensure basic resilience in our society and our economy when digital systems fail, as inevitably they do from time to time. Now, let's just rewind to when Labor put out the consultation paper on cash. That proposed a far broader cash mandate than Labor actually brought into the Parliament with the instrument that this debate seeks to disallow. So Labor watered down its own original proposal, and as a result, they've presented to this Parliament a cash mandate that is extremely narrow in scope. And the Greens will vote to disallow this instrument because it would force the government back to the table to introduce a cash mandate that was more broad and would provide greater protections and a broader mandate for the use of cash in our society. It would have done, except for one thing, and that is the speech we just heard from the Leader of Opposition Business in the Senate. Now, I don't know who wrote that rubbish for Senator Cash, but let me be very clear. Everyone in this chamber knew the Liberals were supporting this disallowance last week. So my first question is, how did you get bought off? What did the government buy you off with to make you change your position from last week?
Resume your seat. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yeah, impugning motives. I would like to know what the Greens did, what the Greens got for their 22 bills that they're
Senator O'Sullivan, let's not play games. Senator McKim.
I withdraw. What I will say is this, President. Everyone knew that the Liberals in this place were supporting this disallowance last week, and now today we find out that they are not going to support it. And in doing so, the Liberals are letting the government off the hook, and let me explain exactly why that is. Because in an attempt to make it seem like they're not letting the government off the hook, the Leader of Opposition Business has just revealed in her speech the Liberals are going to table a private senator's bill on this matter, which will no doubt contain a broader cash mandate than currently exists. Now, we all know what's going to happen there. If it's a decently drafted bill and it does contain a broader mandate, I'm not going to speak for One Nation, but you'd assume they'd support it. We'll have a look at it. You could assume we'll support it too, and it will get through the Senate. And you know what's going to happen then? It's going to go down into the House and it's going to die a miserable, lonely death down there, and it'll never be brought on for debate because the government's got the numbers down there, so it'll never become law. What you could have done was vote for this disallowance today and force the government back to the table to bring in an appropriate mandate on cash that was far more broad in scope to the one that they're currently proposing. And the reason they're not going to be forced back to the table is because the opposition have squibbed it today. That's why. The government has been let off the hook. And Senator Cash can spare the chamber her crocodile tears and her hand-wringing about cash, because the very reason that people are not going to be able to, the very reason that cash is not going to be mandated for things like data, for things like communication services, for things like energy bills, is because the Liberals backed down and squibbed it today. So when people contact us, and boy are the emails flowing on this issue, I can tell you, you can be very sure we'll be explaining exactly why the Greens supported this disallowance to force the government back to the table and bring in a far more broad mandate on cash, and we'll be explaining exactly why the government is not being forced back to the table, and that is the opposition completely squibbed it.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Bell.
I'll keep my remarks quite short because I want to thank the Greens for their support for this motion that Senator Roberts has brought in. I want to thank the crossbench. And I also want to thank the Coalition for their support as of the 24th of the 3rd, 2026, where they stood in this chamber and argued that we were right. And I'll quote Senator Brockman through you, Chair. The Coalition will be supporting this motion, and I will explain why. We just saw from Senator Whittaker how unseriously the government takes this issue, and it's a serious issue. It's a serious issue of economic freedom. It's a serious issue that other countries are taking very important notice of, and that was from the Coalition as of the 24th. And I'll also point out that in his remarks, Senator Brockman, through you, Chair, explained what we have from the Labor Party is a deal done behind closed doors with no transparency, no consultation. And I can't help but wonder what's occurred in the last week behind closed doors with no transparency and no consultation, because last time we checked with the Coalition, they did support this. And since that time, they've changed their minds. Did they consult with you, Senator Roberts? No. So I'm not sure what's happened, but it did happen behind closed doors. So,
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. According to Choice, 65% of Aussies still routinely carry cash. It's an everyday support for people in regional areas, for older Australians, and for people with a disability. This cash mandate that's up for disallowance, as has been discussed, declares that only large supermarkets and petrol stations are essential, and that doesn't cut it. And the power of the Senate is to disallow this and actually send the government back to the drawing board to ensure that people who currently still want to use cash, still need to use cash, can actually do that. Why does the government and now the Coalition, through their vote, they may say otherwise, but in not actually sending the government back to the drawing board, they're essentially saying one thing, doing something very different? Why don't they think medication and medical supplies are essential? Public transport, not essential. Utilities, not essential, according to them. Children's clothes, not essential. Here in the ACT, you can't go to Access Canberra and pay with cash. That just seems totally ridiculous to me. If you are living on the street and need to get an ID or do anything at Access Canberra and don't have a bank card, what are you meant to do? We can say, oh, well, sucks to be you, it's a cashless society. That does not cut it. We have to actually ensure that we're looking after people who currently use cash, want to use cash, or do not have the ability to tap and go, like everyone in this place, I'm sure, does. When you look at this mandate and the impact that it has on regional communities and First Nations communities, you have to say it has a disproportionate effect. And we've seen in the other place, the member for Kennedy, Bob Catter, talk a lot about the need to actually protect the ability to use cash. Along the 1,200 kilometre stretch of the Sturt Highway in the NT, as I understand it, and members from senators from the NT will be able to correct me here, there's only one large supermarket. Otherwise, it's small grocers. So there's only one place along that 1,200 kilometre stretch that's mandated to take cash. Why do we not have a plan to protect access to cash? Disallowing this actually forces the government to go back to the drawing board. And it's amazing hearing from former cabinet ministers arguing that that's not how things work. That if you disallow this, that nothing will ever replace these regulations. Everyone knows that isn't the case. Everyone knows that there have to be regulations in place. So let's do that as a Senate. Let's do that as a Senate. Since 2017, 2,000 bank branches have closed. More than 8,000 ATMs have disappeared. Yes, for many, using a card, using your phone is more convenient, but for many other Australians, that simply isn't a possibility. And so I do thank Senator Roberts for bringing this forward. I think it's important that the Senate actually looks after the Australians who currently want to be able to use cash.
If there are no more speakers, I'll put the disallowance motion. So the question is that the disallowance motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the door. So the question is that the disallowance motion be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Oh, Senator Bell. Order. There being 17 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Are there any notices of motion? Senator McKim?
President, I seek leave to record Senator Payman's position on that question.
Sure. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Oh, sorry.
Senator McKim.
Senator Payman supported that question.
Thank
supported the disallowance.
Thank you. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I give notice in general terms that tomorrow I will move a motion relating to the Select Committee on the taxation of gas resources.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Are there any other notices of motion? Call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of general business notices 421, 435, 451, 452 and 466, all postponed to the next day of sitting. And committees have lodged extension notifications as shown on the order of business.
Thank you. And Senator Chisholm?
I move that the Criminal Code Amendment, Keeping Australia Safe Bill 2026, be considered on Wednesday, 1 April 2026, at the time of 4 private senators' bills.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Are there any postponements, extensions of time? You've done them. So, and also the ones that clerk postponed, I'm assuming there's no objection and the business is postponed. Senator Askew?
I do leave at the moment.
Yes.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew?
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Dean Smith for the 1st of April for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock?
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock?
Thanks, President. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Lambie from the 23rd to the 31st of March and for the 1st of April for personal reasons.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock?
President, I seek to leave another motion relating to a leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock?
Thank you, President. I move that a leave of absence be granted to Senator Payman from the 31st of March to the 1st of April for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Any other leave? Nope. Okay. I'll now proceed to formal business, and we'll start with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
President, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move the motion.
Senator Hume?
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Hume.
Thank you, President. Protecting the welfare of young Australians is possibly the most important role we have in this place, and I respect the positions of colleagues across the chamber. I agree with Senator Roberts that we should be looking at the suitability of current Commonwealth guidelines. The Coalition supported the Albanese government's decision to task the medical experts at the NHMRC to develop new national clinical practice guidelines for the care of people under 18. We await the public release of its interim advice, due in the middle of this year. However, I oppose the motion for the simple reason that I do not believe that a Senate committee is the appropriate place for the discussion to take place at this time, in the absence of that interim advice from the NHMRC. And I call on the government to expedite the final guidelines to ensure the welfare of vulnerable Australians. I call for respect for those colleagues who exercise their conscience, and I'm grateful to my party for allowing a conscience vote on this matter.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator McKim?
Leave to make a statement of no more than 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Well, thanks very much, President. Colleagues may or may not know that today is the Trans Day of Visibility. It's a day when we ask our community to celebrate trans folks, to show our love for trans people and to show our support for trans people. And that we would have to, on this day of all days, vote down yet another attempt by one nation to create a platform for transphobia using this Senate to provide parliamentary privilege for people to pile on to trans kids and trans people yet again and cause them even more suffering and pain is beyond the pale. It is beyond the pale. Trans rights are human rights. Trans people deserve our love and support, not being piled on
Thank you,
in
Senator
a culture
McKim.
war.
The time has expired. So the question is that business of Senate 1, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thank you. Order. Order. Senator Hanson Young, come to order. Order. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Shoebridge, you're not in a debate with me. Come to order. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of the Senate number 1 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 19 ayes and 41 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Roberts.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. And okay. Okay. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Bell as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 5 ayes and 44 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion 467, standing in the name of Senator Payman. Is someone moving that? Senator Tyrrell.
On behalf, she'd like to withdraw that one, President.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll now go to 468 in the name of Senator Payman. Is someone moving that way? Senator Tyrrell.
On behalf of Senator Payman, I ask the general business notice of motion number 468 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Tyrrell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 468, standing in the name of Senator Payman, moved by Senator Tyrrell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 470, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 470 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 470, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now do. Yeah. I'll now go back to general business notice of motion 469, standing in the name of Senator Payman. Is someone moving that way? Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Payman, I ask that general business notice of motion number 469 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Tyrrell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 469, standing in the name of Senator Payman and moved by Senator Tyrrell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion 471, standing in the name of Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion 471 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Cadell.
I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for the Act to establish a commission of inquiry into the behaviour, practices and performance of the Commonwealth environmental water holder and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cadell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Cadell.
First time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Cadell, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
To establish a commission of inquiry into the behaviour, practices and performance of the Commonwealth environmental water holder and for related purposes.
Senator Cadell.
Now be read a second time, and I seek leave to table an exploratory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Cadell.
I table exploratory memorandum and seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Cadell. I'll now go to general business 472, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 472 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 472, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 472 standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business 473, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 473 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So, Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
Thanks, President. The government has tabled these documents today. Senator Bragg's office was notified that the government had complied with this motion. In light of this information, I urge senators to consider voting against this motion.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion 473, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Senator O'Sullivan?
Just record our position if we can.
Yes, thank you. Does anyone else, your decision in favour, I'm suggesting. Does anyone else want? I called it for the noes. Yeah, ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 473, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now deal with general business notice of motion 474, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 474 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 474, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion 474, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. That concludes formal motions. I think we're moving to the urgency motion. I'll just wait for a change in the chair.
Senator Payman has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It has been circulated and is shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? The support is noted. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clocks in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Hodgins-May to move
Thank
the
you,
motion.
Chair. I move the motion standing in Senator Payman's name. It's not all that often that two of my favourite topics converge in this place, and that is quality early education and care and taxing greedy corporations. But I guess today's my lucky day. Yesterday we took a significant step towards what the Australian public agrees makes sense, what experts know makes sense, what pretty much everyone knows makes sense except for the major parties in One Nation. Oh, and of course the gas lobby. Our inquiry into the taxation of Australia's gas resources will be short and sharp, but it will dig deep. It will dig into the excuses that massive gas corporations have used for decades, excuses that successive weak governments have used for decades to avoid paying what they owe on tax on exports. Because our message is simple: the free ride's over. Australians are fed up with the gas industry's greed. They are fed up with a system where multinational corporations make billions exporting our resources while people at home are struggling to pay their bills. And they are fed up. They are absolutely had a gutful of Labor's refusal to take on these corporations and to tax them properly. This is money that belongs to the Australian public. It should be helping people afford that basics and transition off gas, not padding the profits of some of the wealthiest companies in the world. A minimum 25% tax on gas exports would raise at least $17 billion every single year. I'm going to say $17 billion every single year. That is $17 billion a year that we are currently missing out on. $17 billion that could be used to actually improve people's lives, to improve our energy security and to compensate households. Because this inquiry comes at a crunch moment. The gas cartel is poised to cash in on global conflict, blood-soaked dollars, while Australians are being smashed with rising costs at home. These companies are rubbing their hands together with glee as prices surge. And the revenue we're talking about, there's no shortage of ways that it could be used. Immediate cost of living relief, free public transport, rapid electrification to protect households from exactly this kind of global energy shock in future. Or even towards, I don't know, free, universal, high-quality early education and care. Today, the Senate Education and Employment Committee has also tabled its report into the quality and safety of early childhood education and care, an inquiry initiated by the Greens. Over the past year, the sector has been through one of its most difficult periods. Families have been through one of their most difficult periods. We have seen serious safety failures, an exhausted and underpaid workforce, and families being priced out of the system that they desperately depend on. At a moment like this, we need bold structural reform. Bold structural reform. Instead, what we've been given is a report from Liberal-controlled committee that barely tinkers at the edges. It's a disgrace. It focuses on short-term fixes while sidestepping the core issue. Early learning in this country is still treated as a cash cow, not a public service. Until we confront that, until we stop putting profits before kids, we will be letting families and children down across this country. Just as we guarantee universal access to school children, we should be building a universal, high-quality early learning system, one that works for every child, every family and every educator. The Greens' dissenting report that I am proud to have tabled sets out a different path. It calls for a national ECEC commission, real action to lift wages, measures to rein in excessive profiteering, and a clear transition to a universal system. $17 billion taxed from the greedy gas corporations could deliver truly universal, high-quality early childhood education and care. We can afford it, but it will require this captured government to stare down the vested interests that call the shots and finally put Australian families first. If we had the courage to take on the gas cartel and implement a fair export tax, we could fund the services that Australians rely on. We could ease the pressure on households, and we could finally build systems like early education that is designed for people, not for profit. This is a moment for the people in this side to pick a side. The Greens know which side we are on, and it sure as hell isn't the gas cartels.
Senator O'Sullivan, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Rise to speak on this urgency motion before us here today, that the need for the Australian Government to consider the increasing accessibility and affordability issues that are preventing Australian families from accessing quality early childhood education and care by imposing a 25% tax on gas exports. Well, we don't need to introduce a 25% tax on gas exports to fix a childcare and early learning system. We don't need to do that. We do need to address the deficiencies in our early learning and childcare system, but we don't need to impose a tax on gas exports to fund that. What the government needs to do is to stop trying to impose a one-size-fits-all system on our Australian families. Australian families need flexibility, they need choice when it comes to how they care for and see their children cared for. We don't need to see this one-size-fits-all system further expanded and developed in the way that would just lock that in. We need to ensure that families are provided that choice and that flexibility. Senator Payman always brings, I think, really insightful or interesting, I should say, motions into this place, and I appreciate that she brings these in. It gives us a chance to actually have a debate, to have a discussion about what's right and what's necessary for this country. But I've got to say, in this sense, she's channeling the Australian Greens when she brings a motion like this before the Senate. The Greens' solution is to impose new taxes on everything. I mean, I guess they have to, because if they were to implement everything that they had on their agenda, then they would have to increase taxes right up, all the way right through the economy, because there's no way that you could possibly pay for it. They're never happy in this place unless they're taxing something, and in this case they're wanting to tax something in order to increase the big expenditure that would be required to achieve universal childcare. I mean, that means that we're going to get rid of the means testing of early learning in this country. It would mean that people on $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year would get the same subsidy as someone that was in a lower or more modest income. I mean, surely that's not the sort of system we should have. The government needs to come clean as to whether or not that's what they mean when they talk about universal childcare, because that's the only way that you could interpret it. The Productivity Commission talks about this and says that if you were to impose that, if you bring that in, it would cost up to $8 billion to the budget. And it would mean that you're not directing the support and the services towards those who are most in need. We've got to think about the most vulnerable families in this country. We've got to think about those families that need childcare, that need access to good quality childcare, those that are living in a childcare desert. I mean, if there's going to be any sort of funding, it needs to go towards the needs are, and simply providing universal access. Well, that would just mean that we're not really directing it in the way that it should. But of course, the only way you could do that is to raise taxes. And that's what the Greens are, or that's what Senator Payman and the Greens in supporting it are proposing here today, that we would just impose those sort of taxes. Now, Australian families are paying more for childcare than ever before, even though we heard for 2 elections now that the government were going to make childcare cheaper. They said that they're going to make childcare cheaper, but all that's happening, all we know, is that parents are paying even more for it. Even more for it. I mean, this is the problem. You throw subsidies, you throw money at these things. Unless you deal with the underlying issues, then you don't really address the challenges that are in this system. I was proud to put my name to the committee report today that was tabled that addressed the issues around childcare safety, and there was a chapter in there also about choice and flexibility, because we must provide choice and flexibility in the childcare system, because only about 50% of children are actually in centre-based care. What about the other 50%? What sort of support is there for those families? And this government needs to do more. That's why the Coalition has taken this on as a challenge to ensure that we provide choice and flexibility to families who really need it most.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the early years represent the most powerful lever we have to shape the kind of Australia we want to become. Investing in the early years is the single most important thing we can do to build a fairer nation and to ensure that every child, no matter where they live or what their parents do, can thrive. Access to high-quality early education and care should be available to all families who seek it, without cost, availability or quality concerns presenting a barrier. I am proud to be part of a government that sees the extraordinary potential of high-quality early education and care, and that is matching that with investment. We are committed to delivering high-quality early education and care to every family who seeks it, to every family who needs it. We're backing in families with our 3-day guarantee and the cheaper childcare reforms. Our 3-day guarantee gives 72 hours per fortnight of subsidised care to children who need it. We've scrapped the punitive activity test, which locked children out, children who often can benefit most from a high-quality early education. And it locked out families who weren't able to comply with its strict application. We're improving access by building quality supply where it is needed most. The $1 billion Building Early Education Fund will build and expand more quality not-for-profits and more centres co-located at schools to help families avoid that double drop-off. We've announced our 4 agreements with the states and territories to deliver almost 2,000 new early learning places for families. 80% of those places will be co-located, with more agreements to follow soon. But of course, we're not just improving access, but affordability too, making early education cheaper for more than 1 million families thanks to our policies. On average, this has meant families are paying $3,500 less over a year because of the reforms. We've capped the amount early learning centres can increase their fees through the worker retention payment, and we're building a sustainable workforce led by a minister who has spent much of her working life fighting for these very workers. We've funded wage rises for early childhood education and care workers, with the second instalment of the 15% wage increase delivered in December last year. We want to keep our highly skilled educators in the sector for years to come and train a new generation of educators too. As I have said in this chamber many, many times before, our early childhood educators do life-changing, nation-building work every single day. And for too long in our country, they have been underpaid and undervalued for the extraordinary work that they do. That has to change. It is changing thanks to the investments of our government. There could be no more important lever, no more important investment than in the early years. Through investment in the early years, we don't just change individual lives, we don't just change opportunities and trajectories for families who can then work. we actually change the potential of our entire nation. Investing in the early years is the single most important foundational decision you can make to improve a child's whole education. And when you improve a child's whole educational opportunity and potential, it's extraordinary. You can see and map out in a child's brain what happens when they have access to early childhood development opportunities. The simple act of counting fingers and toes, of singing songs to a child. An extraordinary change in a child's brain and development potential. We're investing in the early years because we know it matters. And we're also investing to expand paid parental leave because we know those critical early months between a mother or a parent and a child are absolutely essential too, to sparking those brain connections, to fostering that sense of security, to setting the foundations for an extraordinary educational potential going forward. These are of the most important policy issues facing our nation, in my view. Our government is investing them. Our government is making the decisions we need to make to ensure more families who want to access the extraordinary potential of early education are able to do so. That ambition needs to be limitless. Of course, there is more that we can do, and I look forward to working with senators in this chamber who share that passion on the path forward.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Are we seriously being asked to believe that slapping a punitive tax on the gas industry will somehow deliver better early childhood education and care for Australian families? This is just fantasy. It's not grounded in economics, evidence, or even basic logic. It is quite simply madness dressed up as moral virtue. This is just an ideological hit job on an industry that employs thousands of Australians, keeping the lights on and underpins large part of our economy. To casually propose taxing it into submission in pursuit of a completely unrelated policy goal is economic sabotage. Supporting early childhood education is a worthy objective, but hijacking it to justify dismantling a critical sector is as cynical as it is absurd. And the real problem here is there is no credible link. None. The motion asks us to draw a straight line between two entirely separate issues and just pretend the unrelated link between the two doesn't exist. It's just a hand wave and a promise that if we squeeze one sector hard enough, everything else will somehow fall into place. By that logic, why stop at gas? Why not tax air? Perhaps breathing is the hidden obstacle to childcare access. Or walking. Yes, maybe families would finally get relief if we taxed every step they took. It sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. And yet, it is no more detached from reality than the argument being put forward here. This chamber is supposed to stand for serious, evidence-based policy making. Families facing skyrocketing childcare costs deserve real solutions, targeted investment, workforce strategies, and reforms that actually address access and affordability. Instead, we get economic sleight of hand, tax one thing, promise another, and hope no one looks too closely. I have heard some astonishing arguments in my short time in this chamber. This may not win outright, but it's certainly a finalist. This motion belongs in the bin.
Senator Steele.
Chair, and I rise to make my contribution to this debate too. And I'd just like to say that I listened intently, Senator Whitten, and it's not very often we're on the same fence on everything, but I do agree with you wholeheartedly on the nonsense of this one that's been put forward to us today. And I'm not going to attack Senator Payman, not at all, but I mean, it's very easy, but I will say this, it's very easy, and she doesn't enjoy the support of a massive political machine behind her like she used to, but this is the sort of thing that you would hear around a barbecue when someone's on about their 8th or 9th or 10th beer, someone who has not come from Western Australia in particular. This is what really confuses me. Coming from the state of Western Australia, where Senator Payman would fall, and I'm not bagging her out, unfortunately she's not here to defend herself, but to fall into this ridiculousness of thinking after about the 8th drink that how can we whack the living daylights out of a predominantly West Australian industry, although it's all around Australia, to attack. I haven't seen you. No, you have got a little bit down there. I agree. Thank you, Senator Farrell, and Queensland and New South Wales. To number one, to pull this one out and think this is quality policy that all Australians would fall over. Now, I'm not one that attends all the football grand finals or everything with the oil and gas industry, but I will say this, coming from WA, you go through the airport in Perth. What are we looking at in the airport in Perth? It's not full with tourists, unfortunately. It's not. We'd love more tourists. It's full with fluoro vests. And it's full with fluoro vests, and a lot of those fluoro vests are engaged in hard rock mining, which I don't have a lot of friends in hard rock mining, but in gas, and I have greatest respect for the gas industry. Do they pay their way? One can argue, but I will say this, we have the PRRT. Could it be brought on earlier? There's all those sort of arguments we can have. But yes, they employ a heck of a lot of Australians. Yes, they are working within their taxation realms that this nation has set for them. And one is, I think, if you were to raise this argument just to kick the living daylights out of the gas industry in Australia, there'd be a lot of opposition. But more importantly, let's talk about childhood. And early childhood care is important. And Senator Marielle Smith put it succinctly. She put it better than anyone that I've heard today. And we know that this government has done so much for early childhood. And we know that every child deserves to have access to quality care. There's no argument. It doesn't matter what your postcode is. We also know that this government is backing in families with our 3-day guarantee and cheaper childcare reforms. I mean, this government is investing no less than $1 billion to build more centres in more places. We are doing that. We're investing $1 billion under our Building the Early Education Fund. We're building more early learning centres where families need it most, including in the outer suburbs and in the regions. And I know, because I've seen what we've been doing in the Kimberley, and I know that what we went to the election proposing for the Pilbara, which is all good stuff. We're building for more quality not-for-profits. We're building more centres co-located at schools, heaven help us, to help families avoid a double drop-off. I mean, well, we're strengthening the sector to improve quality. We've announced 4 agreements with the states and territories to deliver almost 2,000 new early learning places for families. 80% of those places will be, once again, collated at schools. If you were to listen, or if you had no idea what was going on in this nation and you read Senator Payman's proposal, you would think that nothing's being done about early childhood. For goodness sake, this Albanese government's been a groundbreaker. We've got more agreements to follow soon. Just like every child has the right to go to school, every child now has the right to 3 days childcare subsidy. And every parent has the subsidy support they need to get back to work when they're ready. Wouldn't our parents would have loved that, Senator Whitten? Wouldn't they have loved to have that opportunity? I think my parents would have put me in school for more than 3 days of their opportunity, but anyway, or care. And we've cut the cost of early learning for more than 1 million Australian families. On average, families will pay $3,500 less this year because of our cheaper childcare reforms. We've capped the amount childcare centres can increase their fees through the worker retention payment, and because of that, fees have gone up by 3.5% at those services in the last year. That's just the sort of practical support parents need. I think thought bubbles that we've seen today from Senator Payman, well, maybe keep them round the barbecue and we'll put some serious policy in place with this Albanese government.
The question is that the urgency motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the urgency motion be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Liddle teller for the noes, Senator McKim teller for the ayes. There being 10 ayes and 26 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McGrath, which has been circulated and is shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I call Senator McGrath to move the motion.
Acting Deputy President, before I move the motion, I believe the whips have agreed this. I just seek leave to table the costings document that I referred to at question time of the day, but was lost in the repartee of question time. So, thank you.
Leave granted?
Nice.
Leave is granted.
Cool. Excellent. And I do move the motion. And the motion, Acting Deputy President, is the need for the Albanese Labor government to outline how it will ensure fuel is delivered to Australians where it is needed and rule out heavy-handed mandates. Well, we are in the middle of a fuel crisis, and it's not being helped by a Prime Minister who is living in this self-induced bubble of Canberra and the world in which he likes to mix with. Because I don't think the Prime Minister or the members of the Labor Party who sit around the Cabinet realise actually how tough people are doing it out there. Because we've got a cost of living crisis, and on top of the cost of living crisis, we now have a fuel crisis, which is only adding to the pain that Australians are feeling when they pull out their purse or their wallet and they get the card out and they do a swipe or they pay on their phone for items. Everything is costing more. We always know the maxim that Labor always costs you more, but everything is costing you more because of the Labor government. Now we do note that the government has announced a temporary cut to the fuel excise for 3 months, and that relief is welcome. And I'd note that that is something that the Coalition first called for. That is something that when the Coalition first called for it, it was getting poo-pooed by the commentariat and also by some members of the Labor Party as not being needed, which just goes to show how out of touch this Labor government is. But what is surprising, Acting Deputy President, is that this fuel crisis should not have come as a surprise to the Labor government, because anyone with half a modicum of interest in world affairs will have known and seen that the United States and Israel had a particular interest in relation to the nuclear capability of Iran, and that Iran is in the middle of the Middle East, and the Middle East is famous for many, many good things, including oil. And in particular, 20% of the world's oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz. And if a conflict was to kick off over there, then it would obviously have an impact upon Australia. But this government didn't do any of the planning in relation to that. If you fail to plan, you effectively plan to fail. And if the government was taking out diplomatic staff from the Middle East, from certain countries, we're talking 5, 6, 7 weeks ago, why weren't they making similar plans in relation to ensuring that we had fuel security in this country? The issue goes to, if you're in regional Queensland, if you're in regional Australia, your access to fuel under this government is quite limited, because across the country, hundreds of petrol stations remain dry. And what this means is that farmers can't run their machinery, their seeding plans are at risk. So this is not just an economic issue, it's actually a security issue in terms of the security risk for the lack of fuel, but it also goes to the food security for Australia. It is well known that Australia is a food bowl, and that with a population of 28 million, we can comfortably grow the food for 3 times our population. However, this is not going to be the case if farmers cannot plant the seeds. So supply chains are under real pressure. And without fuel, parents can't get to school. Now, the Liberal National State Council on the weekend, acting Deputy President, the feedback from State Council delegates from around the state was very, very sound debates were going on. Thank you, Senator Bragg. And the debates were going on and the conversations were had in relation to how the lack of diesel in regional Queensland was impacting everything from parents being able to get their children to school to the actual just people getting on with their lives. The number one job of any government is to keep Australians safe, and this government is not keeping Australians safe because it is not ensuring that Australians have adequate fuel supply, and that a fuel supply that is within the means of the average Australian who is already combating a cost of living crisis. Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President. Senator McGrath asked for an outline of what the government is doing to boost fuel security in this nation. He doesn't need a motion in the Senate, he just needs to read the newspaper. I appreciate he's had a few things on his mind lately, so I'm happy to catch him up on what's been going on. Yesterday, the Albanese government announced the fuel excise will be halved from 52.6 cents to 26.3 cents per litre. This will take effect from tomorrow, providing relief against peaks in demand for fuel for the next 3 months. Further, the heavy vehicle road user charge will be reduced to zero for the same 3-month period, providing immediate financial relief to the freight industry to the tune of $2.55 billion, reducing operating costs by 32 cents per litre. On top of this, yesterday we passed a bill to give the Fair Work Commission the power to hear urgent applications to protect truckies and trucking operators from peaks in fuel demand. And on Monday, the Prime Minister convened National Cabinet and a 4-stage national fuel security plan was adopted. This is a plan that was adopted by all state and territory premiers and chief ministers, including Senator McGrath's own premier in Queensland, David Crisafulli. We've also begun the release of 20% of Australia's fuel reserves. We've changed petrol standards to get more fuel flowing. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up fuel price monitoring and to issue on-the-spot fines to dishonest operators and more. This is the kind of action you can expect from a serious party of government, not the One Nation tribute band we've seen the Liberal Party turn into. Because Labor understands the importance of fuel to keeping Australia moving, especially in Australia's most decentralised state, Queensland. Queenslanders depend on reliable fuel supply, not only for cars and trucks, but for freight that keeps our state moving. Fuel is what gets our farmers' products to market, keeps emergency services operating, and keeps our remote communities connected. So the concerns of Australians and Queenslanders around global fuel security are real, and this government takes them seriously. What we will not do is treat an urgency motion as a substitute for policy like Senator McGrath is doing today, or a reason to run out the tail end of his pre-selection pitch. Because what Senator McGrath is not telling the Australian people is that the fuel security issues that we now face were a deliberate policy design when the Liberals left office. Senator McGrath, you were the Assistant Minister to Scott Morrison when you closed our oil refineries in this country. And I can't remember how many secret ministries the bloke had. I think it was 5 at last count. And 6, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure Energy Minister was one of them too. And you were part of the Liberal National Government that walked away from our sovereign fuel capacity. You were sitting beside Australia's other worst Energy Minister, the member for Hume, Angus Taylor, when he drove this country into the ground. He hollowed out our domestic fuel supply, he closed our refineries, he made Australia dangerously dependent on global supply chains, he abandoned our sovereign fuel capacity, and he allowed national fuel reserves to fall to alarming new lows. You left the future of Australia's refining industry hanging by a thread. In fact, only 2 of Australia's refineries are left, in Brisbane and Geelong, and they are producing around 20% of this country's fuel needs. And those refineries only survived thanks to the Australian Workers' Union standing shoulder to shoulder with the refinery workers, saving those refineries from closure. The AWU and this side of politics have always campaigned to secure a future where Australia retains the industrial muscle it needs at uncertain times. We saved the Mount Isa smelter. We saved the Boyne smelter, while coalition senators in this chamber mocked us this week. And if you assume the opposition might have learnt something after their decade of damage, you'd be wrong. Instead, Angus Taylor and opposition Treasury spokesperson Tim Nicholls today announced they want to cut $2.6 billion from the budget. More Liberal Party cuts, cuts, cuts. They want to kill off the very things that are making energy more affordable in this country and us less reliant on overseas fuel capacity.
Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I make the point that we are living through a period of very low ambition for our country, very low ambition, and I feel really sorry for the people that we are sent here to serve, because this government has left the nation totally unprepared for this current challenge. And it's not as if this is a new thing. It's not as if we haven't had supply chain challenges in the last 5 years. People with some reasonable sense of a memory will recall the COVID-19 pandemic. And so here we sit at the back end, the bottom end of the South Pacific, at the end of these supply chains, which have been designed to work on a just-in-time basis, totally exposed, and completely weak and unable to respond in a way which is befitting such a strong and should be prosperous nation. So I've asked myself, where did this all go wrong? I do think that there has been way too much ideology in the energy debate over the years, and my views haven't changed, other than to the point that I do think that we have fundamentally got to be honest with the Australian people that we need more of everything. We are going to need more fossil fuels, we're going to need more renewables, and unfortunately I think we have a situation where different people in different political parties have decided that there's a particular form of energy purity that they like to talk about, to the exclusion of all others. Or there's some energy that's good and some energy that's bad. Well, the truth is we are endowed with all these resources, whether it be uranium, whether it be sunshine, whether it be wind, whether it be coal, whether it be gas, whether it be oil. We have 40 years of oil in the ground in this country and we can't get it out because of the environmental laws. Now that tells you that we're making a very big mistake, because the idea that we are not going to use our own resources for our own benefit, meanwhile almost every other country continues to use our resources, either we export to them or they dig it up themselves, it's just insane. It's just insane. It's unfair on our people. And it is the most vulnerable people that won't be able to afford fuel because of the unusual ideological bent that has permeated our energy policy. So I make the point that Murray Watt, or Minister Watt, has declared himself king of the environment, that he's fixed the environment laws. But I mean, my sense is that he's not a very good king of the environment, because I don't think we're going to be able to get any resources in Australia in a timely fashion. I mean, the fact that it took 7 or 8 years to get the Browse and the Woodside developments going in the North West Shelf, I mean, God knows how many others gave up in that process, is a very bad sign. And so the test going forward is, how can we get a more reasonable public debate going on in this country, that we are going to need to use more fossil fuels, we're going to need to use more renewables, we're going to need more of everything. And it would be insane to not use the things that we have here in this country while everyone else uses similar energy sources. So we can't punish people, we can't punish Australians for being Australian. And that's what I feel like we have been doing, certainly given the lack of preparedness the government has shown in the last few weeks. So at the end of the day, yes, there are tactical judgments the government has made to respond, too slow I'd say, but these are ultimately short-term measures. The bigger question is, are we going to have the long-term energy abundance that we need to maintain our first world status economy? And I'd say it's very uncertain. I'd say it's very uncertain, because one of the biggest drags on getting the energy resources approved and up to scratch have been these environmental laws. And I would say that given the Senate's extensive investigation of these bills, it's very unclear, I'd say almost definitively, that there won't be any improvements under these laws, because all of the principal things in the main are in the regulations. So I don't think we're going to get fast approvals anytime soon, and that's bad, because we need more energy, more fuel right now.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And it's always interesting to hear from Senator McGrath and get yet another of the opposition's logical inconsistencies on the public record. On the one hand, he calls out the Albanese Labor government to outline how it will ensure that fuel is delivered to Australians where it's needed. That bit, absolutely, I agree with. And then he goes on to call for the government to rule out heavy-handed mandates. So I get the message, Senator McGrath, it's do something, but whatever you do, don't do anything. Totally confused message, and that's what we're getting consistently from those on the opposite side. We know why the LNP is sitting over there and why this government is on the Treasury benches, because we are a government that will responsibly, carefully and logically get things done. Australians know that the global circumstances that we're dealing with are really pressing hard on every single economy across the world, and pressing hard on the delivery of the fuels that we have always expected would flow. There is an unprecedented conflict in the Middle East. It's absolutely pushing up prices everywhere around the world. And here in Australia, that's putting pressure on families, on farmers,
on small and large businesses. When you go to the servo to fill up and they're out of fuel, of course, that can be really, really worrying. And that's why our government is hearing from Australians, accepting the reality and getting on with taking careful and necessary action, calmly and methodically, to get the fuel we need restocked as soon as possible. And when that fuel gets here, it gets to where it needs to go. Now, despite a stable national fuel supply, we know that the global price pressure and the doubling of demand in some areas has seen parts of the regional fuel market, the spot market in particular, come under significant strain. And it's had an unacceptable impact, particularly on regional customers who source their fuel this way as the most common way. And this is really especially affecting farmers. That's why we're working collaboratively and practically with the states and the territories to fix these supply chains and get the fuel where it needs to be. Now, we've undertaken this task carefully, and we've introduced legislation that is really vital to making sure that we underwrite additional fuel cargoes and that other vital strategic reserves will help to acquire additional supply. We've got more fuel and diesel in particular into the Australian market by temporarily amending the fuel standards to help respond to the reality that Australians are facing. And we've released the 20% of baseline minimum stockholding obligation for petrol and diesel, which has further boosted fuel supply. Now, in New South Wales, my home state, we're working together with the state government to deal with the realities of significant additional demand. At the Newcastle terminal, as one example, diesel sales volumes have been up to 36% more than was forecast during March. Now, the state government of New South Wales has announced that it will require major fuel companies to provide information on their plans for supplying the additional fuel that's needed, particularly to regional communities. And the state government will establish a liquid fuel emergency operations centre to track any shortages, to coordinate fuel direction and forecast future supply needs. There's evidence that this minimum stockholding obligation release is already beginning to flow into regional communities. One company's sales to independent distributors that supply regional and rural areas is up to 33% of the normal average monthly volume after only 25 days of sales. In the central west and southern and southwest of the state, an extra 1,200 kilolitres of diesel is flowing to agricultural and regional independent retail networks. There's an extra 400 kilolitres heading to the Dubbo region to fill bulk tanks. And at a national level, the legislative changes that will be coming to this place in just a couple of hours relating to the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act will bring the deal-making expertise of the Export Finance Australia to the challenge to make sure we can buy the cargoes, enable the purchase of cargoes and support those companies to continue to address the supply shortages.
Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. This is a significant problem that Australians are facing. The cost of fuel and the fuel shortages in our country have impacted Australians in a very big way. And this isn't an isolated impact. I think that if we didn't have the cost of living struggles in our country that we've had for the last 4 years, if we hadn't had the housing crisis in our country that we've had for the last 4 years, and if we haven't had the broader inflationary challenges in this country that we've had for the last 4 years, and the increase in interest rates and the increase in rents, then maybe this would have been felt differently by Australians. But on top of everything else that Australians are paying more for, this is just another punch in the guts. I did the math on it before. The average price of fuel, of diesel, in February was $1.82 a litre. The average price this week is $3.07 a litre. On a 60-litre tank, that's an increase from about $110 to about $185. That's almost a 70% increase in a matter of weeks. And I know those opposite will say, well, that's not their fault, that, you know, it's a global shock. And I acknowledge that that is the case. But the issue is that this is on top of all of the other homegrown shocks. And Australians just have had enough. They can't take it. This is just yet another thing that they have to cop and that they have to deal with. That every time that they feel that they're getting one step ahead, they have to take 2 steps back. And it's particularly hard for young Australians who are struggling to start out and actually, and I've said it over and over again and I'm going to say it again, no matter how hard they work, they believe they will never be able to own their own home. There's actually nothing there for them in that social contract. They're missing out across the board. And that's a failure of the people in this place. We have to do better with that. We have to change that. And we want to restore those standards of living for Australians. We want to restore the dream of home ownership. But the other thing that I want to reflect on in my comments, and I acknowledge that, you know, the government has now decided to adopt the Coalition's policy of reducing the fuel excise and reducing that cost by some 25 cents a litre. But a couple of weeks ago in this chamber, when we talked about fuel shortages, when we said that petrol stations were running out of petrol and diesel, those opposite laughed at us and said we were scaremongering, that we were causing people to panic buy. But it was true. We were being told by people that they, particularly in regional areas, that they were at that point in time going to petrol stations and there was no fuel. Those opposite denied it. They said it wasn't true. The Energy Minister and the Prime Minister said it's not true, it's scaremongering, you're causing people to panic buy. And within 24 hours of that, the Energy Minister came out and said, actually, we do have a crisis. And that's the point I want to make here, is that for some reason, those opposite, the Prime Minister particularly, and in this case his Energy Minister, have their head in the sand when we have significant problems and are in denial around the scale and the significance of those problems until they can no longer deny them. Australians deserve a government that is proactive and will lead and plan to navigate challenges like that which we are facing today. They do not deserve a government that actually has their head in the sand, particularly on the back of all of the cost of living pressures that Australians have been under for the last 4 years, not the least of which was yet another interest rate rise a few weeks ago, which once again means a greater impost on family budgets, a greater impost on small businesses who are trying to work out how they make ends meet, a greater impost on the tradie that's trying to work out how much diesel they can afford to put in their truck to go to the next job, on top of soaring prices for all of the materials that they need, whether they be a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, a bricklayer or a builder. This is the reality that Australians are facing, and this government needs to step forward and lead proactively, not reactively.
Thank you, Senator. The question is the motion moved by Senator McGrath be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye. Those against say no. Okay, I believe the ayes have it. No division required. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Copyright Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of second reading debate.
I call Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I move the second reading amendment that was circulated in my name. The second reading amendment which makes it clear that there is much more work to be done when it comes to the Section 28 issue in relation to the Copyright Amendment Bill 2025. Acting Deputy President, when we've been speaking with stakeholders in the space, and I particularly want to reference the the education providers. They point out that so much of what happens now in universities, in TAFEs, is education that is provided online. Often there'll be a lecture recorded in real life. It is beamed out sometimes, put live online so that students can remotely access it while the lecture's being delivered. We understand that the proposed Section 28 amendments would largely capture that and ensure that copyright isn't payable for copyrighted materials that are transmitted live. But of course, Acting Deputy President, as you would know, and anyone who's spoken to students studying at universities and TAFE now would know, quite often what happens is if students are unable to access the lecture in real life, unable to see it, they may have illness, they may have a clash in their timetables, they may have work, unable to attend the lecture online in real life when it's being broadcast. They rely upon a recording of it, and they log in using their student ID, they access the recording of the video. Now, as I understand it, the government doesn't intend Section 28 to provide protection for education institutions when that is happening, when students are accessing their education materials from a recording. And there is no mechanism in place currently to provide for payments for that because it hasn't traditionally been the provision of copyright material that copyright owners have previously sought to recover payments from education providers. So our second reading amendment on behalf of the Greens addresses that pretty fundamental problem in Section 28. And I want to be clear on the part of the Greens. We believe that we should be removing all barriers we possibly can so that public education providers, our universities, our schools, our TAFEs, can have as great a penetration as possible into the community, and the community can have as greater access as possible to education resources. And it should not be constrained by arcane provisions in copyright law. Now, I don't know why it is that the Labor government doesn't also back in public education like the Greens, but it's for those reasons, Acting Deputy President, that I commend the second reading amendment as moved.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Call the Minister. Quorum required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Quorum is present. Any other senators wish to speak to this? Senator Roberts was first on his feet.
Thank you. Are we still talking about the Copyright Bill?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Second reading. The Copyright Amendment Bill 2025 is the result of consultation over 2 years to solve a problem that's existed around orphan works. Schedule 1 of the bill creates a statutory framework that enables lawful use of orphan works when the copyright owner cannot be identified or located despite a reasonably diligent approach. Schedule 2 makes clear that copyright exemptions for learning institutions teaching in person extend to lessons taught online. Schedule 3 makes minor technical changes and updates. The Orphan Work Scheme creates Division 2 AAA in the Copyright Act 1968 to limit remedies for copyright infringement where the owner cannot be found despite a reasonably diligent approach. It would be good to have had further guidance on what reasonably diligent means. I do expect there will be guidance from industry and media around that definition when the bill commences. Using internet search and websites like TinEye, asking AI if something is copyrighted, is not hard to do. It's quite easy. The Act already limits backdated claims to 6 years, or where the use predates that, only the last 6 years can be claimed as copyright infringement. The bill requires a copyright owner who has detected use of their material to give the offending user a notice to take down the material, and if they do, then a charge does not have to result. It's the copyright owner's discretion. Copyright owner's discretion. Any charge they do claim must be reasonable. There's that word again. There's a real issue with copyright trolls who buy up dormant copyrights, then look to see who has used that writing, photo or art, then send a copyright claim. I've seen many examples of copyright trolls making claims above $1,000 for an insignificant use, such as a photo on a website that attracts little to no traffic. This legislation does introduce words like reasonable to describe the charge being requested. That is new, and it should help in these cases because it gives a small business a chance to negotiate the charge, and it may stop claims being made for minor use where no quantifiable benefit has resulted. And the legislation provides the courts with clear rules and guidance that will reduce the cost of litigation for both parties. One Nation will watch how this legislation works in practice. If small business is not being properly protected for in good faith breaches, then further measures may be necessary. The good news in this bill will allow galleries, libraries, museums and educational institutions greater freedom to use works they have on hand. When an estimated 70% of some collections being orphaned, this is a significant step forward. The bill does not address a major concern around copyright law, which is using copyright material to train AI. Under the Copyright Act 1968, teaching an AI on copyrighted works generally requires permission or a licence from the copyright owner. Reproducing substantial parts of copyrighted works in an AI's output, such as quoting long excerpts, reproducing poems or images, is usually an infringement. The exception is a narrow fair use exception for academic and news purposes. Where this becomes a problem is in areas of search, where the old 10 blue links in Google in a page of search results have been replaced with an AI answer, which uses information from a copyrighted website, generally removing the need to visit the site. Many artificial intelligence sites, ChatGPT being a major offender, will use data from a copyrighted site to answer a user question and even make recommendations for which website to use based on the data from a different site. The issue of AI appropriating copyrighted works or copyrighted web pages is an issue that will need to be addressed in the near future. One Nation Minister will support this bill.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This is a good bill, and I thank the government for bringing it forward, and to all of the public servants who've worked on it and those in the Minister's office. I wanted to talk briefly about copyright at this critical point in history, where we're seeing AI companies and big tech hoovering up copyrighted works to train their models with what seems like no regard for copyright holders. And this is the role of governments to actually step in and say, we have a system of copyright, it's served us well, we have it in recognition of people who create works, artists, authors, and others, in recognition that their work is theirs. They own it. And utilising that work should be a negotiation, and they should be paid for the use of that work after the negotiation. And it seems that there's only 2 instances in Australia where we infringe upon that right. One is with artists, when it comes to the cap on what commercial radio and the ABC have to pay artists. There's no negotiation there. We have a 1% cap. And then when it comes to AI, and I have very serious concerns about what artificial intelligence means for creatives, for copyright, and more broadly for our economy. Because I just haven't seen anything from this government, or both sides of politics really in this country, both major parties, that they are willing to stand up to big tech. And particularly in the time of President Trump, and his relationship with big tech there, and what that means for our ability to stand up to big tech, given our reliance on the US when it comes to AUKUS and other things. And I think there's many Australians both questioning AI and also questioning why we aren't allowed to actually stand up for our own artists in this country, for creatives here in Australia. So I think it is really important that this Senate actually says we will protect copyright of creatives. It's not good enough that you're just a multi-billion-dollar company that has a huge amount of clout. That doesn't matter. You've actually got to pay copyright holders to use their works. And so I would like to, I think it'll get caught up in the guillotine, but foreshadow a second reading amendment that very simply states that. And I would urge Senate colleagues to back copyright holders in Australia and back that second reading amendment. We need to stand up to AI companies. We need to stand up to big tech. We need to stand up to this surveillance capitalism that is not working for us. They are monetizing our attention. They are making, when it comes to big tech, extraordinary profits, and finding some pretty creative ways of not actually paying us here in Australia. And my sense, and we canvassed this a little bit during question time, is that some expectations from the government is not going to cut it. We actually need a government that is willing to stand up to big tech, to stand up to the AI giants who are in this arms race to develop the best model, to develop artificial general intelligence and what that may mean for our economy, for societies around the world. We haven't even got into some of the potential job losses from artificial intelligence. I don't even think we're tracking them at the moment here in this country. No safeguards, let it rip. It really doesn't cut it more broadly with AI. And then when it comes to copyright, we need to reaffirm that we believe that copyright is a really important part of how we deal with people's creative works in this country.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I want to thank all senators for their contribution to debate on this bill. This bill implements two priority legislative reforms. Firstly, the establishment of an orphan works scheme, which will facilitate publicly beneficial use of genuinely orphaned materials by reducing legal risks for good faith users without unreasonably prejudicing the interests of copyright owners. Secondly, the proposed amendments to Section 28 of the Copyright Act, which will ensure copyright material is treated consistently, regardless of whether it is used in a physical, online or hybrid classroom, so long as the other conditions of that section are met. They will also promote collaborative learning involving parents and members of the community without impacting existing licensing arrangements. The bill will also strengthen and modernise the Copyright Act through various minor and technical amendments to simplify, update and clarify certain provisions. I do want to thank the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, expertly chaired by Senator Jana Stewart, for its inquiry into the bill over recent months. The government agrees with the committee's sole recommendation that the bill be passed. I do want to assist the chamber in some way, given the hours motion upon us, and address some of the second reading amendments, if that's helpful. The government opposes the amendment put forward by the Greens. The government has been clear that the bill is intended to achieve outcomes that stakeholders agreed could be progressed with broad support. Stakeholders have broadly agreed that Section 28 of the Copyright Act could be clarified to ensure that it applies in the same way to an online or remote class as in-person classes, and the bill has been carefully drafted to achieve this intent. Additional measures to extend Section 28 to cover recording of lessons for later viewing do not have broad stakeholder support. Right holders remain strongly opposed to such an extension, evidenced through a joint media release issued by several rights holders' representatives on the 20th of March 2026. This is a complex area of law and a contested policy space, we accept that, but it requires careful consideration and detailed analysis to balance the interests of all stakeholders and avoid any unintended consequences. This is what the bill, as currently before the Senate, achieves. It represents several years of work with key stakeholders to achieve pragmatic outcomes that benefit the education sector while not impacting rights holders' legitimate interests, and has broad stakeholder support. This is not the case for the amendments moved by the Greens, and for this reason, the government opposes that amendment. The government also opposes the second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock. The government has already been clear and in strongly supporting Australian creators and media organisations. That is why the Attorney-General announced in October last year that the government is not considering a text and data mining exception. Under such a proposal, artificial intelligence developers would be able to use the works of Australian creators for free and without permission to train AI systems. The government stands behind Australia's creative and media industry. The Australian government has consistently said that there are no plans to weaken copyright protections when it comes to AI. The bill will implement important reforms that update and clarify the Copyright Act, reducing legal risk and promoting modern collaborative learning without unreasonably prejudicing the interests of copyright owners for the benefit of the Australian community. Thank you, Deputy President.
The question then is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes. Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 16, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I would ask senators to remain in the chamber. Senator Pocock, were you going to move your second reading amendment? Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy Pres. I seek leave to move my second reading amendment.
You don't need leave. You can just move it, Senator Pocock.
Just move it then. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is second reading amendment moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair. Noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 16, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. I put the question that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Copyright Act 1968 and for related purposes.
Minister?
There's no amendment.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? No? In that case, I will call the minister.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Oh,
no, sorry. I'll just need to go to the clerk first. Clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the Copyright Act 1968 and for related purposes.
Senator McKim.
Seek leave to have Senator Payman's position recorded.
There being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. Senator Payman supported the Greens' second reading amendment, Senator Pocock's second reading amendment and the second and third reading of the bill.
Thank you, Senator McKim. And I will call the clerk. No, I won't. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is that this bill be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted, and I will call. I haven't actually got a speakers list, but I will call Senator Canavan.
Kick off. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy President. Well, finally, colleagues, the Labor Party has realised that oil, that diesel, that petrol are strategic commodities. Because what this bill does, what the Labor Party are doing at the last minute as we enter perhaps the worst energy crisis since the 1970s, the Labor Party have finally, belatedly, recognised that we need fossil fuels to keep our country moving. It's taken them a while, Mr. Deputy President. They, for their first 4 years in government, have run a war on fossil fuels, and that has meant, that war, so they have won some battles at, I must say, that war has meant that this country, Australia, is entering this energy crisis in a much more vulnerable state than we should otherwise be, because the Labor Party just don't like fossil fuels. They don't like oil, they don't like petrol, they don't like diesel, and now they expect us, expect the Australian people, to trust them to deal with a major oil shortage. Now, I welcome this bill. I welcome this belated recognition of the importance of fossil fuels. I've been trying to scream this from the rooftops for my whole political career, because the basic facts are that things don't get done in our economy unless we have a balanced mix of energy sources, and that does and must include the application of liquid fuels, because that is liquid fuels is what moves the trucks, it's what helps our tractors plant our food, it's what keeps our major export industries going, it's what helps transport the things we need in this country to import from overseas. Without it, our country stops. Without it, people will suffer. There's no doubt about that. Now, what this bill does, as I was hinting at, Mr. Deputy President, is establish a strategic reserve, or a list of strategic commodities that can be added to a strategic reserve. The government has used this as a backdoor to establish its strategic critical minerals reserve. We'll give them that. There is the ability to add other materials, I note, including the government has flagged fertiliser and PVC, also things that are made from petrochemical products, from these so-called evil fossil fuels. They help feed us, they help house us, and we do very much need them. Surprisingly, Mr. Deputy President, the government has not put on solar panels or wind turbines on the strategic reserve list. I thought we've been told for years that all we had to do was capture our sun and our wind and everything would be rosy. Again, we're getting a lesson in the School of Hard Knocks that the fairy tales this government has told our country have turned out to be that very thing. So welcome back to the Labor Party. Welcome back to the land of common sense and the planet called Earth. It's just a little bit late, and I do think still there are shortcomings with this approach, which unfortunately may cause issues for us in the future. As I say, we will happily guide the Labor Party back to planet Earth. We've been here, we've never left, so we know the way around here, and we'll help them get this bill through the Senate at the last minute. But in doing so, I want to flag that we will move some amendments that would, for once and all, see Labor's war on fossil fuels end. And if they don't, if the Labor Party is the test, if the Labor Party doesn't support these very reasonable amendments, we can see that their last-minute conversion to these issues is a fake one. It's not real. They're just trying to manage themselves from one political crisis to another, not really solve the issues ahead of our nation. One of our amendments will very simply get rid of the damage the Labor Party did just a year ago. Now, right here tonight, they're saying, oh, we love fossil fuels, we want to bring these ships in, we want to insure them. You'll hear them speak about that tonight. Well, just a year ago, Mr Deputy President, just a year ago, the Labor Party changed the EFIC Act to ban Export Finance Australia from supporting coal, oil and gas. That is in section 23C of this bill. We'll move an amendment to remove that. So if they're serious, if the Labor Party is serious about solving this oil crisis, they will support us in removing that very damage they did just last year, because, Mr Deputy President, we know what the Labor Party did last summer. We know last summer the Labor Party sought to kill our coal, oil and gas industry, so it's a bit rich for them to come here tonight and say somehow they now support it. And finally, Mr Deputy President, we'll give the Labor Party the opportunity to unwind the dodgy deal they did with the Greens just 4 months ago. Just 4 months ago, the Labor Party moved an amendment to the EPBC Act, to environmental laws, to exclude the ability of the Environment Minister to approve a project if it involved fossil fuels. So amazingly, Mr Deputy President, amazingly, absurdly, we're about to go into the worst energy crisis since the 1970s. We're about to leave this place for 5 weeks, and the government, thanks to its deal with the Greens, has no ability to approve a project that might help us bring more oil online, because they have excluded the ability of that to be in the national interest. Surely it is our national interest to approve a project that underpins our fuel security, our liquid fuel security in this country.
Your time has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And while I appreciate the drama and rhetorical flourish of contributions here in the chamber, Australians need fuel. They're not interested in words being eschewed with passion and vigour that actually mean nothing to them when they get to the Bowser. They actually need a responsible government that's actually doing what needs to be done. I just want to put on the record that in the preparation of the vehicle that is going to allow us to get the fuel in and secure the continuity of fuel supply for Australians, the government has been working very, very carefully, consulting to make sure that what we do for not only our fuel sector but also the critical minerals sector is supported. So if we look at the stakeholders who have invested time in making sure that the legislation that is coming to this place today, which has been long in preparation, we have the support of the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve by the resource sector itself. Those opposite actually will misrepresent our relationship with that very important part of Australia's economy, but the reality is they support this piece of legislation. And, of course, since the war has broken out in the Middle East with Iran and Israel and the US and the subsequent impact on all parts of the Middle East, major fuel retailers and refiners have been consulting with the government. And let me tell you, in those meetings there's a lot less rhetorical flourish and a lot more let's deal with the reality in a truly Australian way. Okay, we've got a few challenges, let's get on with the job. Now, what is happening with this particular piece of legislation is part of our carefully calibrated National Fuel Security Plan. We want to keep Australia open and we want to keep Australia moving. So there are 4 phases that the government has outlined in responsible management of the challenges we face right now in 2026. No looking backwards, only looking forward to make sure that Australians' needs are fulfilled. Plan and prepare, phase 1. That's what we're doing. That's what we've been able to undertake to get to the point where this legislation is now responsibly before the Parliament. Part 2, keeping Australia moving. And that is what this vehicle will enable. At stage 3, there will be targeted opportunities for taking action. And at stage 4, of course, a responsible government prepares and will make sure that we are there to protect critical services for all Australians. We can pray for peace in the Middle East, and we will all benefit from that, not just in the Middle East, but right here in Australia, in the re-establishment of the processes of peace that deliver prosperity and certainty into our market. Now, Export Finance Australia needs new powers to finance the import of fuel and other necessary goods. So we are talking about matters in this parliament all the time around making sure our farmers have urea. We've heard from the housing industry that we need things like PVC piping, and more conversations with stakeholders will reveal critical things that need to come into the country. This very elegant vehicle will allow Export Finance Australia to provide financial derivatives, to provide price support, to purchase, sell and stockpile fuel and other necessary goods to ensure domestic availability as and when directed by government, and to financially hedge resulting exposures as appropriate. Now, this is a degree of flexibility built in here to make sure that if a big company like Viva, for example, finds that their on-the-spot market is a whole cargo of fuel that can come to Australia, but the market is so volatile they are not willing to take the risk, or in the case of a small provider that really services regional Australia, that they simply do not have the financial resources to manage the risk, the government will underwrite and support that company in undertaking that business, bringing the fuel to our nation. Now, this is not a replacement for good business decision-making, but it is a vital support to the supply to our nation. And let me be clear, it is only possible because this excellent vehicle that I know has been the work of Minister Madeleine King for some long time has been able to successfully work with her colleagues, Mr Bowen and also Senator John Farrell, to bring about this important tool to provide Australians with the certainty that we need and deserve.
Your time has expired. Senator Wong.
Can I thank Senator Waters and Senator Bragg for their courtesy in allowing me to speak earlier in this debate. This is a bill about Australia's economic resilience, and I thank Minister Farrell for his work to deliver this important legislation. The current conflict in the Middle East is an unprecedented shock to global energy markets. Iran's weaponisation of the Strait of Hormuz has severely disrupted global supply chains, including fuels and other critical supplies needed here in Australia. We recognise these disruptions have real consequences for Australian businesses and Australian households. So we are doing all that we can to bolster the supply of fuel for Australians, and I'm pleased that one of our portfolio agencies, Export Finance Australia, is playing a critical role in this. Economic resilience contributes to Australia's security and strengthens Australian sovereignty. I've spoken about using all tools of statecraft to maximise our national power, especially in these turbulent times. And through this bill, Australia's agency, EFA, will continue to support businesses across the materials they need to keep Australia moving in this time of disruption. This legislation provides the government with a strategic reserve function and empowers EFA to help secure, supply, sell and stockpile strategically, and to access a broader financial toolkit, including insurance, guarantees, loans and other arrangements. What does this mean? Practically, it means that these tools enable EFA to step in and support businesses purchasing critical supplies in the national interest. We are under no illusion about the world we face, and our government is focused on building our resilience to withstand global shocks, make sovereign choices and keep our people and economy moving no matter what the world throws at us. Importantly, this bill builds upon the actions this government has engaged in over the past 4 years to build Australia's resilience in an ever less stable world. We want a peaceful, stable, prosperous region where no country dominates and no country is dominated, and we are working to achieve that. We want a region in which the collective prosperity and collective security of our partners and neighbours are tied to our own. And we know we cannot just rely on the old model to keep Australia secure, which is why we have worked to secure and to strengthen and diversify our relationships in the region, making the right investments with the right partners at the right time. It is why we are developing the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, which will cement Australia at the forefront of global efforts to diversify supply for critical mineral markets during a period of significant market uncertainty and volatility. It is why we launched Invested, Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, which has seen more than $2 billion in trade outcomes since 2024. This government has supported over $1.2 billion in Australian investment into the region, and investment from Southeast Asia to Australia has increased by more than $650 million. And our $2 billion Southeast Asia Infrastructure Financing Facility is working with Australian investors to support new opportunities in renewable energy, telecommunications and infrastructure. All of this means more opportunities for Australian businesses to grow, more Australian jobs, more economic prosperity and more resilience for our country. For the past 3.5 years, the Albanese government have been building Australia's future in our region. This is what we rely on in challenging times. And the government has been clear, the longer this war goes, the worse the impacts will be. And we are acting now to prepare and shield Australians from the worst of it, ensuring our farmers, our regional communities and the services all Australians rely on can continue to access the fuel they need, and using all tools of national power to make ourselves stronger at home and more resilient to future disruption. I thank the officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and from Export Finance Australia who worked around the clock to deliver this key piece of legislation so quickly. This bill is a testament to what can be achieved to advance Australia's national interest when we bring together all arms of statecraft. This bill is an act of economic resilience, and I encourage all in this Senate to support this legislation.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to speak to this bill which has been raced through Parliament in the last 48 hours. And I want to make it clear at the outset that the Greens share the concerns of many in our community that the war in Iran is much more serious and long-lasting than many in this place thought it would be when we questioned them just a few weeks ago. The dangerous actions of Trump and Netanyahu have been visible and painfully real to anyone who's had to fill up in the past few weeks. And while I've condemned our government for their so early support of this war, first out of the blocks, and their lack of preparedness for another oil shock, I have shared their concern that we need to take actions now to ensure we can buffer against the risk that it gets worse as the months go on. I feel for our community. The cost of living was already out of control, particularly for those renting, for those on pensions, for those studying, for those with older, less well-insulated homes or no homes at all. Cost of living was skyrocketing because of corporate profits and price gouging, while wages were flatlining. So our community was already at its limits. There's nothing spare for another shock. So I agree it's critical to pull all levers now, not wait until things get worse to act. However, it is deeply disappointing that in the 4 years since Labor took government, they have not prioritised learning the lessons of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent economic pain that it caused our community, and turning that into a commitment to a faster transition away from foreign fossil fuels, given how readily available those alternative technologies are and how we have those resources in spades here on shore. It is deeply disappointing that we're authorising up to $3 billion today to go into this project, and we're not simultaneously speeding through a minimum 25% gas tax on the likes of Santos for the obscene war profits that they are making to help offset the expense of this. The Greens support emergency measures to make sure that Australia has enough fuel and enough of the resources that we need to keep freight and food moving around this country during the crisis. But this bill does a hell of a lot more than just that. This bill grants a range of broad and unchecked powers to all future ministers well after this crisis is over, in perpetuity. And in particular, Category C in this bill would give the government of the day the power to funnel public money into anything at all that the minister determines unilaterally is in the national interest. I want to put that clearly on the record tonight. The government have inserted into this legislation the ability of Export Finance Australia to invest via contracts, loans, guarantees or equity into any material, good or other thing that may be imported and is experiencing or is vulnerable to experience supply chain disruptions. That category is very, very wide. Theoretically, almost any importable good experiencing supply disruption could qualify as a Category C item. This is effectively a blank cheque for both this government and all future governments. And none of that comes back to Parliament to decide on or to consider or to even disallow if it's an egregious use of public resources. The government clearly has a mindset of don't waste a crisis, and they're using the urgency of the fuel crisis as cover to give themselves sweeping powers to invest in anything at all in the future. And that could include things like weapons manufacturing. And I will point out that this is not limited to the duration of the fuel crisis, it is forever powers. That's why the Greens have asked the government to make these emergency measures temporary and to sunset after 6 months. And that's why I'll be moving an amendment to do just that. The government has not made the case to extend these measures any longer, and nor have they made the case that a minister should be able to make these decisions without bringing them back to Parliament for a review, as is the normal role of the Senate, which is why I have a second committee stage amendment to correct that. Our third committee stage amendment seeks to rule out any use of this new power to perpetuate war or to invest in weapons. Very common sense guardrails that I urge the Senate to support. People deserve support. They didn't ask for this war. They definitely didn't ask for the chaos that it's causing. And here we are still so desperately reliant on foreign fossil fuels when we have an abundance of renewable energy that we could be electrifying our transport fleet with and making sure that people's daily needs are met and we have safe renewable energy independence.
Senator Waters, your time has expired. Senator Bragg.
Well, Deputy President, there is one clear fact that comes out of this crisis, and that is that Australia is massively underprepared for what are very dangerous times. We live in extremely dangerous times where we have a slew of countries that hate our democratic traditions, hate our free societies, and you know what the best insurance policy for dangerous times would have been? An abundance of energy, all forms of energy. All the stuff that is underneath our feet in this country, or even the sun above us. And we should have had an abundance of energy, because this is going to be a massive race over the next 20 or 30 years as to who can get the most energy, right? It is an insane position for Australia to be a massive exporter of fossil fuels but not to use them ourselves, just as it is insane for Australia not to be able to use renewables on an industrial scale, just as we do in households. So we need more of everything, but this government has had no plan to protect Australia against the disruption that we now see in the Middle East, which was entirely predictable. Now, I want to touch on this oil issue because I think it is a great matter of public importance. Now, we should have been able to get the oil out of the ground. We have 42 years of oil in this country underneath our feet, but we haven't been able to get to it because of the crazy environmental laws where it takes up to 8 years to get an approval. 8 years. I mean, most companies, most people would give up. It's amazing that some companies have pursued their oil and gas developments on the Northwest Shelf and the Browse. It's amazing that they were prepared to go with it. Incredible. But it raises the question about the viability of future projects. I mean, the fact that we haven't been able to get oil out of the ground really does concern me, that now the developments like the Taroom Trough might not be expedited as they should be, because most people would look at this and say, well, we need a lot of oil because we have petrol and diesel cars and vehicles needed for primary production and other reasons, and we're importing it all. Now, there's nothing wrong with importing things, but on an industrial scale like this, it's insane when you've actually got the resources yourself. And there is this bizarre purity test people want to impose on politicians as to what sort of energy sources they like. Well, I like everything. I want to see more renewables. I want to see more fossil fuels, because that's power. And right now, that's the best form of insurance. So Anthony Albanese, or Mr Albanese, and Mr Murray Watt have declared themselves the kings of the environment. when they passed their environmental laws with their deal with the Greens. And that was 6 months ago. And they promised we'd be able to get more approvals for major projects, including energy production. And after 6 months, we've seen nothing. Nothing. We saw a shell of a bill pass through this joint. And then after that, we saw a proposal that maybe we'd see a few draft regulations. Fill in the detail as you go. Just write the pieces of paper down and then make the rules one day, change them the next day. And that's a good way to do business, isn't it? And then the guts of this proposal is bilateral deals between the Commonwealth and the states. And how many of those have been done? How many do you think have been done, Deputy President? There's 8 states and territories, and guess how many he's done? He's done none. He's on a duck. He's done no bilateral deals with the states and territories. So the guts and the promise of the environmental laws that were supposed to make it easier to get stuff done will never be delivered under this minister, Minister Watt, who's a good politician but seemingly a bad administrator like the rest of this government, which has left Australia totally underprepared for this crisis. And so I say to you, Deputy President, there's no guarantee of our prosperity. There's no guarantee, because we need a lot of capital, we need a lot of help if we're going to get this stuff out of the ground, and we're going to actually make the most of our natural resources, whether they be renewable or fossil fuels. We need clear thinking, and we need clear laws where people know what they can and what they can't do. Now, right now, there's no chance of people having any idea what the hell they're allowed to do under this boondoggle of an environmental law system brought to you by Minister Watt. And the other thing we don't need is more taxes, because if you entertain this crazy populist view, this gimmicky idea that more tax will bring you more energy or more tax will bring you more houses, then you may as well go and live under a mushroom somewhere, because none of these things are going to do any good for the country. And this just reminds me again of how badly we are serving the Australian people. No wonder people hate politicians.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, this fuel crisis is a very loud wake-up call. Australia has been left at the mercy of global events. Our lack of influence on the world stage, our poor defence capabilities and our extreme dependence on global supply chains have been all exposed. Australia should never seek out wars, but we must always be prepared for them. It is now beyond any doubt that Australia was prepared for the impact of the current conflict in the Middle East. This failure lies squarely at the feet of successive Labor and coalition governments. The warnings have been there for many years. As much as the Greens and Labor demonise fossil fuels, Australia cannot function without them, without petrol and diesel. We cannot produce enough food, we cannot operate mines, and we cannot get food from the regions to the cities, and we can't get most goods or services we have taken for granted. If we don't have fuel, Australia literally stops. We literally begin to starve. Any conflict involving Iran was inevitably going to threaten Australia's fuel supplies. Australian governments were told many times to increase our onshore reserves of fuel. They didn't. Our farmers, our miners, our truckies and every household or business which uses fuel are the victims of this neglect. Diesel prices have soared past $3 per litre. It adds to the cost of everything that moves on a truck. It adds to the cost of producing food and to the cost of extracting our mineral and energy wealth. It's adding more to every household budget. It didn't have to be this way. Increased onshore reserves of fuel would have given us some breathing room. They would have allowed us to cushion the impact of the war on fuel prices. Increased domestic production of oil would have further cushioned the impact. We have the resources, about 17 billion barrels worth around $1.7 trillion that could be easily developed. We could make diesel out of coal or gas. Many other countries do this. But we've had no political leadership or will to make these resources work in the national interest. We've had a long-term vision from the so-called major parties. We've had no long-term vision from the so-called major parties. One Nation has always put forward a vision for a self-sufficient Australia, a country which produces everything it needs right here in Australia, a country which gets a fair dinkum return for the exploitation of our mineral and energy wealth, a country which invests this return in nation-building infrastructure in Australian communities, and a country which makes our own way and its own decisions. This fuel crisis is the wake-up call for a good old-fashioned streak of Australian nationalism. It's time to put Australians first. One Nation calls on the government to cut the fuel excise by 100% for 3 months or remove the GST on fuel. We call for the declaration of a national liquid fuel emergency to stop more price gouging and force fuels to regional and rural areas. We call for the development of plans to ration fuel in order to prioritise essential sectors like emergency services, food production, hospitals and defence. These measures will help address the current crisis, but we need to go much further to make sure we're ready for the next crisis. Because if you think this current crisis is bad, just wait and see what will happen to Australia's economy and trade if communist China makes good on its threat to attack Taiwan. We can fix this vulnerability, but we must act quickly. We must scrap net zero. Not only does it cost us trillions of dollars and cripple our economy with no impact on global emissions increases, it prevents us from investing in the development of our own sovereign fuel industry and creating energy independence needed to keep Australians moving. Now, I'm just going to, which was brought to my attention, when the excise of 52.6 cents per litre, the farmer pays that at the bowser and claims it back at BAS time because it should never have been charged. When the crisis is halved to 26.3 cents, the bowser price drops to 26.3 cents, but the amount the farmer can claim back also drops by exactly 26.3 cents automatically. The net result for a farmer is zero. The price paid for diesel to grow your food is exactly the same today as was before today's announcement. But here's the part that makes it even worse. The farmer pays the full price, including the full excise component, the moment the diesel is delivered. That money leaves the farm account immediately. The correction only comes back when the quarterly BAS is lodged, meaning the government holds the farmer's money for up to 3 months before returning it. So what we're doing is we're not also looking after the farmers. They don't get the diesel rebate at all. That's only in the BAS statement. So our cost of farming is going to go up. The fuel excise, it's not a rebate to them because their tractors are not used on the roads. It's a shame we don't get it right, do we?
Hanson, your time has expired. Senator Bell.
Australians, they need to understand just how serious this moment is. The crisis we are in and we're dealing with right now has been caused by Labor's failure to prepare and Labor's failure to act swiftly. But this crisis is also only a drop in the ocean compared to what One Nation fears is coming down the pipeline. What we are seeing today is the result of the Albanese Labor government's choice to ignore the warning signs and waste precious time, and their choice to refuse to act until this crisis could no longer be denied. And they did deny it. They denied this crisis for a month as One Nation warned them what was happening. Now we are moving emergency legislation to respond to this crisis that they wanted to pretend wasn't happening. And if it wasn't for us fighting them tooth and nail, forcing them to act, I don't know if we'd even be here today, moving this legislation. It was a complete failure of leadership. That delay, that denial and that incompetence matters. It matters because a month wasted matters. It's a month too late now for farmers who are unable to plant their crops on time or harvest their crops on time. It's a month too late for transport operators trying to keep goods moving across this country who are now facing exorbitant bills. It's a month too late for regional communities who are already being smashed by higher fuel costs. And that delay has caused, and that means they'll be facing higher costs for longer. It's a month too late to shield Australians from the absolute worst of the fuel shock that has now flooded through this economy. And if we'd acted sooner, the problems would have been less severe. In One Nation, we saw this coming. We were the first to call for a cut to fuel excise because we understood that every extra cent on fuel hits families, small businesses, freight and food prices. We knew this. We advocated for this. We said this is a solution. Now it's good that the government is now adopting this, but they were too slow to act. And I'll also point out that One Nation was the first to raise the fact that off these soaring prices, the GST revenue is increasing up to $300 million a month. And I will give credit to the state premiers who are now raising this after talking about National Cabinet to see if there's a way that they can look to forego some of this revenue. They have raised that, and credit to them because it is what we have been pointing out and what we have been calling for. We have put forward common sense steps early. Labor chose to ignore them until it was too late to stop the worst of the pain being inflicted. And the truth is simple. If our fuel is insecure, which it clearly is, that means our nation's food security is insecure. Farmers need diesel to plant, irrigate, fertilise, harvest and transport. Truckies need fuel to move supplies. Regional businesses need the fuel to operate. Without reliable fuel, the whole chain starts to break, and the cost does not stay at the bowser. It hits supermarket shelves, family budgets, and ultimately the entire nation's economy. But as serious as this crisis is, Australians must not fool themselves into thinking that this is the full extent of the danger, or that these measures that we're putting through today will solve the danger. It will not. What we're dealing with now is only a warning. The current disruption has exposed just how fragile Australia's economy, how fragile Australia has become. We are too dependent on overseas supply chains. We are too slow to prepare for shocks. We do not have the resources. We can no longer make the fuel we need in our own country to protect ourselves from these predictable crises. And that is because of Labor's obsession with net zero, which is why One Nation's position is clear. We must scrap net zero now. Net zero is making Australia weaker, not stronger. It is making energy dearer, industry less competitive, and our country more exposed. It punishes every sector that keeps Australia running while forcing us towards unreliable systems and imported fuel, imported food, everything. And it leaves us completely dependent on other countries. That is not a responsible way to run a country. That is an act of national self-harm, because as Senator Hanson rightly points out, if we wind up having to deal with the conflict in Taiwan, that will make the crisis we are dealing with now look like nothing. And we are woefully unprepared to deal with that, and nothing that we are doing today is going to help us prepare. So we must take steps to prepare. We must scrap net zero. We must move to more refining, proper storage of our fuel. If we don't act now, the next crisis will be infinitely worse.
Senator, I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Deputy. Let me begin by saying we support this bill, but it should have never been necessary. The Labor and coalition governments of the past decade have failed to take fuel security seriously. This is a belated measure to safeguard Australia's fragile fuel supply. And let's be clear, this bill will not lower the price at the bowser. It is not going to save small businesses that are already on the brink, and it will not help families or tradies or couriers or anyone that relies on fuel. This is not a cost of living measure that will help the people of Australia fill their tanks, but it will potentially increase our fuel supplies. The bill equips Export Finance Australia with new powers to underwrite strategic materials like diesel, petrol, jet fuel, crude oil, fertilisers and other vulnerable commodities. These are sensible, targeted tools. With global prices swinging wildly, private industry is, understandably, not wanting to put their capital at risk. This bill will likely cost the Australian people when the war finishes. It should at least bolster Australia's supplies in the short term by purchasing the risk of importers and allowing them to bring in cargoes that they otherwise might not have. Yet support for this bill must be accompanied by blunt honesty. This legislation is necessary only because successive governments, Labor and coalition, have spectacularly failed to develop the very natural resources that should have made Australia a price maker, not a price taker. Who loves the Paris Agreement now? For decades, we have sat on some of the world's largest endowments of iron ore, coal, bauxite, lithium, rare earths and gas. High global prices have delivered windfall royalties, yet we have not built the downstream capacity that would turn these royalties into sovereign capability. Refineries have closed under Labor and the coalition, while regulators have tied new projects up in green tape. Processing capacity remains offshore, overwhelmingly in the hands of one strategic competitor. We are a resource-rich nation. We have an entire continent to explore and develop. So what do we have after decades of Labor and coalition leadership? 2 refineries. We hold just 30 days of diesel and kerosene and 39 days of petrol, if you can find it. Wouldn't it be nice to have the recommended 90 days right now? 90% of our fuel is refined, of our refined fuel is imported. We have governments who think in election cycles instead of thinking in generations. This has left us with no ownership of our own future and resources. Successive governments have been adversaries of our industries rather than being partners. After all, without the expertise of industry, we have no extraction, but without our resources, there is no industry. The relationship should be a partnership, like we see abroad. Norway has worked with its industry, invested in its natural resources. As a result, their sovereign wealth fund is the envy of the world. They have secured the future retirement of their people, while here in Australia, we have vastly more resources. We have squandered the opportunities. When commodity prices surge, we should be banking profits and expanding production. Instead, we are forced to use taxpayers' money to buy risk off private companies so that we can supply the very commodities we once exported. We've become a quarry that imports back finished products at a premium. The explanatory memorandum itself admits the reserve is a response to market volatility and geopolitical events. Market volatility that should benefit those holding resources. This legislation would be unnecessary under a competent government. A serious long-term resources policy would have kept refineries open and fast-tracked critical minerals processing hubs. We should have used the boom years to build strategic stockpiles from domestic production rather than supporting foreign purchases. Instead, we now legislate a bureaucratic workaround. But none of these excuses delay. The bill before us is urgent. It is a responsible step to shore up supply, and the review will ensure that these powers do not become a permanent crutch. We support the bill because the fuel in the tank is non-negotiable for national security, but at what cost? We will not pretend that this legislation is anything other than a second-best remedy for policy failure. The real test of this parliament will be, what do we do next? Will we slash the red tape and green tape that has strangled new exploration and refineries? Will we build the processing capacity that turns our resources into high-value Australian-made products? Will we be a partner of industry to get the most from our resources instead of a roadblock? Or will we simply congratulate ourselves for patching the holes in the ship? This bill deserves passage, but it's a long way short.
Thank you, Senator. Now, Senator Tyrrell, I'll give you the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Straight up, I'll be supporting this bill, which will create strategic reserves for fuel and critical minerals and give the government the ability to better respond to future disruptions to supply chains. Australians need to know that the government can and will step in to protect us from supply problems. We shouldn't be punished for a stupid decision halfway across the world. But whilst the intent of this legislation is good, we need to be careful of how much executive power we are giving to ministers. We've seen when executive powers are exploited and abused during serious crises. During COVID, we saw Prime Minister Scott Morrison abuse his role and swear himself into multiple ministries. That was wrong, and we can't let legislation be abused like that again. Any minister, including the Prime Minister, shouldn't have so much power even during a crisis. We need to ensure we have the right checks and balances to protect us in the future from these powers from being abused. What I do like about this legislation is that it recognises that there are other things other than oil and fuel that are strategically necessary and critical to Australia's safety and success. Just about anything can be dubbed a strategic material and eligible for support if it's vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. That's smart flexibility for the future. The Minister for Resources should quickly use this power to recognise helium as a strategic mineral. Helium is totally and entirely vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. Last week I met with the Minister for Resources to advocate for helium to be added to the critical minerals list. Australia doesn't create any of its supply, and we import all of the helium, our helium, which also goes through the Middle East to get here. Helium is a vital ingredient to make our MRI machines work. Without it, these machines simply stop, delaying diagnoses for cancer, strokes and heart disease. Right now, our hospitals are vulnerable to global supply disruptions, entirely beyond our control. A domestic helium supply is fundamental to a resilient health system. We also need natural helium for renewables and the technologies needed for the green energy transition. Natural helium is essential to the growth of Australia's tech sector, needed for data centres and quantum computers, for its high-performance cooling and ultra-low temperatures. Projects like the Thermos AI data centre in Launceston show the high-skilled jobs and economic growth that are possible when we invest in advanced technology. We need those regional jobs. But those opportunities disappear without access to critical inputs. Finally, helium is integral to the AUKUS agreement. We're committing billions of dollars to submarines and systems that rely on helium. If we're serious about a future made in Australia, natural helium must be part of the plan. We must reinstate helium onto the critical minerals list to unlock investment, fast-track projects and de-risk our domestic natural helium projects. Since the conflict began, we've seen helium prices double. The crazy thing is, we know that Australia doesn't need to pay this high price and bring helium in from other countries. We know we have enough helium in the ground to extract and provide for our own domestic use, as well as to provide to the global market and make money. We know that we have it back home in Tassie, with enough for Australians and for the world. I also want to make clear that helium isn't like oil. It doesn't have cheaper alternatives, in the same way oil and gas can be replaced by renewables. We also know we can use green hydrogen, which is extracted through hydrogen, not through mining for gas like in the past. That right there is a climate-friendly solution. We need helium for what it is, a critical mineral for our MRI machines, for our defence systems and for our tech to function. So I welcome this legislation. It will give Australians the peace of mind to know that the government will be able to step in and help the fuel cargo ships to keep coming and to shore up our supply. I also welcome that the legislation will allow for the Resources Minister to recognise helium as a critical mineral and help secure our helium domestic sovereign supply.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, Senator David Pocock, you have the call.
President, I rise to speak in support of this bill. When supply chains are disrupted and prices spike, Australians expect their government to act, to step in where markets fall short and to protect the national interest. And that's why this bill has my support, and I commend the government on bringing it forward so quickly. In times of heightened geopolitical uncertainty, there is clear and legitimate role for governments to stabilise outcomes and maintain supply of the things that we need. But support for action is not the same as support for unchecked power. While I support the bill, like Senator Tyrrell, I have concerns about the breadth of the powers it creates and the need for greater transparency in how these powers are used. Because when Parliament extends broad authority to the executive and when public money is used to underwrite private risk, Australians deserve to know how decisions are being made and how their interests are being protected. This bill significantly expands the role of Export Finance Australia. As a result, EFA will be able to support the supply of fuel in addition to critical minerals and other strategic materials. I understand the rationale. In a crisis, importers may hesitate to purchase supply at elevated prices, fearing losses if conditions change. That hesitation can worsen shortages, and government stepping in to reduce that risk is a reasonable response. Fuel security matters, and when supply is disrupted, the impacts flow through the entire economy, from transport costs to grocery prices. So there is no question that government has a responsibility to act. But we must legislate carefully in this place, particularly when it comes to handing the executive even more power. And this bill raises three concerns. The first concern is scope. This bill is not narrowly confined to an immediate crisis. It creates broad, ongoing powers with a wide definition of what constitutes a strategic material and significant discretion. Flexibility may be necessary, but without clear guardrails, it risks becoming overreach. Australians should know when and why these powers are used and what limits apply. My second concern is transparency. If taxpayers are underwriting downside risk, there must be clarity about the terms of that support. Australians should not be asked to carry private risk without confidence that the public interest is being protected. if public money is exposed to losses, there should also be a mechanism to share in any upside. My third concern is the open-ended provisions of these powers. There are significant changes to the role of government and to EFA's mandate. That warrants close scrutiny and timely reassessment. I welcome the fact that a review is written into the legislation. However, the first review should be brought forward from late 2029 to the end of 2027. For these reasons, I will support amendments to the bill proposed by the Greens. This bill is rightly a short-term measure, but there is a broader issue that we must address. We are hopelessly exposed to fuel shocks. We are vulnerable to global disruptions, as was exposed after the 2022 invasion of Ukraine, and now this conflict in the Middle East. True resilience means reducing our exposure to these shocks by improving our energy security and our energy sovereignty. Electrification and the development of renewable energy has to be a priority, reducing our reliance on imported, expensive, volatile, liquid fuels. While I support this bill, I would like to see more done to address the underlying issue, which must be a project for many years to come, and I urge the government to use this massive challenge we face to turn it into an opportunity to actually turbocharge the work of electrification and ensuring that Australians are not left behind in the transition. Australians want a government that can act decisively, but also one that explains itself, accepts scrutiny, and takes measures to address the underlying problem.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair, and can I thank my colleagues for their contribution to this debate. The Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill gives Export Finance Australia new powers to help ensure Australia's preparedness to address supply chain disruptions. This includes fuel and other commodities, such as fertiliser, experiencing disruption as a result of market volatility and geopolitical events, including the current conflict of in the Middle East. The bill also gives legislative effect to the government's election commitment to develop and implement a new $1.2 billion critical minerals strategic reserve. The world needs critical minerals. Australia is lucky to have some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world, and these are vital to everything from energy to medicine and advanced computing technologies. We must make the most of the opportunities to further develop our own critical minerals industries, and it's in our national interest to do so. Importantly, these new financial tools will be provided for the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve and are also available to help protect against other supply chain vulnerabilities, such as we are experiencing now with fuel and fertiliser. On behalf of the government, EFA will be able to underwrite the purchase of shiploads of fuel to get them here to Australia. It can provide insurance, derivatives, loans and other arrangements to make sure that those companies can go and get those cargoes for Australia and Australians. These new fuel security powers will put Australia in a strong position, securing fuel supplies where it may be cost prohibitive for private suppliers to source on commercial terms without government support. We will not wait for a crisis to get worse before doing what is needed. We are preparing for future challenges and getting ahead of the curve to shield Australians from the worst of this global uncertainty. Establishing these strategic powers is in our national interest and must pass the Parliament today, or tonight.
Thank you, Minister. Now, the question that's before the Chair is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
Order, Senators. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There be no objection. It is so ordered. Any senators wishing to make a contribution? Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, as I indicated in the second reading debate, the Coalition will support this bill, although I have been a little perplexed by the government's rapid backflip on these issues so quickly. As I said earlier, it's great to see the Labor Party come back to planet Earth after a journey through the universe, through the green universe, chasing hydrogen, batteries, all sorts of other madcap schemes that they're throwing billions of taxpayer dollars at to no effect. So it's great to see them come back and say we want to invest in liquid fuels, and we'd like to try and secure our nation's energy needs, just on the eve of the worst energy crisis perhaps since the 1970s. But the question I have, though, is how committed this government is to that, because while these changes to support fossil fuels are welcome in this bill, there still remains a panoply of prohibitions, of restrictions across various acts to support fossil fuels that the government itself has introduced in the past few years. So it can't sit there and say somehow it's not the author of the problems we're about to face when it did the very thing over the past few years that it's now trying to unwind. It, in the last few years, did introduce a variety of restrictions, prohibitions on fossil fuels. In fact, it's demonised the industry. It really has demonised coal, oil, gas. The people who work in that industry feel belittled often by the Labor Party's constant talking down. They talk about coal-fired power stations like they're old and ageing, even though the hard-working men and women in those stations are what keeps the lights on tonight in this building, keeps our electric cars charged, are those hard-working coal power station workers. And I know the minister across the table doesn't share always these views, but unfortunately he's been tied to a government that does, and they've implemented that through changes in our laws. The first question I do have here, Chair, through you, of the government, is despite this conversion, despite this Damascus-style awakening from this government on fossil fuels, does the government still support the Belém Declaration on the transition away from fossil fuels? Just 4 months ago, Chair, just 4 months ago, in late November last year, the Energy Minister, who is now spruiking the benefits and needs to import fossil fuels, liquid fuels, the Energy Minister, Minister Bowen, was over in this, well, I think he visited Belém, I don't know, is that where he was? It was at COP30. Yeah, Belém, I think that was the one. That was the one they carved out half the Amazonian forest to carve a road out to, the climate change conference. He was over there in Belém and he signed this agreement. That stated, and I'm quoting from the agreement, that we agreed apparently to a just, orderly and equitable transition away from fossil fuels just 4 months ago. And here we are passing special legislation to bring them in by the billions, but just 4 months ago the government say, no, we don't need them, we want to actually walk away from them. This agreement went on to say that these governments, including Australia, support the call to advance a roadmap for the transition away from fossil fuels. Australia signed this agreement with other countries. They included Austria, Belgium, Cambodia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Denmark, Fiji, Finland, Ireland, Jamaica, Kenya, Luxembourg, Marshall Islands, Mexico, Micronesia, Nepal, Netherlands, Panama, Spain, Slovenia, Vanuatu and Tuvalu. I don't see any of our major trading partners on that list, Chair. None of them. There were 24 countries. They made up less than 10% of world GDP. None of them included the Middle East countries that we're so reliant on for our liquid fuels, for our fertiliser. And indeed, yes, I'm right, I remember doing this work at the time, none of these signatories, none of these 24 countries were in the top 15 of our trading partners. Why would the government sign such a ridiculous agreement to say we don't need these things just 4 months ago and now have to scramble around like headless chooks in this Senate trying to fix up the mess they've created by demonising this industry for the last 4 years? They've run a war on fossil fuels and that's put us in a much more vulnerable position than we need be. We have enormous resources in this country. We should be developing them. We should be using them. When I was Resources Minister in the former government, we were trying to do that. We were trying to get the Great Australian Bight going. We were trying to get the Browse Basin going. We were trying to get the Beetaloo Basin going. We got vilified by the former government, by the Labor Party now government, vilified for supporting investment in the Beetaloo Basin, which is turning out to be quite prospective, may I say. So, my question to the Minister, Chair, is does the government continue to support the Belém Declaration on a just transition away from fossil fuels?
Minister.
Yes.
Right, okay, well that's nice and clear. It's clear, it's clear as day that here we are, the government is now wanting to subsidise the importation of fossil fuels, yet just 4 months ago they said, no, we don't need them. I mean, it is clear as mud, this government strategy when it comes to energy, that one day one minister is over at a climate conference saying that all of this stuff needs to go. We all need to transition away from it in a just way, whatever that means to the people who work in this industry, but a just transition sounds so corporate and so like you're being euthanized to sleep, a just transition. Great. That's what the government's plan is. You just heard it. You just heard the minister confirm. He doesn't see a future for you if you work in the coal and the oil or the gas industries of this country, which now we realise, unfortunately, had to learn this lesson and are learning this lesson through the school of hard knocks. But we are now realising we actually do need these people. They do make our world go round. They do keep the lights on for us. And every now and again, perhaps we should say thank you. Thank you to those hard-working men and women who, as I like to say, people in those industries, they have to shower after work. Most of us, before we came to work this morning, would have had a shower beforehand. We leave this place smelling still pretty good, not really having raised a sweat today. But the people who work, especially in offshore oil rigs, it's one of the most dangerous jobs on planet Earth, and it's very, very hard work in confined circumstances. They deserve all the pay they get paid well, they deserve it all, but they don't get thank yous very much, not from this place. They don't get any sort of gratitude, not from the modern Labor Party, and it's very, very sad. So, you just heard the modern Labor Party does want to end their jobs, wants a just transition for them to, I don't know, some kind of barista job or retail work. I think those men and women are pretty happy out in the rigs. I suppose the government's answer here that they've just provided does raise another question here, because just last week the government signed a Australian-EU free trade deal, and the minister knows this deal very well, of course, being also the Shadow Trade Minister. In that deal, the government signed a chapter. Yes, you're also the Investment Minister, the Tourism Minister as well. I realise that, Minister. The government signed, well, I hope he knows it well, what he signed. They've released the text, I think, tonight. I haven't had a chance to look at that, but the government did release a number of fact checks last week, including fact sheets, including one on environment and climate. And in that fact sheet, they mention that the government will cooperate with the European Union on ending what is called inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. Now, it seems a little bit incongruous that just a week ago the government was cuddling up to the European Union saying we wouldn't anymore subsidise fossil fuel production. We have no need for that. Of course, last week when the European Union President was here, it was all about clean energy and this wonderful future of renewable energy that we keep getting promised that will sometimes arrive. But then just a week later, the government is introducing emergency legislation to, guess what, subsidise the importation of fossil fuels from other countries, not from here, but from other countries. So what is it? Is the government Arthur or Martha when it comes to the production of fossil fuels? Do they support the production of fossil fuels, or are they lining up with the European Union saying we shouldn't support it at all? Because I'm struggling to work this out, and I'm sure those who do work hard in the oil, gas industries are struggling to understand whether they have the support or the government or not, because in 1 week they signed an international agreement saying we're not going to support you, we're going to end support for you. We just heard they're going to just transition away from you. But then the very next week they're rushing in emergency legislation to do the exact opposite. And so the question now to the minister is, does the minister remain committed to the agreement that was signed with the European Union to end fossil fuel subsidies? And if so, how does that provide any certainty to those that would seek to use this legislation to bring in fossil fuels to the country? If you're committed to not supporting them, how can they trust you to support them with long-term contracts which reduce their risk to import fossil fuels.
Minister.
Chair, yes, the government remains committed to everything that we have agreed to in the new European-Australia Free Trade Agreement.
Well, again...
Senator Cameron, hang on a minute. Senator Cameron, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, this provides zero clarity to people. The Minister can't even explain the incongruity here, and there's a clear inconsistency here with the government's approach just from 1 week to the next. They can't stay on an agenda here. I might just return to some of the other specific changes that have been made in recent years here. As I mentioned earlier in my second reading speech, and I think earlier here in the committee stage, we kind of do know what the government did, what the Labor Party did last summer. We're not silly. We didn't come down in the last shower. Just last year, the government made a number of changes to this very piece of legislation we're amending tonight, the Export Finance Insurance Corporation Bill. The government made changes to the Statement of Expectations to Export Finance Australia, which did severely restrict EFA, or Export Finance Australia, from supporting fossil fuel production. So again, it kind of seems a bit strange that just a year ago the government would seek to prohibit, cancel, otherwise restrict investment in fossil fuels, and then have to just a year later turn around and try and unwind the unwise amendments they made. And in particular, last year, the government, in its Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill, did change this Act, the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act, to insert what is now known as Section 23C in this bill. And I'll just read out the title of this section the government put in, which is pretty plain. The title says, approval required before providing services or products to finance certain coal, crude oil and natural gas activities. It goes on to say that finance cannot be provided under this part, and I'll just read out one of these, which is quite broad. Under subsection C, anything that directly finances investments for the sole purpose or the use of coal, crude oil or natural gas is restricted. We know from Senate estimates this can include anything, even just supplying products to an oil industry. So someone might produce valves or something, and if they get supplied to the oil industry, which is often needing a lot of valves, they can't get finance from EFA anymore under this provision, at least under the commercial account. Now, what the government seems to be relying on here, from my understanding from the briefings they've given us, and I should say thank you to the government for briefing us on this, and as I said, we will facilitate this passage. But there's a broader important point to make here about the long-term energy security of this country, whatever happens in the next few weeks. The government here has effectively restricted EFA, is my understanding, from using its what's called commercial account to finance pretty much anything that involves the coal, oil or gas supply chain. But it's relying now on the national interest account to potentially make these investments to scramble around and get whatever boats we can to come into the country, because we no longer produce much oil or gas ourselves. So my question here, Minister, is why aren't you, or is my understanding right here that these new arrangements to fill the strategic reserve can only be made through the national interest account? Secondly, does that national interest account require ministerial approval for every contract entered into? It's my reading of this Act, so it's a bit clumsy that EFA has to go to the Minister every time to seek approval. Doesn't really have the, I think, flexibility here in a fast-moving environment to act quickly. And thirdly, why hasn't the government then sought to simply take off the green handcuffs from EFA and also remove Section 23C, which has only been there for a year, and that would at least allow it to use this commercial account, which my understanding doesn't need ministerial approval every time, and we could more flexibly respond to this huge crisis. I mean, our view here on this side is we want to help you. We want the elected government of this country to have unfettered ability to solve this crisis, to secure liquid fuels for our country. We don't want a Minister of the Crown to have these green handcuffs placed on them that would otherwise in any way inhibit the ability to solve this crisis. So As I say, we're trying to cooperate here. Again, I appreciate the briefings. I will be moving an amendment later which would help you, but to give you more powers. We're looking to give the Labor government more power because, as I say, what we need now is quick action, quick decisions to keep this country moving. So, Minister, is this only available on the National Interest account? Have you considered removing this so you can just use everything in your power to get things done?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, and thank Senator Canavan for his question. We believe the EFA has the right mix of powers to support our fuel supply through these amendments. The National Interest account is the best way to ensure this fuel gets to where it's needed, particularly to Australians' regions, and it helps importers secure spot cargoes that would otherwise be uncommercial, and in doing so gives the nation more secure supply quickly.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Well, look, that's a sort of a description of what the bill does. Read the documents for that. It doesn't really answer the question of why the government hasn't considered just jettisoning all of this green rubbish they've inserted into legislation because they felt under pressure from the Greens. I mean, Minister, I think you've got more flexibility than you realise. There was a poll there that came out on Sunday which found that now, amazingly now, 40% of Greens voters support drilling for oil and gas right now. 40%. So if the law of average holds, that means the 10 Green senators down there, Chair, probably 4 of them actually support drilling for oil and gas now. And if only they came and joined us all, we would not have a problem. Liquid gold would be flowing like a river. So I'm not sure why the government is reluctant now to jettison. And I can see why in the last few years in the current climate there's been this well-funded, often overseas-funded activist campaign to denigrate the great Australian resources industry. I've tried to stand up against that. I haven't buckled to this pressure. But okay, you have. The Labor Party did. But now you don't need to anymore because the Australian people can see the common sense of needing to drill for oil and gas. We cannot be so dependent, reliant on other countries. There was a great report released just the other day by the Page Research Centre, which is the Nationals Party think tank. But this stat just blows my mind. I hadn't seen it before, but it checks out that a full 50% of the imports to this nation by weight are liquid fuels. 50%, half of our nation's imports by volume are liquid fuels. Another 10% are petrochemicals as well by weight. So 60-odd% of the imports to our nation by weight come from petrochemicals. And that is clearly a massive, massive both energy security and national security vulnerability for our country, because any nation that would seek to do us harm, they've got the Achilles heel right there. They just have to, I'm not trying, I mean, this is no secret, right? This is all publicly available data. Anyone can work this out. We just haven't thought about it hard enough, really, and I haven't either. I just couldn't believe this, that hadn't seen it before, that all they need to do is cut those shipping lanes. We've really struggled, obviously, to defend so many ships coming to our nation, and we'd be brought to our knees just as we are right now. And so it clearly is a massive a security priority for Australia to reduce our dependence on liquid fuels. Now, the government's line to date has been, oh, well, the refinery's closed on your watch. We don't have the 90 days of stockpiles. But that sort of almost begs the question, because if we did have the refineries, and let's get it right, Angus Taylor saved the last 2 refineries. Right? They were going to shut, but we did support them to stay open. Now, even if we kept the other 4 open, we'd be in the same boat, because we rely on the imports of crude oil, or would rely more on them, to fuel those refineries. You're in the same, you've got literally, excuse the pun, but the same boat. We still need the boats to arrive to keep those refineries moving. And what's happening right now? Well, the boats aren't arriving. Strait of Hormuz is closed. We'd be in exactly the same vulnerability even if we had the 6 refineries going. Clearly, and this is what this report plays out, concludes so succinctly and clearly, the problem is we don't produce the raw feedstock. That's what we need to reduce our vulnerability. Unless we can have an oil industry from woe to go, from rig to petrol pump, unless we have all of that supply chain here domestically, we remain with a vulnerability, we remain with an Achilles heel that an adversary can target. And so the problem has been we haven't explored enough for oil and gas. We have, under this government in particular, demonised, prohibited any kind of support for this industry. And so my question to the government here is, do these changes allow EFA to invest in domestic oil production, either be it the conventional drilling or unconventional drilling for oil and gas, or some other technologies like coal to liquids? This report really plays up that. South Africa get 40% of its liquid fuels from coal to liquids. China's burning 400 million tonnes of coal a year to make liquid fuels. We can do this. We've got enormous coal reserves. Do these legislative changes allow EFA to invest in those kind of technologies which would fundamentally change our energy security and reduce our vulnerability on relying on other countries?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The bill does what it says it does, which is allows EFA to purchase oil on the spot market to quickly ensure that we have sufficient petrol, diesel and airline fuel. I think Senator Canavan does not accurately reflect the approach that the Australian government has taken to this industry. Can I make the observation that the Barossa project in the Northern Territory offshore has gone ahead under this government and has started producing gas out of the wells. Similarly, with the Beetaloo, I think the first production of gas in the Beetaloo is already flowing, and of course one day we might get gas supplies out of Narrabri, one of Santos's projects. The reason there's no oil exploration in the Great Australian Bight, Senator Canavan, is because a series of companies which had exploration rights and I think discovered oil in the Great Australian Bight made commercial decisions that it wasn't economic to proceed. And I think if you look at decisions that Chevron made, they had licences down there. I think Exxon was down there at one stage. I think the Norwegian state oil company, Equinor, yep, thank you, Senator Canavan, was the last one to pick up drilling licences, I think from Chevron and Exxon. They simply made a decision that it wasn't economic to proceed with those explorations. They weren't government decisions. The government had approved, certainly the state government, and to the best of my knowledge, the federal government had given those companies all of the approvals that they needed, but they made decisions based on their own economic interests not to proceed. But as I say, Barossa is now producing gas. Beetaloo is producing gas. I was recently at Santos's operations in the Cooper Basin. I think they're continuing to produce gas and, to the best of my knowledge, are expanding their gas operations. And of course in Western Australia we continue to produce significant amounts of gas. So I don't think your characterisation of the Australian government's position is at all accurate.
Senator Canavan.
I'll give you the go next. Malcolm, I've had a bit of a go, but I do want to thank the Minister. There was some useful information there, and I do want to recognise that I think I'm trying to help the Trade Minister here, Chair, because I know he really wants to drill baby drill. He'd love to do it. He'd love nothing else to get out on an oil rig and see that liquid gold flowing, but I realise he's a little constrained in his current environment. But I wish him well in his efforts. I hope he can convince his Labor colleagues to get on with it. I would say it's a little rich to be taking credit for the Barossa project, though, when this government has funded the Environmental Defender's Office, who held that project up for years. Thankfully, their deceit was exposed by a judge in a court case, which completely blew up their credibility and thankfully allowed the project to continue. But that was of no doing of this government. And as I say, in fact, they helped frustrate those efforts through that funding. The other point to make here is that while the Minister is correct about the public statements of Equinor and BP, and I was heavily involved with them in seeking to keep them here, there is no doubt that the ridiculous activist pressure of the time played a role. We had the absurd situation where the ABC were publishing stories claiming that an oil spill in the Great Australian Bight would wash up on Bondi Beach and cause all types of terrible catastrophes. It was absolutely absurd. And now the ABC has the temerity when they interview me to try and blame me for the situation we're now in with oil. Well, I'm not going to cop lectures from the likes of the ABC, who for years have run an activist campaign against the production of more fossil fuels. And so while some of those developments the Minister has mentioned are welcome, he did a number of times reveal an issue that most of those projects, Narrabri, Barossa, Beetaloo to a certain extent, are gas-focused. There is some condensates in some of those projects, but the fundamental problem we have is those types of oils, those condensates, are good at producing lighter types of the carbon strings, like petrol and naphtha. They aren't so good at producing diesel, the heavier distillates, and jet fuel. The situation our economy faces today is that diesel use is double that of petrol, which is a reverse from what it was 50 years ago. But that's why we're in this pickle at the moment, because we, unfortunately, as a country, don't have a lot of heavy crude production that can easily be made into those types of liquid fuels. Hence the government having to introduce this legislation to try and support the importation of those heavier crudes from overseas. But this is the key inconsistency with this bill and this approach. That I asked the government, can, after these changes, Export Finance Australia support the Australian production of oil and gas? Now, the answer is it can't. The Minister didn't quite say that, but couldn't bring himself to. But it can't. The government hasn't unwound those changes. So the Australian government's current position is that it is okay to subsidise the production of oil and gas in other countries, but not our own. That's their position. Because if you subsidise the importation of oil and gas from another country, you are by effect, by design, subsidising the production of oil and gas in another country. Like, it's got to start somewhere. If you're part of the costs of Russia or the USA or the Middle East, part of the cost of them sending us their oil and gas products is the shipping of those products to here and the potential risks they face, including price risks in this government, hedging risks that this government is seeking to reduce through this bill. So let's get this very, very clear, which we will support this approach because it's a desperate situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. This is a desperate measure because the Australian government is using the hard-working taxes of the Australian people to subsidise the production of oil and gas in another country. Yet it won't turn around and support Australian production, support the use of Australian resources, support the creation of Australian jobs. This is a bill, which is a desperate one needed right now, but this is a bill which supports jobs and industry overseas, ahead of Australia. So we've just seen and summed up this government's approach to our national development in our country. They're more than happy to come in here and support other nations. Yet when it comes to supporting and backing Australia and our resources and our potential and our future, they're nowhere to be seen. They're off with their green mates and they won't support Australian industry or Australian jobs.
Minister.
I completely reject Senator Canavan's characterisation.
Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, from the start, One Nation has completely opposed the United Nations net zero scam. Only one nation has said from the start and continues to say, scrap United Nations net zero. The Nationals say scrap net zero by 2050. By 2050. So they'll support net zero concept but want to delay the implementation. The Liberals say the same. They still support UN net zero, they just want to drop net zero by 2050. The Liberals started net zero under Prime Minister Morrison, after he promised at the previous election, just 18 months earlier, to not adopt it. The Nationals went along with it blindly. Labor Party has adopted One Nation suggestions, and he now recounts. He now realises he was wrong, and he's publicly said so to his credit. It shows his integrity and courage. Labor has adopted One Nation suggestions. We were the first to raise the looming fuel crisis back on March the 2nd, Monday, March 2nd, 3 days after the Israelis attacked Iran. We were ridiculed for that. Ridiculed, called far right-wing extremists, I think, by the Labor Party. I can distinctly visualise Senator Tim Ayres over there saying that as he pointed towards me. It doesn't bother us because we know that he was desperate. But we thank you for adopting so many of our policies over the last 4 weeks, and you're still adopting them. Thank you. Will you adopt our advice to scrap UN net zero? Will you at least acknowledge that hydrocarbon fuels are essential for modern civilisation, coal, oil and natural gas, particularly oil, for transport? And will you acknowledge we need to be self-sufficient in the entire hydrocarbon supply chain from drill rig through to petrol pump? The entire supply chain.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank Senator Roberts for his question. I should congratulate you on your result in the South Australian elections, Senator Roberts. I know you came down and campaigned, certainly in the seat of Colton. I saw you down there with your candidate. I do have an apology to make to Senator Canavan. When I was answering one of his questions last week, I referred to the fact that in his first outing as leader of the National Party, where he was going to take on One Nation, of course, your candidate's got 22% of the vote, and I said in the Senate that the Nationals had got 1%. And I have to apologise to Senator Canavan, that was not correct. It was 0.7 of 1%, not 1%. So in his first outing as leader, espousing all of the policy positions he's just explained to this Senate, of course, that was the result. We do produce gas in this country, Senator Roberts, and we've produced it under this government, and I've referred in an earlier answer to Senator Canavan some of the places we're doing it. We're doing it in the Barossa, we're doing it in the Beetaloo. One day we might do it in Narrabri. We're certainly increasing production in the Cooper Basin in South Australia. But we do have a commitment to net zero. That is, as you say, a commitment that both the Nationals and the Coalition, certainly at certain periods of time, have been committed to. These fuels, particularly gas, it's a transition fuel, Senator Roberts. It's the way in which you do get to net zero. But right now, we have an emergency. We need to ensure that our stocks of petrol, of diesel, of airline fuel continue to be available to businesses and consumers in this country. There is an emergency about dealing with this. What happens on the sea. There are ships containing oil, petrol, airline fuel. They become available for purchase, and sometimes you're only given 24 hours, 48 hours to make that purchase. The reason we have decided to use the facility of Export Finance Australia to bid for these products is they're a very nimble organisation. They're very experienced in this space. They are run really well by a fellow called John Hopkins. They report to me. They regularly report to me. And we see them as the best organisation to ensure that we act quickly in this. Minister Bowen has ensured that, in combination with myself and Minister King, that we have taken all of the steps that we need to do to ensure that Australians continue to have access to all of those fuels that I just mentioned. But there is an urgency about this legislation. I'm not sure, despite everything Senator Canavan said, he appreciates that urgency. We do need to get on with this, and the quicker we pass this legislation, then the quicker we can get some certainty to businesses, to consumers, about the reliable supply of those fuels.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, there's only 17 seconds left for the debate, but you have the call.
Thank you. Minister, will you support One Nation's initiative in recommending that the conversion of gas to liquid fuels? You mentioned gas to liquid fuels.
I've just got to guillotine it. I'm sorry, Minister, but the pursuant to the order agreed to yesterday, the time allotted for debate on this bill has expired. I will now move to amendments. I will first deal with the amendments circulated by the opposition, and I'll refer to those amendments on sheets 3760 and 3766. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3760 and 3766 be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? Aye. I think the ayes have it. Division called. Thank you. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yep.
Sorry, Paul. No, you're loving it, but I'm going to kick you out.
Oh, okay. All right.
the doors. The question is that amendments on sheets 3760 and 3766 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 36. The question is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3755, Order, please. Order. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3755, 3756 and 3757 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. I haven't heard any ayes. Those against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Is a division required? Division is required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I accept that it's difficult to hear things in the chamber, but I do need to hear parties' positions. Lock the doors. Question is that the Greens amendments on sheet 3755, 3756 and 3757 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of chairs, no to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Collins, teller for the noes.
Problem? Canavan?
Senator, one couple. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 36. The question is resolved in the negative. I ask senators to please remain in the chamber. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by One Nation. Senator Tyrrell.
Note my opposition to 3757.
3757.
Thank you.
Is leave granted? Yep, leave's granted. Anything else? No. Question is that the One Nation amendments on sheets 3759 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for whips. 1 minute.
It's going from a Mickey to a reel.
4 minutes. I will let you.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Went from Mickey to a reel.
I've had a request from one of the whips that it be a 4 minute bell.
Can't make them answer.
Jeanette, are you doing 4 minutes?
I'm going to.
Oh, okay. Sorry? Lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet 3759 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. One teller. Rockman. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I will report the bill. Before I report the bill, however, Senator Tyrrell.
Apologies for yelling at you. May I please note my opposition to section 4.2, if possible?
To section 4.2.
Section 4.2.
On 375. Okay. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Is leave granted? Being no objection, leave is granted. I will now report the bill. The committee has agreed to the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment Strategic Reserve Bill 2026 without amendment. The question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Act 1991 and for related purposes.
Senators, Senator McKim.
President, I seek leave to record Senator Payman's positions on that bill.
There's being no objection, leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Deputy President. Senator Payman supports all Australian Greens amendments, opposes all opposition amendments, supports the One Nation amendment and supports the second reading and all remaining stages.
Are there any further details that wish to be recorded? No. In that case, Senators, that concludes the consideration of the bill. Senator Grogan, are you seeking the call? The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forward the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
Question is this bill now be read a first time? Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
There being no objection, leave is granted, and I will call Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026, a bill that comes before the Senate only because Australians have been pushed to the brink of a fuel crisis and a government that has acted too late. Now, the opposition supports this legislation, Mr Acting Deputy President, Madam Deputy President, because fuel prices sit at the centre of the cost of living pressure. In these circumstances, temporary relief through fuel excise is necessary, and that is why the opposition will not stand in the way of a measure that provides direct, immediate assistance to Australians who are already doing it tough. But, Madam Acting Deputy President, let us also be clear about how we arrived at this point. It was the coalition that led on this policy. Last week, the opposition publicly proposed temporarily halving the fuel excise and cutting the heavy vehicle road user charge. The Leader of the Opposition formally wrote to the Prime Minister outlining these measures, recognising the urgency of the situation and the pressure facing households and transport operators across the country. The government's initial response on Friday was not to act, it was to dismiss. The Prime Minister said he would not rush into fuel tax cuts. The Treasurer and the Energy Minister echoed that position, insisting the focus should be on supply chains rather than excise relief, despite price volatility and distribution pressures. They say, Madam Acting Deputy President, this government says that ships are arriving. Well, if so, why are service stations running dry? Why were Australians being told that there was no problem while businesses on the ground were already feeling the impact of fuel shortages and rising prices? Yet after a National Cabinet meeting with the states and territories on Monday, the government reversed course. Suddenly, the pressure was too great to ignore, and the Albanese Labor government agreed to temporarily halve the fuel excise and cut the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months. Madam Acting Deputy President, this happened because of the mounting pressure from households and businesses, and the consequences of doing nothing had become too obvious. And it happened because the coalition applied pressure, showed leadership and forced the government to act. However, while the government has now adopted the coalition's policy, it has failed to adopt the coalition's fiscal discipline. When the coalition proposed this relief, we identified offsets to pay for it, Madam Acting Deputy President. We think that that is important. That is responsible budget management. This government has offered no such plan at the time of adopting our policy, and still has offered no plan to offset this expenditure. When asked how it would be funded, the Treasurer offered no offsets at all, instead saying that the cost would be absorbed. Well, if that is the government's idea of responsible economic management, then the bar has been set alarmingly low. Now, Madam Acting Deputy President, the confusion didn't stop there. Fuel excise interacts directly with GST, yet when the government announced the cut, it hadn't settled the GST consequences with the states. Within 24 hours, we saw conflicting statements emerging about who would bear the cost, what agreements were required and whether the arrangements were even resolved. Australians were left watching a government announce a major tax change first and work out the details later. Now, this is unfortunately becoming a pattern from this government. One day they say there is no fuel supply problem, the next we are told that we are in a national fuel crisis. One day the government dismisses excise relief, and then the next, or a few days later in this case, it adopts it without a funding plan and without clarity for the states. This lack of consistency and coordination undermines confidence, and Australians cannot afford that in the middle of a cost of living crisis, let alone in the middle of the fuel crisis that we are currently experiencing. Madam Acting Deputy President, the opposition supports this bill because Australians need relief now. We have been very clear and consistent and responsible in articulating that position. But because of that, we feel the need to make the facts abundantly clear through a second reading amendment to this to this bill that we are debating here this evening that I will move. And this amendment makes clear that this policy originated with a coalition, that the government delayed in acting, it failed to provide offsets, and that uncertainty remains around GST arrangements and fuel security. This amendment is about transparency and accountability. It's about ensuring that the record reflects what actually occurred. Australians deserve leadership now that anticipates problems, not a government that stumbles into action once the damage is already done. While we support this bill, we do so critically and with an amendment that sets the record straight on the delay, the fiscal failure and the lack of serious planning behind this measure.
Senator
and I move my
Chandler,
second
your time
reading
has
amendment.
Expired. We'll go to Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And it's hard to fathom the invective and negativity that's embedded in the contributions in the chamber today by those opposite. Given the real pain that people are experiencing when they actually approach their local to fill up with fuel in the way that they normally do, and they are managing their finances to figure out how they either keep their business going or they keep their car on the road. Families will be thinking about kids' commitments to sport and rep sports. All of these things are pressing on the minds of Australians. The last thing they need is the carping and negativity that have so characterised so much of this debate in this place. So I want to put on the record what actually happened yesterday. So instead of, that the sort of one state against the other, border ignoring that went on during COVID so that people in Albury and Wodonga were actually fighting across borders, the Australian Labor government has carefully calibrated a response and invited in, at the earliest possible point, all of the leaders from all the states around the country to make sure that we have a well-calibrated and well-coordinated response. And the reality is it's just yesterday where the first ministers acknowledged that the conflict in the Middle East is a vital part of the ecosystem that is seeing this heightened volatility in global energy markets and the flow-on impacts for our domestic supply chains and prices. Now, the Parliament has just passed a piece of legislation that is going to allow cargoes of fuel in this unbelievably volatile environment to be able to be underwritten by the government. So we make sure that the supplies that are out there are not disappeared from the market in a way against the Australian interests. This is a government that's serious, not whinging and carping, but determined to take the necessary sensible action to ensure fuel supply. But in addition to ensuring that fuel supply and supporting our businesses to continue to do what they do and bring in the fuel that we need in this country, the Prime Minister, in his discussions yesterday with the states, showed great leadership about what needs to happen to assist Australians who are very challenged by this sudden, unpredicted rise in the cost of fuel. But it's not just householders, it's not just farmers, it's not just families or small businesses that are feeling this. It's providers of the heavy machinery that builds this nation, that's putting all the essential infrastructure in for the housing development that we want, that's building the roads that we need for the productivity gains that this country deserves. The government's got to have a mind to all of those things. And we need to keep the businesses afloat that are building our nation. So it's a very, very important decision from this government to halve the fuel excise, reducing the cost of fuel by 26.3 cents per litre. Now, if you've got an average-sized car and you put about 65 litres in a tank, that will save $19. And every time you fill up that saving of $19 between April 1 and June 30 will make a difference to families. It'll also make a difference to businesses. In addition to that, Australians know, because of our experience of COVID, that keeping our trucks on the road is actually a vital part of making sure our country continues to function until this real challenge of international disorder passes. So the heavy vehicle road user charge has been reduced to 0 for a period of 3 months, and this is critical to help truckies continue their vital work for our nation. One of many items of action that the government has undertaken is to provide a plan for what might happen as we move forward. So a careful 4-stage calibrated plan. Right now, we're making sure the fuel keeps coming in, and we're making sure Australians aren't hurt at the bowser by a reduction in the fuel excise.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, we should not be this dependent on foreign fossil fuels. And we are in this situation after our Prime Minister was the first world leader to back in this illegal strike, which has now sent the economy into chaos. And it's a bit baffling to hear various members of the government describe the fuel price shocks as unexpected or unforeseen. I'm afraid, welcome to the realisation, maybe you should have thought about that before you backed in this war straight out of the blocks. And the other thing that this government should be doing is getting on the phone to President Trump and saying, end this nonsense now. We will not back you any further. And then they should bring our troops home, bring our personnel home, bring our military equipment home. However, what we're dealing with is a rushed proposal to give some much-needed, albeit short-term, cost of living relief to people for the fuel price shocks that they are experiencing. Now, the Greens won't stand in the way of cost of living relief. We were in a cost of living crisis before this illegal war sent fuel prices sky high, and that relief is needed all the more now. So we will be supporting this. But what were you doing for the last 4 years, and why did you not learn the lessons out of Ukraine? Where is our energy independence? Where is our renewable energy independence? We have some of the best renewable resources in the world. You want fuel security, and you want the sun and wind that don't go through the Straits of Hormuz? That is how we have reliable, affordable energy supplies. And it doesn't matter what brain fart Donald Trump has and what fresh illegal war he wants to drag Australia into next week or in a few months. If we have those alternative sustainable liquid fuels and that renewable energy independence, then we can have lower prices and tackle the climate crisis. There are no losers out of that except the greedy gas corporations who are making bank off this war. Now, we've proposed a 25% minimum tax on those gas exports to fund actual cost of living relief, including things like making public transport free in what is a deep fuel crisis. I was very disappointed to see National Cabinet on Monday not address making public transport free right across the country. Credit to Victoria and Tasmania for doing it off their own bat. Our Prime Minister should have said, we got you into this mess, we backed in this war, we will fund making public transport free for all you states and territories so people can keep their costs down and we can send fuel to the regions where it's needed. But he did not do that. Halving the fuel excise is going to give people some short-term relief, but I'm very worried that it's going to put further pressure on supply, and I think it's going to be eaten up within another week or two of price rises. What we actually need is that investment in long-term energy security, and the cheapest and most reliable and most sustainable source of fuel is our renewable energy deposits and sustainable liquid alternative fuels. The other thing that the government has unfortunately neglected to deal with is the fact that this fuel price reduction is not obliged to be passed on to motorists, because there is no rule that says that the petrol stations can't keep this and can't price gouge off consumers, like they already started to do the moment this war began. There is no rule to stop them doing that, because this parliament voted against the Greens' amendment to give them that power to stop price gouging. They voted twice, in fact, in the last month.
So it's all well and good to give the ACCC more powers to stop petrol stations lying to people, but how about actually stopping them from price gouging people in the first place? So again, we will be supporting this as a short-term cost of living relief measure, but this is a band-aid and this is a situation that the government should have foreseen. They should get our troops out of that conflict. We should be a force for peace in the world and not just sign up to be Donald Trump's lapdog. And we should invest in actual renewable energy independence and our fuel security and independence by investing in our renewables. Electrification is the way to go. We can do that for our trucks, we can do that for our passenger vehicles, and we can actually have affordable, cheap, clean energy and protect us from future price shocks.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Mackenzie.
I rise to speak on this Treasury Laws Amendment Bill. And last Friday I joined the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the National Party to call on the government to provide fuel excise relief for Australian businesses, families and our truckies who are being slugged at the bowser by skyrocketing fuel prices for the last almost 5 weeks. We presented the government with an economically responsible proposal to temporarily halve the fuel excise for 3 months and provide a corresponding reduction in the heavy vehicle road user charge that's paid by our truckies and our bus drivers. This was to ensure that there weren't inflationary pressures by giving that relief at the bowsers. We actually proposed savings measures to ensure that expenditure was going to be offset. The government spent the weekend trying to hide from this policy suggestion, only to capitulate yesterday and announce the opposition's policy as its own. And in those 3 days that they ran away and hid from the announcement that we made, the desire to work in a bipartisan way with the government during this crisis, the Labor government was able to pocket $50 million in fuel excise revenue from Australian drivers and truckies. But in the announcement of the cut to fuel excise, has the government offered up any savings? Has the government sought to offset this $2.5 billion slug to the federal budget with commensurate savings so that it isn't going to have the inflationary pressure on an economy already stressed? No. And as the Australian says today, here we go again, ALP spends its way out of another crisis. With the Prime Minister's addiction to spending taxpayers' funds, they've turned to what would have been an inflation-reducing measure into another reason to dip further into debt and fuel the government's homegrown inflation crisis. And the government is seeking to rush this bill through Parliament in a single day, again without adequate security. Buried in the small print of this bill, the Treasurer has a blank cheque to make further changes to the fuel excise rate over the next 3 months, without coming back to Parliament. This underlines the fact that the government still, as we head into the 5th week of this crisis, has no plan to deal with the escalating and compounding impacts of the crisis in the Middle East. Despite Labor's senators lining up yesterday claiming they support struggling truckies as we debated the Fair Work Amendment bill, ALP members do not seem to support the fuel price relief truckies were actually crying for. The real view of Labor MPs was expressed this morning in the morning papers. They were surprised. They were perplexed by the Prime Minister's decision. They were surprised that the government had adopted the opposition's policy. Many of them were against it, and the Prime Minister apparently this was an admission that the PM had no plan. This isn't the opposition saying this. It's not the Greens. It is backbench Labor MPs in the other place. These same MPs warned that the measure would set, and I quote, a dangerous precedent. To say most Labor backbenchers are perplexed would be an understatement. So when the Treasurer says the fuel excise relief in this bill is temporary, it's timely and it's responsible, he's only right in one of those 3 claims. It's not timely because it's too late, too little, according to our truckies. It's not responsible because the government has not matched this spend with a commensurate save in the federal budget, and it's definitely temporary. This is exactly why we need a select Senate committee to the government's response to the crisis in the Middle East. The compounding influence and impact of the government's failure in this regard, the ad hoc way they are adopting measures instead of a planned proportionate response, the flat-footedness, particularly in the first 4 weeks, and the flow-on impact that that will have right across our economy. Economists are saying that will have impacts over years, not just weeks to come. So I would encourage the Senate to think about a select committee, as we did for COVID, but we will be supporting this excise cut.
So, Senator Waters.
I seek the leave of the chamber to foreshadow my second reading amendment, which I neglected to do in my contribution just now.
Is any objections? Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, look, I've got to just have a comment now. The hypocrisy of the Greens, Senator Waters, saying bring our troops home. Let me tell you, there's only one E7A Wedgetail with a crew of 85 that are over there in the UAE, not in Iran, but in the UAE, and that's to stop and to detect drone attacks for those 25,000 Australians that are over there. So what a bunch of hypocrites they are, saying we've actually are involved in this war. They say, pick up the phone to Trump. You've got to stop this war, as if the United States is going to listen to us, as if we've got this wonderful relationship with America, as if they're going to listen to what we have to say. Talk about,
Senator Waters.
Talk about. They're blowing this completely out of proportion for these people that are watching this, as if we've got all this boatloads of troops going over there. The hypocrisy of the Greens and the situation that we are in now. You know, One Nation continues to set the agenda in this parliament and this country. While the major parties keep on claiming One Nation has no policies, they keep on copying them or adopting them. This happened a number of times during last year's federal election campaign. Labor has taken almost a year to implement One Nation's 2025 election policy to halve the fuel excise. Just as we did at the election, we advocated this policy as a measure to reduce the cost of living that has soared under this Labor government. It has taken a crisis exposing Australia's fuel insecurity for Labor to finally act. Obviously, they haven't been keeping up with us because we've since upgraded that demand to 100% cut for 3 months. We advocate this policy to provide twice as much relief to motorists, farmers, miners and the transport industry than Labor's has. However, our primary goal now is to heed the warning of this crisis and advocate a sovereign fuel industry. The conflict with the Iranian regime has exposed Australia. It has exposed how vulnerable we are to global economic shocks, even one caused by a conflict taking place more than 12,000 kilometres away from this building. It has exposed the failure of successive Labor and coalition governments to protect Australia from such shocks, despite many warnings over the years. They were warned to increase our onshore fuels reserves. They were warned to ensure we had a minimum of 90 days' worth of fuel supplies. For decades, they've been warned to ensure Australia had the ability and capacity to be self-sufficient in critical areas like fuel production. Australia is incredibly rich in energy and mineral resources. We have everything we need to be self-sufficient. Over the decades, the enormous economic potential of this abundance has been squandered. Australians should be the richest people in the world. We should have the highest standard of living in the world. We should be self-sufficient in virtually everything with a huge manufacturing sector. We should have a powerful military, a world-leading economy, advanced technologies and research. We should have influence across the globe that matches such national strength. What do we have instead? A weak military, a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis, a fuel crisis, $1 trillion federal debt and the profound economic self-harm that is net zero. We have the highest electricity prices in the world outside of Europe, when we should have among the lowest thanks to an abundance of coal. We are facing shortages of natural gas despite having some of the largest reserves in the world. At this point, I have to call out the Greens and their economic incompetence. I'm calling their obsession with renewables and their demonisation of the fossil fuels that provide nearly all of our energy requirements. And if they think they can run this country on just renewables, it's an absolute joke. They've proposed a huge new tax on gas, not to ensure we get a fair share of revenue, but to shut down the industry altogether. They're completely silent about the environmental destruction caused by the renewables rollout. They're happy to destroy the environment in their crusade to save it. This just doesn't make sense. We have all the resources we need to establish a sovereign fuel industry which meets domestic demand. There are more than 17 billion barrels of proven oil reserves and potentially hundreds of billions of dollars locked up in shale. The United States have developed a shale oil industry worth many billions of dollars per year. We need to wake up to ourselves.
Thank you. Senator Liddle.
Well, Australians will pay less for fuel, and they will pay less because the coalition led and the government followed. When the fuel crisis emerged, it was the coalition that stepped up with a responsible plan to halve the fuel excise, seeking timely, temporary relief for Australians. The government, well, it delayed. After 4 weeks of denial and indecision, it was right to finally see the government come up with a national security plan. Better late than never, but the delay has had real consequences for real people. We support this bill because Australians need immediate relief. Families and small businesses are under genuine pressure and reducing costs at the bowser. That will make a meaningful difference, particularly ahead of Easter, when families are travelling and budgets are already stretched. Tradies, transport operators and small business owners will see direct cost relief, and that, of course, is welcome. But let's not pretend this moment arrived without a fight. The coalition proposed this earlier. We put forward a responsible plan, one that included offsets to avoid pouring fuel on an inflation fire. The government dragged its feet, and in the meantime the crisis deepened. The legislation, however, we welcome. Nowhere has the crisis been more acute than in South Australia, where fuel is the most expensive in the nation. In the APY lands, in remote South Australia, fuel costs are approaching $4 a litre for diesel, and they expect that will hit $4.50. Too little, too late means they are looking at shutting off Bowsers within a week, not to conserve fuel for vehicles, but to preserve what little remains for generators and essential transport. That is the reality on the ground that this government has been too slow to act on, too slow to even appreciate that it was real. South Australia is already carrying the weight of record insolvencies under state and federal Labor governments. Families and businesses, well, they've been doing it tough with some of the highest electricity bills in the country in South Australia. The government does not seem to understand this crisis. The one it denied for nearly 5 weeks is about global supply chain, cost and in-country logistics. This means it is all about access, even though Labor spent weeks arguing this was not about an access issue. It's all about access when the bowser is dry. It is all about access when the price is too high and consumers just simply can't afford it. It is good that the government has finally done something rather than just talk about itself and blaming others for the pain. I paid $3 a litre on Saturday, and on Sunday it was $3.25. If these prices continue to go up, then a 26-cent a litre rebate just won't help. It will be worthless almost before it is provided. What is guaranteed, though, is with no offsets offered, this is a plan to fuel inflation. It won't provide the fuel for farmers or for families. Within 24 hours of the announcement, the government's proposed GST arrangements had already fallen into disarray, raising serious questions about the fiscal credibility and coordination at the highest levels of government. That is on Labor. As a government, it wants to blame everyone else. First, consumers were using too much fuel. Then this week, they're buying too many jerry cans to put the fuel into, again suggesting it is consumers that are doing the wrong thing. The PM told Australians that Bunnings was out of jerry cans, but Bunnings itself came out and said that claim is wrong, and worse, it could trigger panic buying. Seriously, if it wasn't so serious, it could make an entertaining script, but none of this is funny. It's not funny for doctors, it's not funny for tourists, it's not funny for families trying to plan for Easter. None of this is funny. The fuel security plan the government has finally released is light on detail. There are no quantifiable trigger points, there is no clarity on what specifically will happen next, and critically, the Prime Minister has still not ruled out heavy-handed mandates. There is also no exit strategy. It's a temporary measure, but there is no clarity on what replaces it. Businesses and households, what they need right now in this economic crisis, which existed before the fuel crisis, is certainty. Australians are asking a very simple question. Why is the Prime Minister always the last to lead out of a crisis?
Senator Liddle, your time has expired. Senator Whitton.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. One Nation was the first party to call this fuel shortage a crisis. We asked how much fuel we had on hand and we were all told there wasn't a problem, just right-wing extremism. The government is playing catch-up. Labor has taken a year to implement One Nation's 2025 election policy to halve the fuel excise. In a crisis, Labor's cuts don't do enough. Our fuel resilience policy will cut the fuel excise completely. Today we have a bill being rushed forward through our parliament because the Albanese Labor government is panicking. Australians are getting hit in the hip pocket. The price of diesel has risen nearly double in Australia. This is greater than 3 times the global average. And Labor offers Australians a 26-cent reduction. Our policy will cut the full 52 cents per litre. We will provide twice as much relief at the Bowser. Our policy will also cut the GST paid on the fuel excise. Currently, the Albanese government is profiting $300 million a month from the soaring spike in fuel prices, while Australians are struggling. As the pain at the pump increases, so does the government's GST take on every litre. The government has halved the fuel tax, but they are still applying 10% GST on top of the total sale. It's an absolute disgrace. We've seen the price of diesel nearly double over the last few weeks, and that's if you can get it. This bill won't be doing a thing to crack down on the supply manipulation by big oil companies. That's why One Nation has called for the Emergency Fuel Act to be triggered, so supply can be forced out into the regions, bringing down prices for everyone. Over 500 service stations across Australia have run out of fuel. In my home state of WA, the acting Shire President of Esperance revealed that fuel arriving in his town port is trucked 1,400 kilometres and it travels in tankers all the way to Perth before it comes all the way back down to Esperance so they can be available at their local service stations. Our families are hurting, our farmers are hurting, our WA farmers are seeding and putting a crop in it at much greater cost. It's a double hit if they can't get access to enough fertiliser due to availability and cost. If our farmers aren't getting the fuel and support they need, where's our food going to come from? Australia has got to have a better plan. Our primary goal now is to advocate a resilient, sovereign fuel industry. One Nation's plan is clear. Trigger the National Fuel Emergency Act. Force supply to be delivered to regional areas and independent distributors. Prioritise defence and essential services. Drop the fuel excise completely. Provide GST tax relief on fuel for 3 months. Suspend the road users charges. Develop policies that allow Australia to find, process and distribute fuel. Refine our fuel, build new refineries. Increase our fuel storage capacity. Strategic fuel storage must be controlled by Australia on Australian shores. Consider a national reserve with crude oil companies to prioritise Australia. The needs of Australia must be catered to first, and remove the impediments to using domestically produced fuel. Successive Labor and coalition governments have failed to protect Australia by allowing our refineries to close. The BP oil refinery in Kwinana closed in 2022. It had a capacity of 140,000 barrels per day. It was running at a profit and didn't need upgrading. At the time, BP was run by a bloke called Bernard Looney. Oh, the irony. He became CEO in February 2020 and served until September 23, during which time he spearheaded a strategic pivot towards renewable energy and set net zero ambitions. In effect, the Kwinana refinery was sacrificed on the altar of ideology. This fuel crisis has been created by decades of net zero obsession, destroying our ability to use our own resources. One nation will abolish net zero and stop the billions in subsidies that Australians are paying toward wind turbines. This will not only reduce power bills, but it will also put $30 billion back in the pockets of Australians by abolishing the Department of Climate Change. One Nation has been saying that we need to be self-reliant for decades. We need to regain our sovereignty. We must take control of our country back. One Nation continues to set the agenda in this parliament and in this country.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the government's finally doing something, and we are grateful for that, and obviously adopting our policy, the Coalition's policy, is a good thing, and so we will be supporting this bill. However, what is so starkly obvious again today in this place, again through this week in Parliament, is that the government has no plan to deal with this crisis. Let me read out a list quickly. Bailing up, Esperance again, Ningaloo, Exmouth, Geograph, Carnarvon, Walkaway, Fitzroy River, High Wycombe, Carnarvon, Maddington, Balcatta, Broome, Ningaloo, Exmouth, Mount Barker again, Port Hedland, Gull, York, Geograph again, Geraldton, Newman, Waterloo, Bustleton, Ascot, Balga, Bentley, Brum, Canning Vale, Carlisle, Dayton, Forestfield, Jallorup, Gosnells, Maddington South, Middle Swan, Morley, Newman, Rouse Head, North Fremantle, Ridgewood, Southern River, Success, Wanneroo, Wattle Grove, Withers. They're the petrol stations in Western Australia, either without diesel, without unleaded, and some of them without any fuel at all. So yes, this is welcome that we're going to see the excise relief. It will help Australian families, and it's good that the Labor government has adopted our policy. However, we need to see a plan from this government on dealing with this crisis going forward. I'll remind everybody, I first started getting calls about this issue from regional Western Australia in the first week of March. The first week of March. And we came into this place, and day after day after day, when the Coalition were raising questions of the government, we were told nothing to see here. In fact, we were called right-wing crazies for suggesting there was a problem. Australians themselves were blamed for buying the fuel they needed to keep their businesses running. It was their fault. So a farmer getting fuel to commence seeding, or a truckie getting fuel to keep driving his truck, or the many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of Australians who rely on fuel to keep their businesses running, were blamed for the fuel crisis. The government didn't look to itself, and only after more than a week in this place of us raising questions did the government admit that there was a problem, admit there was a crisis, admit that something had to be done about it. And now it's taken many, many more weeks before we've actually got to the point of them doing anything about the problem that was clear to everyone at the beginning of this month. In fact, it should have been clear to the government. The government itself told diplomatic families to leave the Middle East particularly Israel and Beirut, but also recommended departure from places like UAE on the 25th of February. The 25th of February. They should have seen that this was at least a high likelihood risk. If they're saying to diplomatic families that it's too dangerous to stay in the Middle East, then they were considering it a very high risk of conflict. And what happens to the price of oil whenever there is a conflict in the Middle East? I can tell you what, you can look back over history, and anybody who's looked back over history knows what happens to the price of oil and sometimes the availability. And now we've had both of those things affect Australia. We have serious issues still in our distribution system, as revealed by that list of West Australian petrol stations that have no petrol or diesel.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to speak on this fuel excise relief bill, and I acknowledge and support the intent of this bill. We are seeing fuel prices skyrocketing, and that flows through to everything, to groceries, freight, and the broader cost of living that Australians have been struggling with for many years now. And in that context, it's right that the government looks for ways to provide relief. But good intentions by themselves do not make good policy. And this bill and this policy has some very significant flaws. Despite these concerns, I won't be opposing this bill in recognition of the urgent need for relief provided by cutting the fuel excise in half. But I would like to take this opportunity to put some of my concerns and the concerns of experts and a number of Canberrans who have contacted my office on the record. First, this is far from the best way to spend a huge amount of taxpayer money. This is a measure that will cost the budget more than $2.5 billion in just 3 months. At a time we're already seeing persistent deficits and growing debt, that is not a trivial decision. A cut to the fuel excise also spreads relief across everyone who uses fuel, regardless of need. That means it benefits high-income households more than those who are struggling most. Research from the E61 Institute shows that measures like this disproportionately benefit higher-income earners. At its core, this is clearly a blunt instrument. And when we're being told that there's no money in the budget for things like food pantries, frontline services, it seems that blunt instruments are the wrong tools. If we are serious about helping people, we should be directing support to those who actually need it, not subsidising fuel consumption across the board. This cut to the fuel excise makes it more likely that we will see supply crunches, and has struck me as odd at a time where we desperately need fuel in the regions and fuel for farmers. We're doing something that will potentially increase demand in metropolitan areas. Obviously, there are people in metro areas that need the fuel, but in terms of the broader approach, there are questions to be answered. I'm concerned that this increases the likelihood of interest rate rises, causing even more pain for Australians where we just shovel our money to the banks. And at a time when supply is already under pressure, the last thing we should be doing. Professor of Economics at the University of New South Wales, Richard Holden, has described this as a very bad idea, warning it will increase demand and worsen shortages. Economist Chris Richardson has said cutting the fuel excise keeps inflation higher for longer than it otherwise would have been. And independent economist Saul Eslake put it plainly. It might be good politics, that's for others to judge, but it's not good economics. Or as Shane Wright has written with characteristic bluntness, the Reserve Bank must be having kittens. He goes on to say, bipartisan Bowser populism is not going to help. And that's what this bill is, policy driven more by short-term political appeal than long-term economic sense. And you have to think that the Treasurer has had very real concerns about this sort of decision. But it's something, and anything is badly needed at this point of what is now genuinely a fuel crisis. As I said in my second reading speech to the previous bill, beyond the immediate response, we must confront the deeper issue, our dependence on volatile, expensive, imported fossil fuels. The transition will take time, and there are sectors like agriculture where liquid fuels remain essential for a while yet. But if we're serious about resilience, we cannot keep reaching for short-term fixes that entrench the very vulnerability we are trying to escape. Australians deserve policies that are not just well-meaning, but well-designed, fair, and economically sound, that take huge challenges we face and actually turn them into opportunities in the future.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you. All these bills coming before the Parliament this week to solve the fuel crisis, when the real solution would be to solve the government crisis. Reducing the excise on fuel was part of One Nation's 2025 federal election campaign.
Excuse me, Senator Roberts, can you maybe just a little bit lower in terms of the sound?
I'm already pretty short.
Sorry?
I'm already pretty short.
No, well, thank you for your good humour.
I first announced this One Nation policy on the 11th of February 2025 in the Senate adjournment debate. The policy was repeated in my adjournment speech on the 25th of March 2025 as part of our election promise to cut $13 billion worth of excises to put more money back into the pockets of everyday Australians. Not only has the Labor Party stolen the policy, they've stolen the slogan about putting more money back in people's pockets. And my talking point is similar to one I've heard today. It's this. The ACCC monitor fuel prices daily, and I'm confident the reduction will be passed on to consumers. Fuel is an input cost right across the economy. Lowering fuel prices lowers commuting costs for consumers and transport costs across the economy, including for groceries, saving consumers and industry $8 billion a year. The policy was a hit and helped to start the orange tidal wave, the orange movement. And Senator Hanson spoke to One Nation's policy to reduce the fuel excise in her senator statement on the 5th of March 2026. In a statement on fuel prices and security amid Middle East tensions, Senator Hanson said, quote, "The government collects 51.6 cents per litre in fuel excise. One Nation was elected on a policy to halve that tax, cutting 26 cents a litre, immediately, with compensation for any truckies and farmers losing rebates. The Morrison government took our advice in 2022 for 6 months. They took our advice, yet didn't look after farmers and truckies. It's time for the Albanese government to do the same and deliver cheaper fuel for Australians in 2026. That's what, end of quote. On the 2nd of March, I raised the fuel crisis, 2 days after the jets flew from Israel into Iran. On the 12th of March, I spoke on the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Amendment, Domestic Reserve Bill 2026, and called for the excise to be halved. This week, Senator Hanson has called for the fuel excise to be removed and for the road user tax on trucks to be suspended for 3 months. One nation, one nation, one nation, one nation. Our policy is not to remove the GST on fuel, although reducing the excise 52 cents a litre will reduce the GST 5 cents and end this immoral tax on a tax that both you parties support. So here we are, after 13 months of One Nation patiently explaining to the ideologues on my left why reducing the fuel tax will help everyday Australians and stimulate the economy. And finally, lo and behold, One Nation policy is now government policy. And as I explained a minute ago, it's not inflationary. It increases productivity. I did hear Senator Waters describe this bill as rushed. The bill is rushed. The idea of fuel duty relief, though, is not. It was amusing to listen to the Liberal Party and the National Party take credit for the idea. I went back and looked to see when the Liberals first started talking about cutting the excise on petrol and diesel. March 26th, 2026. Last week, after 4 weeks. Yet, somehow, the Libs claim it was the Liberals that forced the Albanese government to introduce an excise cut. Nonsense. This is the second time today the Liberals have dispensed with the truth. Senator Cash's speech on the cash ban regulations was factually false. It misrepresented the truth, and we will explain to the people of Farrer how the Liberals and the Nationals sold out the bush. Today the Uni Party was on display for everyone to see. Look at them down there. The Labor, Liberal and Nationals Uni Party defending their big mates in big banking, their big donors in big banking. The Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026 implements a 50% cut in petrol and diesel duty and suspends the road user charge. One Nation will support this sensible measure to reduce the cost of petrol 31 cents for everyday Australians and 32.5 cents for the trucking industry. This will keep the trucks moving, putting food on the shelves at the supermarket, stock in the shops, medical supplies in hospitals and dentists, and ensuring the economy doesn't melt down entirely as a result of the war in Iran. And I remind people that One Nation was the first to raise the fuel supply, security and price volatility issue. We were the second, we were the third, we were the fourth, we were the fifth, before the Nationals and the Liberals even dreamt of it. They're playing catch-up. Crisis, 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 and you lot over there in the government accused us of being far-right-wing extremists. We are correct, we are right, we have hit the target before you even dreamt of it.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, Minister.
Thank you, and I thank senators very much who have contributed to this debate. The war in the Middle East is battering the global economy. Oil prices today are around twice what they were at the start of 2026 as a result of that conflict. This bill will deliver temporary and targeted support to Australian motorists and truckies in a responsible way. The schedules in the bill will temporarily halve the fuel excise for petrol and diesel and facilitate changes to the heavy vehicle road user charge to allow it to be reduced to zero temporarily. Halving the fuel excise will cut 26.3 cents a litre off the cost of petrol and diesel. Including the reduction in the GST component, this will cut the cost of a 65 litre tank of fuel by nearly $19. Reducing the heavy road user charge to zero will save truckies around $130 on a 400 litre tank of fuel. The bill also provides additional flexibility to make further adjustments to the rate of excise if needed to give effect to the undertaking from the states at the National Cabinet on GST. The government's focus is on easing cost of living pressures, securing our fuel supply and getting it to where it's needed the most. The steps we're taking in this bill today are in addition to all of the actions we've already taken to date to support supply and distribution and empower the ACCC to crack down on misconduct, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move to the second reading amendments, and Senator Chandler has already moved her amendment. So the question is the second reading amendment moved by Senator Chandler on sheet 3763 be agreed. Those in favour? Those against? I think the noes have it. Division called? Division's called. Set the clock for 4 minutes, please. What do I do with that? Sorry. Perhaps you.
a reel, I think, so
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Oh, you'll take
Yeah.
it.
Lock the doors. So, Senators, we're dealing with a second reading amendment as moved by Senator Chandler, and Senator Roberts has indicated he wants A put separately. So I intend to put A first. So the question is that A from the amendment moved by Senator Chandler be agreed to. Those of that opinion say the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, if any further divisions are required, there'll be 1-minute bells. I now intend to put the Senator Roberts. I now intend to put the remainder of Senator Chandler's amendment, so that's B through to G. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remainder of Senator Chandler's second reading amendment, that's B through to G, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Waters, to move your second reading amendment.
Thanks, President. I move the second reading. Thank you, President. I move the second reading amendment on sheet 3761, standing in my name.
Thank you, Senator Waters. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Waters on sheet 3761 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Is that? lock the doors. So the question is that this second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Waters, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 10 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the minister. I beg your pardon, I'll call the clerk.
For an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Does any senator require a committee stage? Thank you. I call the minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Senator McKim.
And thank you. I seek leave to have Senator Payman's positions recorded.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. Senator Payman supports the Greens' second reading amendment, opposes the opposition's second reading amendment and supports the second reading and all remaining stages of the bill.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Pursuant to order, the Senate will now adjourn without debate. Good night, Senators.